His Excellency Lovemore, who is about to join us, Mrs. Fatwa Ahmed Abdul Rahman, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Mrs. Eunice Kwamendo, who is Director of UNECA, Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, who will join us online, Mr. Vardnell, Chief Executive, SADC Business Council, who will also join us online, Ms. Olayenko Bandele, Chief Inclusive Industrialization Section, UNECA Sub-Regional Office for South Africa, Mr. Pierre Falavier, Senior Development Coordination Advisor, UN Resident Coordinator, Office, Mauritius and Seychelles. Distinguished delegates, panelists, representatives of public and private sector, good morning. Shabbah al-Khair as here. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, SROSA, the Southern African Development Community, SADC Business Council, and the Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives of Mauritius welcomes you all to this one-day regional seminar on the impact of COVID-19 on MSMEs in Southern Africa, country experiences, and a focus on building back better in Mauritius, organized, as you know, in the margin of the Dubai Expo 2020. Our heartfelt thanks to the Dubai authorities for ensuring the success of this exceptional event. This seminar is a planned deliverable under Phase 3 of the United Nations Development Account 13th Tranche Project Global Initiative towards post-COVID resurgence of the SME sector, or Global MSME Surge Project. As you know, this one-day seminar, high-level seminar, has both a morning and an afternoon session. The main objective of this morning's session is to allow high-level representatives from the public and private sector to share the experience on the impact of COVID-19 on SMEs in the Southern Africa region. To start with, as you know, UNECA has been one of the major partners that has strived to make this event a reality. We are all grateful to UNECA for taking this laudable initiative. To start with, I would like to invite Mrs. Eunice Kwamendo, Director of UNECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, for her welcome remarks. She will be on video conference. Over to you, Mrs. Kwamendo, please.
Thank you, moderator. I hope you can see me or hear me as well, just to confirm.
Yeah.
Can I be seen and heard? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. Good. Thank you so much, and good morning to you all. I wish I had joined the team that are in Dubai, but because of exigencies of duties, I couldn't. But happy at least to see the room, and I have a feel of who is in the room. So thank you so much for the welcome. Your Excellency, Honorable Sue Miduth Bola, Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives of the Republic of Mauritius, Mrs. Bibi Fatwama Abdul Rahman Ahmed, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives in Mauritius, Mr. Peter Vandel, Chief Executive Officer of the SADC Business Council. I've also noted that we have Teresa Moreira from UNCTAD, a colleague from the UN family. Welcome as well. Distinguished panelists, participants, representatives of the private sector, members of the media, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. It is my honor to welcome you to this one-day hybrid seminar held on the margins of the Dubai Expo 2020 under the theme Impact of COVID-19 on Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises in Southern Africa, country experience and a focus on building back better, of course, in Mauritius, but we are also looking across the whole of the Southern African region. And this is, of course, co-organized by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, which, of course, I'm pleasure to lead, the SADC Business Council, the government of Mauritius, also as part, as already mentioned, as part of the Global MSMEs Search Technical Assistance Project, which my office is implementing, is a key implementing entity. I would like to take this opportunity, therefore, to express my deep appreciation to the government of Mauritius and the SADC Business Council for this productive partnership that we have, which I hope that it will grow from strength to strength. As you may have noted from the program, the event is divided into two parts. The morning session will take stock of the impact of COVID-19 on MSMEs in Southern Africa. And it will also allow us to collectively think through how SME development can be strengthened in a post-COVID context and become an anchor for industrialization, trade, and innovation. While the afternoon session will focus a little bit more on Mauritius as a case country study in our region, also because of a lot of the strides that it has made as a country on industrialization, but also the focus on MSME development. We hope that this country focus will provide a platform for reflections on the strategic role manufacturing can play in MSME development and the broader economic development of Mauritius in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. I thank the Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs, and Cooperatives of Mauritius for according my office the honor and the privilege to partner in this important endeavor. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today's seminar is also aimed at furthering discussions on the attainment of Sustainable Development Goal number 9, which is on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, which is at the heart of what our office does, the ECA Sub-Regional Office of Southern Africa's mandate. The office, as you may already know, seeks to promote inclusive industrialization in Southern Africa by leveraging, among others, innovation, trade, and private sector development, including MSMEs. Efforts in this area include, for us, support to member states in aligning their national industrialization strategies with the SADC industrialization strategy and roadmap, but also the COMESA industrial strategy, as well as technical assistance and capacity building support to further implementation. We are therefore invested heavily in providing support to boost productive capacity in the sub-region. And in this regard, we are investing heavily in, for example, the establishment of industrial, agro-industrial parks and other processing parks, special economic zones, and of course, MSME development for integration into national and regional value chains. Presently, the office is implementing two complementary technical assistance projects that focuses on MSMEs development in Southern Africa. The first one has the main objective to strengthen the capacities of MSMEs in Southern Africa to effectively respond to COVID-19 and bounce back stronger. So very focused on recovery. The second is more, also focusing on strengthen capacities to design and apply innovative approaches to resilience building to future shocks, including digitalization. Target countries for this project are Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, and Zambia. But of course, we also do cover the rest of the other member states that are within the sub-region, in the SADC region in this sense. In addition, the office is also engaged in financing of MSMEs, recognizing that financing is a critical enabler for most businesses, including startups. We recently supported the Kingdom of Eswatini to develop a financing model for MSMEs, which we hope to replicate this success story in other countries in the region, but more importantly, I guess, it's to also make sure that we're able to crowd in the financing that's needed for MSME development. Although the health impacts of the pandemic in Africa have not been as severe as in other regions of the world, the economic and social consequences have been catastrophic and unprecedented for Africa as a whole, with MSMEs, of course, bearing the brunt of the pandemic amongst other sectors. To put this in context, the Southern African region's economy alone contracted by 7% in 2020, making it the hardest hit region in Africa. The others, I think, if you look across, others are for West Africa, for example, I think it was around 3%. And you have East Africa, 1%, and so on. Ours is a sub-region that was hardest hit in this sense. And partly, of course, this is because of the economic structure of the region, which makes it vulnerable to economic shocks. The region continues to exhibit high levels of commodity dependence, as you know, for most of our countries. There's also low levels of industrialization and also deindustrialization for most. There are limited value chains. There are also low levels of interregional trade, inadequate technology development, and a lot of other, a host of issues that makes us be where we are today, and actually adds to the lack of resilience in the face of shocks to our economies. We have seen how fluctuations in the global market and lockdowns and restrictions on movements due to the pandemic have had an adverse impact on whole economies, including the informal economy, which accounts to up to 90% in some of our countries. The full extent of the social impact is yet to be determined. However, gender-based violence has been on the rise, and the World Bank has also estimated an increase in global poverty in 2020 for the first time since 1998, with more than 26 million people thrown into extreme poverty in sub-Saharan Africa alone. The global number, I think, for people that have been thrown into poverty is around 71 million. This is huge. Today's seminar, therefore, provides us with the opportunity to critically look at the impact of COVID-19 on MSMEs in Southern Africa. MSMEs, as you know, are the backbone of the African economy, and like we mentioned, making at least up to 90% and 60% of businesses and jobs, respectively, on the continent, which also means behind all of those numbers are people, are livelihoods in this sense. As an office, we commissioned a survey on MSMEs in Namibia, and the results, of course, confirmed what we already knew, but the numbers expose the severity of the impact. For example, a combined 82% of business owners believed that their businesses were worse off in 2021 compared to pre-COVID times, with low confidence levels for the future. And of course, many businesses have folded up due to all of COVID-19 and related effects in that sense. These findings reaffirm the need to pursue strategies towards economic diversification in the region that would contribute to the building of resilience in supply chains and reinforced the need for regional value chains across key industries. They also point to the need to support member states in developing enabling policy and institutional environments that enhance the capacities of MSMEs to enter into more sophisticated business linkages and improve their access to finance. The office plans to continue to conduct country studies on the impacts of COVID-19 on MSMEs in Southern Africa member states commencing this year. This is particularly important as it will facilitate a timely assessment of the challenges and required policy responses by member states, private sector, and development partners. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are always opportunities in every challenge presented if we look long enough. COVID-19, with all its challenges, has presented an enormous opportunity for African businesses, big and small. to rapidly adapt to digital tools in order to survive. This is particularly important as digital technologies offer a possibility of reaching larger platforms, networks, and clients for MSMEs. And this is a win for medium, small, micro enterprises. There has been, and we've seen this from the studies that we've conducted, a marked increase in the use of digital tools across the sub-region propelled by COVID-19. And we've seen this, like we mentioned in the study that we conducted in Namibia, but we also see it in Mauritius and South Africa also as cases in point, and where a majority of businesses have increased their digital usage beyond 70%, and which is relatively high across the board in marketing, communication, payment systems, and supply chain management. Going forward, we can only hope that the uptake of digital technologies resulting from COVID-19 mitigation measures is here to stay and can actually span across the rest of the sub-region. The digital sphere is an important enabler of new innovations, and I think this cannot be argued because it's been proven. As an office, we will be exploring ways in which appropriate policies can help MSMEs in Southern Africa roll out innovative solutions and build new value chains. We also look at the role of technology incubators, that technology incubators can play in upgrading the region's performance in this sphere to ensure that the Southern African economy beefs up its resilience against shocks. In this regard, we will continue to work with the partners such as the SADC Business Council to expand online platforms for MSMEs in order to facilitate their networking, but also have broader access to new business opportunities. Allow me to turn very quickly to the AFCFTA as a business opportunity, especially for MSMEs and SME development and private sector development in general in the sub-region. As you know, the advent of the AFCFTA represents a significant milestone for Africa and presents ample growth and transformation opportunities. While COVID-19 has increased the urgency of transformational change, the AFCFTA provides a potential lifeline for MSME development and promises to be a launchpad for Africa's industrialization through trade. As we embark upon opening up larger regional markets with the AFCFTA, it is critical that we empower MSMEs to seize this opportunity. This is particularly important as we are at an inflection point for MSME development in Africa. It is disheartening to note, however, that a large majority, up to 71%, in fact, of businesses are not aware of the African Continental Free Trade area. This is according, just taking from the Namibian study, but I'm sure if we looked across the Southern African region, perhaps we'd find similar sentiments around businesses and MSMEs. This is a challenge, but also an opportunity for countries to move the AFCFTA conversation beyond conferences and conference rooms to the engines that will make AFCFTA a reality. And these, of course, as we know, are the private sector and MSMEs. As ECA, we endeavor to support member states and the private sector move the conversation to where it matters the most by raising awareness and helping to enhance their competitiveness in order to benefit fully from this agreement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, economic transformation in Africa is possible. And we can only look at Mauritius as a case in point. It is vital, economic transformation and diversification. And while inroads are being made in many countries across the region, it is yet to reach the depth and breadth of transformation necessary to realize our development aspirations, including realization of sustainable development goals, as well as those embodied in Africa Union Agenda 2063. With that in mind, I would like to acknowledge and applaud the ambition expressed by the government of Mauritius in its industrial policy for Mauritius to develop a globally competitive and sustainable industrial sector that contributes to higher economic growth for Mauritius through continuous innovation, technology, upgrading, productivity gains, and high-skilled employment. The clear focus of Mauritius on the promotion of innovation, strongly featured in policies across various sectors, provides a strong foundation for innovation-led growth worthy of emulation. Additionally, the country can play a key role as a manufacturing hub in the SADC region, especially in the context of the AFCFTA. Our role as ECA entails supporting countries in the region in pursuing inclusive industrialization agendas in line with their development aspiration. In this regard, therefore, ECA stands ready to accompany Mauritius and other countries in their respective journeys. In conclusion, allow me to end by saying economic recovery of our economies will involve rebuilding our private sectors, big and small, which is the heart of our will depend on the learnings, outcomes, and recommendations of our deliberations today. Many thanks to everyone that has been involved in making today's event possible. My colleagues in the office, of course, led by Aruna and Olayinka and team, but also colleagues that have worked day and night from Mauritius as well, that have put a lot of effort into this work. So really looking forward to a fruitful deliberation. And thank you again for your attention and looking forward to the outcomes of the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Eunice Kawendo, for this warm welcome to all the delegates present here, as well as those following on video conferences. You have highlighted the importance of this seminar to important issues like capacities of SMEs, industrialization of Africa, digitalization process, AFCTA and the economic transformation of the region, and finally, the possible cooperation between our countries. We have also to add that our thanks to Ms. Aruna and her team for organizing this event together with the UNICA team. Ladies and gentlemen, the SADC Business Council holds an important role in promoting socio-economic development in the region, representing the business associations from all member states. I have now the pleasure to invite Mr. Peter Wardnell, Chief Executive Officer of the SADC Business Council, to make a statement. Over to you, Mr. Peter.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to you all in Dubai. A warm welcome from Johannesburg in South Africa. Really wish we could be with you today, but unfortunately other commitments make it not possible for us. Let me first just acknowledge Honorable Minister Sumultilda Bula, Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives in Mauritius. Honorable Bibi Fatma Abdul Rahman Ahmed, the Permanent Secretary from the Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives in Mauritius. His Excellency Lovemo Mazimo, Ambassador, Embassy of Zimbabwe in UAE. His Excellency Shakutali Sudbun, Ambassador, General Consulate of the Republic of Mauritius in Dubai. Ms. Eunice Kamwede, UNECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa. Mr. Pierre Faliba, on behalf of Ms. Christine Mtini, the UN Resident Coordinator for Mauritius and Seychelles. National private sector representatives from national business associations and SADC, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to share some welcoming remarks with you this morning. As per the introduction, my name is Peter Wardnell, and I'm the Executive Secretary of the SADC Business Council. and we're extremely honored to share some words with you on this platform. And thank you very much for allowing us this time. For those of you that are not aware, the SADC Business Council is made up of 16 national chambers of commerce and 6 regional business associations in Southern Africa. It is mandated by the private sector to be the prime partner to the public sector, influencing policy making with regards to market access, industrialization, value chain development, and socioeconomic development at a regional, continental, and importantly at a global level. The SADC Business Council works very closely with the SADC Secretariat, national and regional sector bodies, governments, regional economic communities, multilateral groups, and the business community to improve the region's trade and investment climate. It provides custom-tailored services that are driven by both industry and enterprise interests. The main role of the SADC Business Council is to involve national business associations, regional business organizations across SADC, and other stakeholders, including corporates and international chambers of commerce, decision-making process to drive the implementation of SADC plans and priority programs, to promote knowledge and information sharing between SADC and the private sector, to bring in the private sector expertise, experience, viewpoints, and perspectives in SADC policymaking process. For the benefit of this platform, I'll speak briefly about the challenges faced by MSMEs in Southern Africa and try to provide some recommendations thereof. As already touched on earlier, around the world, in every economy, small, micro, and medium enterprises are widely recognized as a significant driver of the gross domestic product and the primary factor for job creation. In large economies such as the United States, Germany, Brazil, more than 95% of enterprises are SMMEs. They account for 60 to 70% of jobs in most OECD countries, with a particularly large share in Italy and Japan, and a relatively smaller share in the United States. While in Brazil, SMMEs contribute to 96% of the jobs in the country. In general, young firms have been major net creators of new jobs, and small firms account for a large share of employment. Although it has been recognized in the SADC region that higher rates of successful entrepreneurship would lead to a significant increase of employment, wealth, equality, and also investment, the uptake of SMMEs in the region is comparably slow. Moreover, there's a comparably high failure rate of startups already in the first year, with the example of South African startups with a failure rate of 75%. This alarming rate carries even more weight with a view to the current youth unemployment rates, which, for example, in South Africa is beyond 50%. The factors hindering the growth of SMMEs and survival include uncoordinated structures to pull SMMEs together, regulatory frameworks, and administrative barriers which result in additional costs for running small businesses. Additional barriers such as power shortages, lack of capital, poor management skills and competencies, and inadequate information and corruption also add to the difficulties of SMEs in growing. Women and youth involved in the SMME sector also face additional challenges, for example, access to land, credit, and markets. To address the above challenges faced by SMMEs, in March 2015, SADC approved and adopted the SADC Industrialization Strategy and Roadmap 2015 to 2063. The strategy highlights the urgent need to enhance involvement of SMMEs in national, regional, and global value chains. The central role of the private sector as the driver of industrialization, and in particular, the contribution of SMMEs to employment growth and national development, therefore is regarded as one of the essential elements for industrialization. This is more important in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to create market opportunities for SMMEs and empower them with the necessary skills to penetrate foreign export markets by meeting the required quality and standards measures to export. In November 2021, during the SADC Industrialization Week in Lilongwe, Malawi, the SADC Business Council and UNECA Southern Africa hosted 2 SMME sessions as part of the broader SADC Industrialization Week event, focusing on building linkages between SMMEs and multinational corporations in the region, and the role of technology incubators in MSME development. The output of the two sessions form part of the event declaration report, the Lilongwe Declaration, whose recommendations the SADC Business Council is prioritizing as part of its 2022 work plan. One of the recommendations specific to MSMEs is the establishment of a regional SMME working group by the SADC Business Council in 2022 to advocate for the interests of small to medium enterprises, youth and women-led businesses to access local and global market opportunities. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the aim of the working group is to mobilize and build capabilities of SMMEs in SADC to facilitate integration in new or established value chains at national or regional levels. The working group will also create opportunities for SMMEs to engage with policymakers, jointly identify key areas for intervention and opportunities for collaboration for finding solutions experienced by the sector at a national and a regional level. Lastly, in the same subject, I'm also delighted to inform you that the SADC Business Council is supporting the UNECA SRO Southern Africa office to develop an MSME technology platform called Techni Africa. The platform is fully funded by UNECA SRO and will be hosted on the SADC Business Council website upon completion. The objective of Techni Africa is to give MSMEs access to information on the range of available technologies that can be deployed to help them adjust to the effects of COVID-19. I thank you very much for the opportunity and wish you well for the rest of the program. I'm very pleased that our colleague Tula Makwati, our coordinator for the SADC Business Council, is also present with you in Dubai. So please do make time to reach out with them to learn more about the Business Council and our work. And we stand by to engage with many of you in what we hope will be a successful couple of days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Varnell, for this, for highlighting the challenges faced by SMEs in the South African region. Especially, you mentioned the digital barriers, women and youth in SMEs, facilitating the access to market, and then the contribution of SMEs in growth and development. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the UN is considered to be the world's largest international organization, caring for the welfare of the global population through the operation of more than 15 specialized agencies. It is present everywhere, almost everywhere, including in the African region. I'll call upon Mr. Pierre Falavier, Senior Development Officer, Coordination of Advisor at the UN Resident Office, Mauritius, Seychelles, for a statement on behalf of Mrs. Christine Umoteni, UN Resident Coordinator for the same region. Over to you, Mr. Pierre Falavier.
Thank you for the introduction. I'll try to be brief. Good morning. I am with the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office in Mauritius and representing our resident coordinator. The role of our office is to help coordinate the role of numerous UN agencies and entities that provide support to our countries. There are 19 of them working directly in Mauritius who cover a broad range of topics, from public health to local economic development, environmental sustainability, food security, social protection or human rights, among others. We advise our agencies, our office advise our agencies and our national stakeholders on best ways to collaborate in achieving sustainable development. Our key stakeholders in this are the government, civil society, and the private sector. Today, my remark will be not on the impact of COVID on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, nor on the capacities of MSMEs to respond and adapt to a crisis. You are all much better placed than I to address these topics. Rather, I will highlight some of the support that the United Nations systems can provide you at the global, at the regional, and at the local level to help harness the capacities of MSMEs to build a more resilient recovery that contribute to a more sustainable future. At the global level, the United Nations systems brings together 193 member states. Each of them may need some support in meeting its regional commitment and in reaching its development objectives. But each of them, in the same time, brings examples, ideas, and experience that can feed our collective understanding of issues and our progresses toward finding innovative solutions that are better for all. A part of the UN work is to help draw lessons from their contribution and to help disseminate and exchange good practices in a strategic manner so that all member states can benefit from each other's collective knowledge, experience, and goodwill. In that regard, talking about the COVID crisis, from before the beginning of the pandemic, the UN has put its global knowledge and outreach to full use. And again, this global knowledge is made of the knowledge of every single member nation. Early in 2020, the World Health Organization started supporting governments to develop preparedness plans for when the pandemic would hit. And as soon as it did, the WHO supported countries to strengthen their public health responses, relying on lessons learned on a real-time basis around the world and helping nations adapt all along as the reality of the pandemic evolves. If this crisis started as a public health one, it very rapidly transformed into a complex economic and social crisis, often with negative political and environmental impact. The UN recognized this early, and from May 2020, its agency had all been looking at the impact of the crisis per sector and designed a common strategy at the global level to support nations in dealing with the multi-sector impact of the crisis. The strategy we developed was called the UN COVID Socioeconomic Response Plan, or SERP. Its aim was to help nations deal with the mid to short-term impact of the crisis and plan for a recovery that will be more resilient to future such crises. Its objectives were to strengthen public health systems, to help protect people through social protection and the continuation of basic services, to help economic actors withstand the shocks and adapt to it, to help measure the impacts of the crisis and feed a dialogue on medium to long-term path to recovery and back to development, and to help ensure social cohesion and community resilience despite the difficulties. This global response plan was brought to the local level, and national socioeconomic response plans were developed and implemented since mid-90s with our host governments, in which the UN Global Experience supports local governments and stakeholders through the work of individual agencies and through coordinated response of the UN country team. Today's seminar is one element of this support that brings the global and regional level wisdom and experience to address local questions and needs through exchanges of ideas and practices, and through discussion on how to find local solutions to the global crisis in a way that builds a stronger future. Many of you will have been part of the previous exchanges in this series, where the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa works globally with other UN entities, such as the UN Department for Economic and Social Affairs, and regionally with entities including the SADC Business Council, where you together exchange ideas and practices at the regional level, and from which you can feed your own national dialogues to strengthen competitiveness among MSMEs and recover stronger from the current crisis. The global and regional level exchanges are essential to understand the impact of the crisis and to help design strategic interventions. They also go a long way in developing regional platforms to facilitate exchange, cooperation, and training, resulting in empowering national players. What I would like to attract your attention to now is the opportunity for collaboration with the United Nations system at the national level to help implement your MSME strategies. In each nation where it works, the UN system has an integrated strategy of cooperation with the government and local stakeholders to reach the nation's development objectives. We call this strategy the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, or in Mauritius, it is the UN Government Strategic Partnership Framework, or SPF. As I mentioned, the UN has helped develop COVID socioeconomic response plan in each nation. And I would just like to highlight some of the ways that the UN system in these recovery plans can support micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. For instance, we provide integrated policy advice and program support to protect workers and sectors most impacted by the crisis and to stimulate the economy. Often this is done through the International Labour Organization and the United Nations Development Programme. We have programmed through the International Labour Organization to scale up employment-intensive initiatives. For instance, with programs that create short-term employment for vulnerable people, or that improve working conditions and promote decent employment, and that can be done with MSMEs. We have programs to support young people and social partners in entrepreneurship and social innovation, again, with the ILO. We have programs that support strategies for greener recoveries, using the UN Partnership for Action on Green Economy, called PAGE, that provide integrated support on green job and economic and environmental issues. This is done through the UN Development Programme, through the UN Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, through UNITA, the UN Institute for Training and Research, and again, through the ILO. We can provide advice on nature-based solutions for development, including for SMEs, through the Global Environmental Facilities, the Green Climate Fund, and the Adaptation Fund. These ones largely under the responsibility of the UN Environmental Programme and the UN Development Programme. We can help develop business linkages between large enterprise and local suppliers, for instance, in the agricultural and tourism sector, that can help subsistence farmers or small tourism operators turn their activities into more prosperous business. This is being done, among others, with the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. We have investment to improve productivities and working conditions in micro and small firms with the ILO's Sustaining Competitive and Responsible Enterprise project known as SCORE, which delivers delivers information and services to MSMEs, including on COVID-specific occupational safety and health training, on business continuity planning, on entrepreneurship support, on dialogues between managers and workers, and on delivering services and product online. The UNCTAD provide technical support to women, micro and small enterprises. It also, UNCTAD, UNECA, the World Trade Organization are providing assistance to address trade challenges and facilitate trade flow. Finally, as a last example, but this is just a list of possible examples, we have had quite a few support on developing e-commerce and digital solutions to allow secure access to services during the crisis to vulnerable groups, and in this working with medium and small enterprises. So I invite you all after today, or even during today, to discuss and to look at the UN Cooperation Framework for your nations, as well as its COVID-19 socioeconomic recovery response plan. You will find in them direction on what the UN does that can help further support the resilience and development of MSMEs. In each nation, you have a UN resident coordinator's office, which you can then contact to get more information on the integrated support the UN provide for the sustainable development of your nation, including enriching Sustainable Development Goal number 9, which is to be a resilient infrastructure, promote inclusiveness and sustainable industrialization and foster innovation. I wish you all a very rich and interesting exchange today, which I'm very much looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valavier, for highlighting the importance of UN, its networking, and the various programs with regards to SMEs and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of this official function. To follow, after this, we have 2 sessions by eminent panelists. I just have some announcement for the afternoon session. The session which will start at 15:30 will start at 15:45. And then the cocktail will be held at 19 hours. Since work will be finishing a bit late in the afternoon, the cocktail will be at 19 hours. For the time being, I'll invite you for a cup of tea or coffee outside. We'll be back here after 15 minutes exactly. We are a bit behind schedule. We'll start 15 minutes afterwards. Thank you. See you afterwards. Yeah, thank you. It's time to start. Nobody's here. Okay. Okay, I've told them to come inside because we are already behind schedule. From here now. Yeah. Vamos commencer. Start. Online, people watching online. They're watching. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome again. Welcome to those who have just joined us. And welcome back to the others also. Allow me to remind you that the main objective of this morning's session is to allow high-level representatives from the public and private sector to share their experience on the impact of COVID-19 on SMEs in Southern Africa. In this context, we will have our first session on the impact of COVID-19 on SMEs in Southern Africa and the way forward. This session will be moderated by Mrs. Olianka Bandele, Chief Inclusive Industrialization Section, UNECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa. Ms. Bandele has a very strong background in economics and trade. Before joining UNECA, she spent almost 11 years at the Commonwealth Secretariat. I will now invite Ms. Bandele to take over the session. She'll be the moderator to the other panelists. Over to you, Mrs. Bandele.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. MC. I really appreciate your interventions this morning. Welcome to everybody in the room. As I was introduced, my name is Olayinka Bandele, and I'm happy to be with you this morning. So just going to start with some protocol introductions. I don't know if everybody is in the room, but I will mention all the names because we had them from this morning. So Your Excellency, Honorable Someduf Bula, the Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives of the Republic of Mauritius. Mrs. Bibi Fatwa Abdul Rahman Ahmed, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, Mauritius. All the excellencies present invited. Of course, the Director of the Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa and my boss at UNECA, Mrs. Eunice Kamwendo, who was with us virtually this morning. Mr. Peter Vandal, who was also with us earlier this morning, the CEO of the SADC Business Council. And for the private sector representatives in the room, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. And that goes for my panelists as well. We don't necessarily need to go through the full list when you're introduced, I'll just say that. So we're here for a roundtable discussion, which will focus on the impact of COVID-19 on MSMEs in Southern Africa and looking at the way forward. It's really hoped that our discussions this morning will be interactive, that we will focus on the domestic and regional economic recovery strategies that will be possible in building back better. And we're also going to be looking at what the flanking measures and strategies can be for deploying support to MSMEs to navigate this new terrain of uncertainty held in by the COVID-19 pandemic. One of those approaches are likely to comprise demonstrating how particular value chains can make the most of the region's comparative advantages. And our panelists will be interrogating that and other issues this morning to see how we can build back better for the future. Now, I have distinguished panelists with me at the table that will be making presentations, and we also have a colleague who will be joining us virtually in making her presentation to you this morning. So without further ado, what I'd like to do is just briefly introduce the panelists. When they're due to speak, I will give you their bio and background so you know a little bit more about them. Each panelist will have approximately 7 or 8 minutes to make their intervention. And then what I hope for is that we will be able to open up for an interactive discussion of about 20-25 minutes or so, depending on how we get on. So let me start by introducing Ms. Madalitso Kazembe, the Vice Chairperson of the SADC Business Council, to my left. To my far right, we have Mrs. Shipra Chisa, who is the President of the African Women in Business and also former President and co-founder of the SADC Women in Business, to my far right. And then to my immediate right, we have Mr. Karim Hassan, who is the Executive Director of EXWA, or ESCWA is the acronym, the Technology Center for Development. And online, we are happy and excited to be joined by Mrs. Teresa Moreira, who is the head of the Competition and Consumer Policies section and acting director of the Division of International Trading, Goods and Services and Commodities at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development in Geneva. That's UNCTAD. So I'm going to start by just introducing the first presenter, the first panelist, who what we've decided to do is just allow each panelist to talk to a particular set of issues so that we get as much information as possible across the range of discussion. And I will introduce Ms. Madalitso Kazembe, who, as I said, is the Vice Chairperson of the SADC Business Council, and she has over 15 years of experience in macro fiscal policy analysis, financial sector and capital markets development. Madalitso holds a master's in economics and a graduate certificate in capital markets development from George Washington University. I won't give you the entire bio because we are running short on time, but I'd like to hand you over to Ms. Madalitso Kazembe, who will be talking on the overview of the impact of MSMEs in Southern Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Moderator Oyalinka. Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to give you an overview of the impact that COVID-19 has had on micro, small, medium enterprises in Southern Africa. So we all know that the pandemic has wreaked havoc across the globe, from Africa to Europe to the Americas. It's wreaked havoc everywhere. and it has affected a lot of livelihoods in many countries, and Southern Africa hasn't been spared. Particularly the micro, small, medium enterprises, the SMEs, have been affected heavily by the pandemic. Most of the measures that have been put in place by government have not really worked in most of the countries, possibly because of the way they have been implemented. The other issue that the other reason that SMEs and micro, small, medium enterprises have been heavily affected is because of the restrictions that have been put in place to reduce the impact of the pandemic on us as humans. So when you look at the lockdowns, the confinement, the travel restrictions, vaccination requirements, all these affected negatively on the businesses of SMEs. Particularly, especially when the pandemic also had to force us to go into confinement. That meant no one was there to work, or half of the workforce had to go and be confined in their homes. So this affected the productivity of most of these SMEs. And so we all know that most SMEs are vulnerable to shocks. They don't have enough investment that can hold them through when there are pandemics like these ones. So the impact has been severe on MSMEs. And most physical contact sectors like tourism, trade, and services have been significantly affected because they require interaction between people. So without that, during the pandemic, it affected the businesses of most of the MSMEs. I'll just give you a bit of context in terms of how there have been, the MSMEs have been affected by the pandemic. For instance, in South Africa, the Republic of South Africa, about 70% of the SMEs economic activity is in the service sector. And within that, there is trade and accommodation activities, which account for more than 40% of the total number of SMEs. You have community, social, and personal services, which account for at least 13% of SMEs, and financial and business services as well, which account for about 13%. And so you can see that most of the SMEs are in activities that require physical contact. And with the pandemic, which actually requires us to have social distance, it has had a big impact on these MSMEs and the SMEs as well. In Malawi, I'll just also give you an example of how we are in terms of population. The macro, small, and medium enterprises have about 758,000 businesses, small business owners in the country. And the population of the country is about 9 million. So of the 758,000 small business owners in the country, they also have workforce, which is about 1 to 4 people working for them. So you can imagine the spiral effect of the pandemic on such small businesses. It was very brutal. And having SMEs that generate more than $2 billion US, it had an effect on the total productivity of the economy, because also more than 80% of those employed in the MSMEs are actually from the micro enterprises and not necessarily from the SMEs, because you have the micro and then you have the SMEs as well. And 80% of them are actually coming from the micro, which most of them are in the informal sector as well. So the impact has been very hard on them. Now, just to talk more broadly on how they have actually fared, due to the limited access to the financial access, and cost of finance also is a big problem, and government support measures, most of the MSMEs actually did not fare well with the COVID-19 restrictions and pandemic. The International Trade Center actually reports that in Africa, 2 out of 3 businesses have been strongly affected by the pandemic. And I think the Malawi case actually gives you a bit of light in terms of how these MSMEs have been affected in Southern Africa. And for smaller businesses, including the cross-border women, many have filed for bankruptcy, or they faced costly credit bills and they couldn't stay afloat. Smaller firms and those operating in the informal sector they were the worst affected on the whole, because most of the countries, the government interventions really focus on the formal sector. And for them to reach the informal sector, it was hard. For some countries, their main interest was trying to bring now the informal sector, which is a large sector, to be more formalized. And that really did not have the required impact that we expected from the support from government. And so many missed on these support measures, such as wage subsidies, tax relief, because taxes, you have to be in the formal sector for you to have tax relief. So it really finds its way into the informal sector. So as I said, I really have to promote SADC Business Council in terms of what it is doing. As Malawi, we are currently the chair now. We were the vice chair, but now we are the chair of the SADC Business Council. So I just want to give you some highlights in terms of what the SADC Business Council is doing in this space, especially in the COVID-19 sector. So what SADC Business Council is currently doing some work with its key stakeholders to identify a business position in the SADC within the key economic recovery sectors. So particularly, we are looking at the infrastructure, the construction opportunities, as well as the major projects that have been stalled because of the COVID pandemic. We are also going to be looking into the agriculture and the agriculture value chains. Most countries in Southern Africa are into agriculture. Some of them 80% of the workforce is in agriculture, others are 60%, 75%. So agriculture sector could not be left behind. We're also looking into the digital space, because I think COVID-19 has shown us that without us investing in digitization, we are going to be left behind. The social distance that we've been having has forced us to work on our digital infrastructure so that we are up to date, so that we are more linked with the outside community, but even within our own countries, we have to be digitally connected if we are going to be resilient in the pandemic era. And also we are looking at the health and pharmaceuticals. Obviously, the pandemic needed us to find ways on how we can survive during this time. So health is a priority right now. And we're also looking at tourism, which was heavily affected by the pandemic. We're also looking at mining with a strong focus on copper and cobalt, logistics and transportation. And lastly, and most important, we are not forgetting the energy sector, including the green and gas economies within SADC. I think I'll stop here in terms of the overview of the impact of COVID pandemic in Southern Africa, and I'll leave it to our moderator to continue with our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Madalitso, for that very informative presentation on what's happening in the region. I'm sure a lot of the comments and the perspectives that you shared will be taken up during the discussion. And also thank you very much for keeping to time. You were exactly on 8 minutes. I'm going to now invite a colleague and excellent person to be able to talk on the issues of the impact on women in Africa and Southern Africa in particular. And that is Mrs. Shipra Shiza, who is, as I said, the president of African Women in Business and the former president and co-founder of the SADC Women in Business. Shipra, I hope you'll give me a minute to just give a little bit of your bio. I know you're there standing ready. As I said, as the president of AWIB, which assists women with access to trade and investment in 8 priority sectors, the organization is currently looking at how women entrepreneurs will benefit from the implementation of the AFCFTA. Shipra is a development expert and social entrepreneur and a member of the SADC non-tariff barriers and trade facilitation working committee and steering committee member of Trade Forward Southern Africa. Chisa, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olayinka.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk to the impact of COVID-19 to women-led businesses. And although COVID-19 pandemic is evident around the world, the severity is most felt in developing countries with respect to the economy. Coronavirus did not only widen for us the gap that already existed and the gap between men and women, but brought about a lot of hurdles for our women, which include but not limited to skills gap, information, access to finance, and control on assets that could be used to obtain the needed funding. Over 90% of MSMEs in sub-Saharan Africa faced tough economic hardships. I think it was mentioned by the previous speaker during the COVID-19 pandemic. However, it was clearly visible that women-led businesses were the most impacted with great degree of loss in revenue due to informal nature of their enterprises. The women-led businesses that suffered heavy losses were mainly in the hospitality, education, trade, construction, and manufacturing sectors, a resultant effect of not being able to secure new orders and inputs because of COVID-induced lockdown and measures. I think that was mentioned as well. And due to loss of revenue, the lack of access to other forms of funding, many of these businesses are finding it difficult to take up opportunities of COVID-19. Now, what is the current status in our region? According to the SADC industrialization plan, which Peter mentioned earlier, there should be a number of industrialization-related enabling requirements cutting across the economic and social sectors. The notable ones should be the participation of women, youth, and people with disability. And we were happy to see the cross-cutting pillar added to the pillars of the SADC industrialization strategic plan, financing and ownership, macroeconomic environment, environmental sustainability, and communication. That will help maximize the benefits from industrialization and identification with the strategy. Now, the strategic plan is meant to help increase the participation of women in industrial development through active participation of women in the national, regional value chains, whether at ownership, management, or employee level, with the first phase that was in 2019 to 2020, and the second phase that is 2021 to 2030 and 2063 beyond 2030. Also, since January 2021, we were happy to see the new cooperative for enhancement of SADC regional economic integration, CESARI, aimed to increase women-owned businesses and female entrepreneurs' participation in value addition for selected regional value chains as part of the measurement to boost this industrialization and women's economic empowerment. This project seeks to enhance business and product development skills for female entrepreneurs, as well as their financial inclusion. What are the challenges that we saw that women faced during this time? As it was mentioned, during COVID-19 pandemic, we saw most women-led businesses shutting down due to lack of operational costs or due to lack of cash flow, hence a drop in demand for goods produced or services rendered, as well as the reduction in opportunities for them to meet their new customers. With restrictive lockdowns measures enforced in the region, procurement of raw material required for production became difficult, just as logistics and shipping of products became restricted. Since women play a pivotal role in hospitality sector, their businesses suffered from closure of tourist sites, hotels, theaters due to travel bans and restrictions of movement. Now, despite plausible efforts from government to introduce credit guarantee schemes and emergency funds to cushion the effect of the pandemic on businesses, we saw that women-led businesses in the region have faced serious difficulties in accessing these. This is largely, for example, due to inability of these entrepreneurs to meet the bank's risk credit criteria and as outlined by the Treasury and also by the Reserve Bank of South Africa. This drawback is a major reason why only less than 20% of the $34 million that was allocated to the South African Loan Guarantee Scheme has been given out to businesses, as 46% of those that applied did not meet the eligibility criteria. In addition, we also discovered that women were unable to access the loan products that were made available during the pandemic due to lack of awareness on the application process or some form of cumbersome application process. Now, what are the opportunities that lie ahead of us, from this aftermath? There are a number of opportunities that we saw, and some of those have been mentioned. Leveraging on technology, women-led businesses can adopt and use the use of hardware and software tools to reach out to new customers at lower cost. They can focus on important areas of competitiveness in their product value chains and operations. An example in South Africa is Taller Africa in Africa, which is an online platform that developed partnership with ICT Works. They offered African artisans and designers with a regional customer base access to a global market looking for diverse products in their portfolio. And currently they have 17 suppliers and more than 225 products for sale. Now, furthermore, adoption of a holistic and structured approach to minimize risk and increase market share by creating alternatives which can be leveraged upon to create new markets when need arise. They can take advantage of the introduction of tax relief and other forms of moratorium on debt repayments, simplification of the process of loan guarantees, which enables commercial banks to expand lending to MSMEs. This will strengthen the capacity and build back better and stronger. By and large, the adoption of sustainable production options that are environmentally friendly and cheaper will be very helpful in the long term. Women should also take advantage, I think it was mentioned this morning by Eunice, take advantage of the opportunities made available by the African Continental Free Trade Area to diversify the markets around the African continent through value addition and use of e-commerce platforms. Take advantage of the SDG 500 initiatives, which is collaboration of the UN agencies and private bodies to raise $500 million to support MSMEs led by women. And lastly, to stay at the forefront and to be relevant. Women-led businesses will need to be resilient and also to have innovative spirit. In conclusion, Chair, as we begin to leverage on the opportunities available to us post-COVID-19 to revive and reposition our businesses, we should also plan and strategize or maybe look at plans, ensure that plans and strategies that are sustainable and futuristic. The government should ensure that progress on elimination of gender inequalities by enacting policies that will serve as game changers to drive the needed growth in the sector managed or in sectors managed by women. With borders opening and uplifting of travel restrictions, the unprecedented policies of the FCFTA should be widely implemented to promote regional integration for women in trade. We must tap into opportunities presented by organizations such as TFSA, which is Trade Forward Southern Africa, the ATI, which is African Trade International, which do not only provide skills with regards to trade, but also help women to deal with the non-tariff barriers to trade, while helping them to gain access to the markets. And we commend the Business Council, the SADC Business Council, by forming a working group that will actually look at that. This is necessary to position women-led businesses in critical areas of the economy through education, policy, and innovation, and access to new markets. Now, to protect the African economy from losing a significant percentage of its GDP, which is generated by women-led businesses, government at all tiers in the SADC region must work with the private sector and development partners to ensure that all post-COVID-19 responses, all post-COVID-19 actions, all stimulus packages are gender sensitive. Now, not doing so will result to an extended period of lack of growth, economic slowdown, societal imbalances, and adverse effects that will impact our children, our youth, and even men in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shipra, for the wealth of information that you've shared with us this morning. And it's nice to see how you've tracked out what needs to take place in terms of supporting women's basically gender empowerment, so that women can take and continue to have that effective role within society. I think the issues that you've raised on how we build back longer and stronger are very pertinent, and I hope that we're going to pick up some of those points in the discussion. I'll certainly be prompting us to come back to those. I'm now going to turn over the floor to our virtual participant, who is Mrs. Teresa Moreira, the Head of Competition and Consumer Policies section at UNCTAD and also the acting director of the Division of International Trade in Goods and Services and Commodities. So I do hope that Ms. Moreira is ready to go. Yes, there she is. Welcome. I hope you can hear us. Oh, excellent. Excellent. And thank you for your patience as we get ready, as we got ready for this part of the session. Thank you very much. I'd like to just give the some of the bio of Mrs. Moreira. As I said, she is the head of Competition and Consumer Policies branch of UNCTAD. And also is a member of the board of the Portuguese Competition Authority between March 2003 to 2008, where she also served as Portugal's Director General and Deputy Director General for International Economic Relations, and has held senior positions as the former Directorate General for Competition. I would like to now hand over the floor to Mrs. Moreira, who is going to talk about key competition policy issues that arose as a consequence of COVID-19 and the implications for SMEs, and how can competition policy shape the future of MSMEs in recovering from COVID. So just handing over the floor to you, Mrs. Moreira. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I hope that you are hearing me well. Greetings from Geneva, and thank you very much to the colleagues from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa for this kind invitation. First, let me just say that UNCTAD is, like the Economic Commission for Africa, part of the United Nations Secretariat. We are, of course, in charge of trade and development, and we provide, in the cases of the areas that I directly oversee, namely competition law and policy, the largest intergovernmental forum for discussion on these issues, since UNCTAD has 195 member states, therefore being quasi-universal, as it was mentioned earlier this morning by the moderator talking about the UN. You may wonder how come competition law and policy can assist SMEs and MSMEs, especially to face the challenges brought about the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to briefly just tell you that UNCTAD is the guardian of the only internationally agreed instrument in this field, which I will just entitle the United Nations Set of Principles and Rules on Competition, which again is just a set of recommendations, so what we would consider a soft law instrument. But since its adoption in 1980, as along with other instruments implemented by other international organizations, has led developing countries across the world to understand that competition policy can be an important tool for inclusive economic growth and sustainable development. For this reason, we have seen a growing number of developing countries across the world to adopt competition law and policy, roughly 140 countries, most of them in the African continent, and also regional economic organizations have adopted competition provisions or committed to cooperate in this field at regional level. And here I would like to mention a number of regional economic organizations in the African continent, namely, of course, SADC, but also mention the potential, as other speakers highlighted, of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is still closing a competition protocol that will try to bring together all of these issues. Now, I'm mentioning this immediately because I think we, this morning, we have heard a lot about challenges, but also of opportunities. And from UNCTAD's point of view, there is huge potential in regional cooperation, namely in Southern African continent, but of course also at continental level, to use competition law and policy in this concrete case to support SMEs and MSMEs throughout this challenging period. We've heard from other speakers about the serious impact that SMEs suffered across the world, mostly in developing countries, and in this case, in the African continent, with a very significant impact on women and girls, especially on the economic and social consequences. I will share in the chat some of our recent research exactly on the COVID-19 impact in African least developed countries from a gender perspective. Now, how can competition law and policy support the resurgence and the recovery of SMEs? Through exceptional temporary agreements between competitors to face constraints, to enable supply of key consumer goods, but also to get raw materials and components in more favorable conditions, and to have access to digital platforms that have become really the way through for small companies, startups, individual entrepreneurs to get access to external bigger markets. So SMEs need to be aware and understand the benefits of competitive markets so that they can make the most out of disadvantages arrangements under the competition legal framework. And definitely there is an important role for competition authorities to provide MSMEs and SMEs specific guidance, or even advocate to governments more favorable arrangements, for instance, in the important area of public procurement, so that SMEs can have an opportunity to really flourish during this period and be ready for the post-COVID-19 pandemic period that I'm sure we are all very much looking forward. On the other hand, we have also identified that competition authorities and national or regional bodies in charge of SMEs support could work closer through further interagency cooperation, again, at national and regional levels. And finally, I would like to tell you that under the United Nations response to the COVID-19 pandemic, 5 projects were launched under our development account, one of them on SMEs resurgent that was already mentioned earlier, because the Economic Commission of Africa, of course, is a part of this. And under this project, we have developed a number of interesting activities. So first, a report on competition law and policy and SMEs that will be published soon, that includes a number of recommendations touching upon, I would just highlight 3 key issues. So access to finance and government support. Of course, the need for fairer and more transparent conditions of access of SMEs to digital markets, access to digital platforms, but also digital, financial, and marketing skills so that MSMEs and SMEs can really benefit from the opportunities provided by digitalization. And of course, increased interagency cooperation, as I mentioned already, both at national and regional levels. We also produced 3 national studies, one from Brazil, one on South Africa, that may be of interest to the participants, and on Thailand, trying to highlight specific features and gathering a number of findings and recommendations that we will be able to share very soon. Finally, we are currently closing on 2 remaining products, which are an online course on competition policy and SMEs to be shared through the competition authorities and SMEs bodies of all our member states. And we are completing also recommended practices to facilitate access by SMEs to digital platforms, which we hope will be of interest to all the participants. Therefore, I just wanted to mention that we will be sharing these products very soon as we are closing this development account SMEs Research and Technical Cooperation project. I hope this will be of interest to the participants and to most of our counterparts and member states. And finally, let me tell you that I prepared a very short presentation with a number of references that I've asked my colleague Aruna to later circulate so that you can have this information, and feel free to contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Moreira, for your intervention, your presentation. You mentioned a number of interesting elements there. Of particular interest was the information that you shared with us on the 140 countries that have adopted competition policies. And it would be quite evident that that should support MSMEs in terms of intermediate products into their production processes. I also think what you mentioned on procurement policies as being a useful anchor for MSMEs, if those policies are made flexible enough that MSMEs can actually apply and access those contracts. I think that's the added element that we need to interrogate further. I hope Mrs. Moreira will stay with us virtually for the discussion that will open up. So now we are going to turn to our last panelist to present for us. That's Mr. Karim Hassan, who is the Executive Director of ESCWA Technology Center for Development. And Mr. Hassan will be speaking on the role of technology and innovation, lessons from the Arab region in terms of how technology and innovation can shape the resilience of MSMEs going forward. I'll just give you a little bit of Mr. Hassan's bio. Before he joined ESCWA, he was the Director of Youth and Innovation Program at the Global Institute for Water, Environment and Health, Switzerland, and Managing Director of Bina Foundation in Egypt. So over to you, Karim, for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll be moving while I'm talking, so to give more energy to the room. I'll be talking here, presenting the Arab region, and part of the Arab region is North Africa. I'm Egyptian myself, so yeah, unfortunately we lost our match a couple of days ago, but yeah, it's fine. So supporting the entrepreneurial journey in the Arab region, it's a huge question we have nowadays, especially in the era of COVID. So I'll be talking about the challenges and actions we talking. So we will not just talk about the challenges and negative talks. We should have some positivity also as well. So we analyzed with the community of the Arab region of entrepreneurs, the journey of the entrepreneur. And we figured out this journey has 7 main steps. First of all, to understand the community demands, what we need in our community, what we need on the local, national, and regional levels, okay? And for these needs, what can we do for that? We needed to be inspired, to get new ideas, to get new concepts, to get exposed to what's available there in the world, and then transfer some of these ideas or technologies to the region. And then after getting inspired, you need to innovate something. You need to develop your solution. And this is also a big challenge in our region. There is a huge gap in turning ideas into solutions or prototypes. And then the 4th step, which is the business development step, which is very common in the entrepreneurship scene. Lots of incubators, lots of accelerators, okay? So if you have a prototype, if you have a product already, you know where to go. But before that, there is a huge gap. So the pre-incubation phase is huge. And then afterward, developing your business, having a business model, you need to register your business. You need to get a certificate to practice your business. And this is a big problem. In some businesses, it could take ages. Like for instance, in Sudan, it takes 35 days to establish your business. And there is not even a one-stop shop. So you have to run around the place. And in many countries also, even if they have less amount of procedures or less amount of days to register your business, but it requires lots of time to get the certificate. Or like for some countries in the region, if you, for instance, want to establish a landfill for waste, this could take 2 years to get a certificate or a license. So you will wait for 2 years until you get the license and then you register your business. So it's a crazy thing. And you have to do it physically in a COVID era, which is impossible in some cases. And then the sixth step, which is getting the business support and networking, the proper networking and access to people, access to markets, access to finance, and so on and so forth. And then afterward, scaling up on the national level, regional level, and international level. So these are the main 7 steps every successful entrepreneur go through them. And we need, our thoughts as Expo is how to facilitate this journey for entrepreneurs. If any of these steps is hardly to be implemented, so you will not reach to the peak. You will not have a startup that export its products over the globe. So how to fix these 7 steps? This is what we worked on with the community. We worked with several countries in the Arab region to develop solutions or to enhance the entire enabling environment. So we divided the 7 steps into 7 main projects or programs where we worked on. As Expo, we have existing, okay, it's cut in the screen, or in progress projects and future work that we are planning to implement in the next couple of years. For identifying the national demands, we established a series of challenges and opportunities workshops in several countries in the region, where we are listing all the challenges. We are bringing the people, the community, startups, business enablers, people from the government. We sit together, we brainstorm about the challenges and also brainstorm about the solutions and ideas for these challenges. And these give us a broad perspective about what we should do for the region. And then we have something we developed called Istimrar, Entrepreneurship, Science, Technology, and Innovation Multi-Modality Road Mapping for the Arab region. It's a toolbox we developed with the Cambridge University to help member states and to help SMEs to roadmap technologies. We have SDGs challenges. What are the technologies and solutions and ideas, entrepreneurial ideas that can tackle these challenges? What is the status now, what we need to do in the near future, and what we need to do on the long term? And then we have what we call the Arab Innovation Platform. It's a platform we developed with the Office of Information and Communication Technology at the UN to map the challenges in the region, restoring hope in the region after the several crises we have in the region and after the COVID crisis also as well. So we are gathering now information and ideas about how to restore hope for the region. And in the near future, we are working on developing national STI roadmaps for the several countries in the region, and we are preparing a regional map for industrial opportunities. So by this way, we identified the gaps, we identified the needs in the region, and then we are taking our entrepreneurs to the next level, which is getting inspired. We developed something called DR, which is an abbreviation for Driving Innovation in the Arab region, where we compiled several compendiums of technologies and business models. It's a summary of different appropriate technologies that can be implemented in the Arab region. The compendium of agriculture technologies, the compendium of renewable energy technologies, a compendium for water, sanitation, and hygiene technologies. And nowadays, we are working on a compendium of frontier technologies for agriculture and the compendium of immersive technologies. So all of these technologies are simplified and presented in a smart way that SMEs and entrepreneurs can absorb and implement in their communities. And also, what are the options and business models they can implement out of these technologies? Every technology has a set of business models that can be implemented. So we are compiling all of that to inspire future entrepreneurs in the region. And also, we are creating something called the MSMEs Idea Mine, compiling ideas from all over the globe to inspire entrepreneurs. So you can learn from these ideas, either to adapt them and implement in your community, or build on them or create something new. And then we are developing a series of technology and training workshops to be delivered across the region, either virtually or physically. Okay, so I'll try to do my best. And then we have the solutions and innovation. We are trying to connect the ecosystem and technology together by creating ecosystem maps in all over the region. Across 22 countries, we developed ecosystem maps for all the technologies we are working on. So to connect people and guide them to implement their ideas. Knowledge and innovation centers, we call them KICs for SDGs, to create new ideas that solve the problems of SDGs. And we are expanding these national KICs across the region. For the business development, we are creating an online accelerator for SMEs on a virtual platform. And also we created, in cooperation with the International Chamber of Commerce, what we call ICC Expo Center of Entrepreneurship, where we are giving training programs to establish new companies and also develop an e-commerce program across the region. We are developing an online full cycle Arabic training course that will be guiding incubators and also universities to establish entrepreneurial programs. Sorry if I took some time, but yeah, I'm just giving solutions. So the last couple of points. The fifth point, which is registration and e-registration, which is a very crucial thing to shift all the certification and registration of businesses to online. And we have a nice example actually from ECA, like Benin. They established a full 100% e-registration portal and system. So this facilitates registering a business and jumping into the market directly without the hesitation of going through long processes.
Kareem, I would ask you to just take a couple of points and not go through all of them. Thank you.
So the last couple of points, which is supporting and networking entrepreneurs, we are creating a virtual space to connect Arab SMEs all together. And we are doing nowadays preparing for the Arab SMEs Summit. This will be in October, and it's an open invitation to all of you to attend this event. It will be in Jordan at the Dead Sea, where we will gather representatives from all over the region, and also from all over the globe, business leaders and SMEs. They will present their ideas, exhibit their businesses, and we will exchange about how we can develop these SMEs and scale them up globally. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking more time than expected, but I wanted to give some positive vibes to the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kareem. I could see that you were in a good flow, and you've shared a lot of information in terms of solutions, not just what's happening in the region, as many of the panelists have looked at the solution side. Just to say that for the presentations that have been prepared, those will be circulated to all of the delegates. And so there'll be more opportunity to interrogate the information that's been shared in this quite short space of time. I did want to give us enough space to have an interactive discussion. I have on the program that we have 17 minutes, but I'm asking for a little bit extra because I don't know how the time has shifted, but I think if we go to maybe 10 past 12, that should be okay. But let's see how we get on. So I would now like to open the floor for a discussion focusing on the points that were presented, of course, but you will have your own experiences that will add to the discussion. And this is the opportunity for us to now interrogate some of the issues that were raised. And we're really looking to be solution orientated as we share those experiences. So if we have any delegates ready to come in with a question or even an observation, Yes, if when I indicate to you, if you could just give us your name and institution, that would be helpful. Gentleman on the left, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Girish from Economic Development Board, Mauritius. Thank you to all the intervenants for their brilliant expose. And I've no doubt we are all convinced with regards to regional trade and to have more collaboration among each other. My first point that I wish to raise is with regards to the production that we are talking, the value chain that we want to create. Are we manufacturing for the market, or rather, like was explained by Karim, we need to understand the needs of the market so that you manufacture what the market is looking for. And from that, there is one of the weaknesses we're having in collecting the necessary market intelligence to know what the market is looking. And from that perspective, I wish to know from SADC what setup is being made with regards to that. I must say during the period of COVID, if we see during the period of this COVID era, the imports that we are having from other continents to products that are very relevant to us, I'm not talking protective masks, take medical masks, for examples, that has got certain specification that could have manufactured from countries in the regions here. We suffer to get this sort of intelligence. And coming to what one moment was mentioned by one of the intervenants with regards to giving some preferences to the SMEs of the regions in order to purchase from them, to source from them. At one moment, SADC in their protocol do make mention about preferential procurement for MSMEs, okay? How this setup is being put in implementation, that's where the challenge is. And obviously, in all the challenges, when women entrepreneurs grow, the family, the country prosper, okay? And I believe on this, a number of collaboration is required, how to build that particular supply chain through collaboration. So what could be sourced, collaborated to make one product in that perspective? Obviously, I'm talking from the perspective of Made for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very full question. Can I just, but it was more than a question, it was a question and perspective, and that was really very useful. Could I just ask for your name again? I didn't actually catch your name. Girish. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Girish. We also have another question. We'll take a few questions and then we'll open it up to the panelists. Tulo, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Tulo Makwati. I'm the coordinator for the SADC Business Council. So I have one or two questions, and some of my points are basically recommendations. I think for me, it has been quite clear from most of the presenters here that SMMEs are struggling. And the dominant point was the issue of digitalization, how SMMEs can benefit from digitalization. But when we look at where SMMEs are coming from, most of them, they're coming from a background where they don't even afford the cost of digitalizing or being part of digital platforms. I'll give you an example. If you're a small SMME and you want to sell your products online, for example, to subscribe to Google Ads, you are looking at paying close to 10,000 Rand a month based on the number of clicks on your website. And 10,000 Rand, where we come from for an SMME, is a lot of money. So these are things that we need to start discussing. The platforms are there, but do SMMEs manage to be part of those platforms, to use those platforms? I think from a policy perspective, we need to start thinking of how we help SMMEs. Are we talking about exemptions until SMMEs get to a certain point where they're able to pay, they get exempted for a certain time while they're still growing? Are we talking about developing local platforms which they can use, which are basically cheaper? So these are just ideas, but my point is we need to come up with interventions that support SMMEs. I think at the moment we don't have those interventions. The platforms are there, but SMMEs, most of them, they don't afford. So we need to start thinking along those lines. My second contribution, I think it from Madalitza. In your presentation, you did mention that in Malawi, the government came up with different measures to support SMMEs during the COVID pandemic. But what was not clear for me is the type of interventions that the government had put in place and why they'd failed. It goes back to Shipra's presentation also. She mentioned that in South Africa, government came up with, I'll check here. There was some intervention, is it financial guarantee or something like that in South Africa, but it didn't work because most of the companies could not afford to align with the recommendations or the measures that were put in place. So again, that tells you that there was no consultation that was done for SMMEs because you have the guidelines that says you want to support SMMEs, but most of the SMMEs that you're trying to improve cannot meet those guidelines. So there's a gap, there's no linkage between SMMEs and the policymakers. So again, I think that's another space that we need to close. And as SADC Business Council, hence we are now talking about forming the SMME structure where SMMEs in the region can now then gather together in order to influence policy at a regional level in order to address such issues. And one of the...
Sorry, too low. You know what I'm going to say. You could sit there and talk at length, and that's great. And I know that many of us can do that, but we need to share the space because we only have 10 minutes, I've been told. Thank you so much, but we're going to keep going with the discussion during lunch, during dinner, during every opportunity to hammer some of these issues. I want to give the panelists a chance to come in, and if we're quick enough, we might be able to come back to the floor, but I need to respect the time because we are behind. So panelists, you caught the questions. If you need anything, I'm here. I also have something to say, but I'm going to give the floor to you first, and I'm going to start with Madalitza, and then I'll go to you, Shipra. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I'll start with Girish's question, and he had some observations also, which were are very beneficial, but I'd like to just respond on regional trade and regional collaboration. That is very critical. I do agree with that. And there's critical need for us to make sure that this regional collaboration is, we should make sure that the regional integration should be at a key priority for us as SADC. And one of the things that the SADC Business Council is doing is that it has introduced what it's calling a portal, a SADC Business Council trade portal. So on this trade portal, any member, anyone, in fact, any business person can log into that portal, put an issue that they're facing as they trade within the region. They're meeting bottlenecks along the way, whether along the corridors, they can add that issue there, and it has to be addressed. It would be addressed if SADC has seen that issue and it links across the region, because they are more like our mother body, who make sure that they're linking all the countries within the region. If there are challenges that people are facing, business people are facing when they're doing trade across the region, we are expecting them to address those challenges for us, whether they interact with the government of the other country or whether they have the ability to address them themselves, then that would be good for us. So we are actually looking towards the Business Council to make sure that most of the issues that are faced when we're doing regional trade, most of them are addressed, especially the bottlenecks that are faced. But when it comes also to the linkages and the trade across the region, as Tulo, you touched a very important point when you talked about digitization, because right now restrictions are still in place. You find that if a business person, most of them, they use the physical borders, they travel through road transportation to go into the other country for trade. But now with COVID-19 restrictions, for instance, in Malawi, no one is able to go through bus and pass the border into Mozambique and go forward into South Africa, perhaps. And vice versa, no one can move from Mozambique to Malawi using a bus to come there because of the restrictions, but cargo is able to pass through the borders. So people are still able to trade, But the difficult part is that you have to buy things online. And for those that are micro SMEs, that is a very hard thing for them to do, because initially they would just cross the border and they didn't even need a passport. They would have a one-day pass. They'll go into Mozambique. One-day pass, they're into Tanzania. But this has been restricted, and this is a big challenge and something that we as a region, we need to start looking at in terms of how do we incentivize, how do we improve trade, especially for the MSMEs.
Thank you, Madalitso, and I do apologize that I have to put you under pressure.
Thank you. I'll touch on 2 points quickly. The one that was mentioned by Jerish, and he mentioned preferential procurement. And I think what are the examples that are there for preferential procurement? And in particular, I think I'll talk just briefly about in South Africa, women preferential procurement. And there was a program that was implemented recently that is called WICONA, that is the Women Economic Assembly, to ensure that women have access to about 30% of preferential procurement. And this was linked to GBV, gender-based violence, that we needed to ensure that women are economically empowered to make different decisions when they're faced with gender-based violence, and hence this was launched. But programs such as those, and again, we look at the Business Council to look at programs such as those at a national level, not just at a country level. And also just to touch on one other point that Tulo mentioned about SMEs and access for SMEs. I mean, we saw during hard lockdown in countries where SMEs have opportunities to do, as Jerish was mentioning, masks. But the process of that and the process of procurement was you have to email or fax forms so that you can be able to be allocated that or to be given that tender, which SMEs were struggling to do, and the cost of doing that was impossible. So once again, I think there's a process for the Business Council to look at a national level. And lastly, again, just Tulo mentioned the process of when government offered these opportunities, that the government need to make sure that the intended beneficiary and the opportunities that are presented reach the actual intended beneficiaries. So there's a need to understand what is required and how can that be implemented.
Thank you so much, Shipra. I want to give Kazim an opportunity to actually say something as well, if you could.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I'd like to comment on supporting the unprivileged MSMEs. Like they cannot digitize their business or reach people online, or they don't even have access to internet. So actually, one of the solutions for this issue is clustering SMEs or MSMEs, like compiling a group of businesses, and then we have a smart person or someone who has access to internet or can deal with this kind of issues, and then he or she can create an online store or something like that to sell these kind of products. And there are tremendous amount of examples for this case. So grouping SMEs or clustering SMEs or helping them somehow to connect with an existing marketplace or platform, that could be helpful for them. So they shouldn't run their business online by themselves, but someone can carry it on for them. I think this could be a solution for that.
Thank you very much, Kazim, for that point. It's a very good point that you make. And there's some work that we're trying to progress at UNECA in that regard. So watch this space under the UNDA 13th tranche project. Right, we don't have a lot of time. We have 1 minute to go. I just want to make one observation. There's so much that could be said, but there's one thing that I would like us to recognize, interrogate, discuss, whatever you would like to put it. This whole issue of putting in place policies and strategies to support MSMEs using frameworks that we know do not work for MSMEs. Really, we need advocacy around our governments to stop doing policies like loan guarantee funds. You know, there was the point that Shipra made about only 20% of the women were able to access these loan guarantee funds that were put in place to support during COVID-19. We have so much evidence that loan guarantee funds do not work. We have these pots of money that we create and we make a big story about how this is going to support MSMEs. They don't work because we're using infrastructure, we're using the banking system as an interface to deliver a product, not recognizing that the banking infrastructure is a very conservative, risk-averse infrastructure. Even if you want to have some kind of guarantee fund or some kind of credit facility, there are other interlocutors that government needs to consider using because loan guarantee funds do not work. That's proven. And also the criteria that we're asking these MSMEs to prove their creditworthiness. We know that a lot of that criteria is not fit for purpose. So there's some advocacy work that we need to do. Yes, create the product, but use the infrastructure that is fit for purpose. And let's stop this merry-go-round decade after decade with products that do not work. So that's my only contribution at this point. I want to turn over the floor to the next part of the session, which is going to be chaired by my colleague Aruna. We are short on time. Let's just keep the conversation going at break, at lunch, during our reception later on. Thank you very much to the panelists once again.
Thank you, Ms. Odinkia, for steering very perfectly this session. I think there's a lot of passion when we talk about SMEs and Africa. We should keep this fire burning. Ladies and gentlemen, the second part of this morning session is devoted to the impact of COVID-19 on MSMEs in Southern Africa, country-level experiences and the way forward under the AFCTA. The session will be moderated by Ms. Aruna Bulaki. She needs no presentation. I think she's the Economic Affairs Officer of the Sub-Regional Initiative section of UNECA. She has worked for 14 years in the area of research, economic research, policy analysis, and program management. She holds an advanced degrees in economics and economics of competition law from the University of Cambridge. She has specialized in international trade. Above all, I have to point out that she has been the key figure behind the effective realization of this event. Over now to you, Ms. Bulaki, for this session, and then to close.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I on? Yes, good morning, good afternoon, all delegates. I would like to invite the panelists to join me at the table. We have, for this second round table discussions, let me see whether we are all here. Mrs. Rahman Ahmed is here. Mr. Dlamini will join us from Eswatini virtually. Ms. Joaquina Gumeta, yes. Mr. Moto and Gambi, please, can you join us? And then we have Ms. Kazembe sitting right next to me. So we'll start very shortly. Thank you. Okay, do we have Mr. Francis Mangeni online, please? He's joining us from the AFCFTA Secretariat in Ghana. Let me see whether Mr. Mangeni is online. I don't believe he is, but perhaps he will join us shortly. So since we are running a bit out of time, as is usually the case in those kind of events, let us go straight to business. Thank you everybody for being here with us. As Mr. Dumon has said, my name is Bineswari Bolaki. I am an Economic Affairs Officer with a sub-regional office for Southern Africa of ECA based in Lusaka, Zambia. So this morning we started out, this seminar kind of looking at issues about the impact of COVID on MSMEs, taking a broader lens, looking at the issues from an international angle. And we were very happy to have with us our collaborating partners from UNCTAD and Expo. Just to say that currently at the United Nations, since 2020, the United Nations system had put together a project, a technical assistance project called the Global SME Search Project, coordinated by our colleagues in UNCTAD, and in which all the regional economic commissions of the UN have participated, including ECA for Africa, ESCWA for the Arab states, ECLAC in Latin America and the Caribbean, ESCAP from Asia Pacific and region, where really collectively as one UN, we had tried to come up very quickly with activities to support MSMEs as they were bearing the brunt of the impact of COVID. So today's seminar is one activity that was planned within this project implemented by ECA in Southern Africa. And in this session, we would like to hear from our countries in the Southern African states, among our Southern African member states, what has been the impact of COVID on your MSMEs, what kind of mitigating measures have been put in place by the government, how these measures work or not, what has been the role of the private sector, and really to hear from you what is the way forward for MSMEs in the Southern African region. And I think from what we have been hearing this morning, we really need to start thinking, our colleagues from the SADC Business Council is here, as to whether there is a need in Southern Africa to promote more collaboration among our Southern African MSMEs, to come together on a common platform and share experiences and best practices. Maybe is there a need for an MSME working group under the aegis of the SADC Business Council, but how can we promote a regional approach towards MSME development in Southern Africa, especially in the context of the AFCFTA, as we are coming up with a clear message that we need to strengthen the resilience of MSMEs in Southern Africa and Africa, give them the means to grow and survive and develop so that they can take advantage of all those regional and global international trade agreements. So we have with us today a very exciting panel, and we would like to welcome Mrs. Bibi Fatma Abdul Rahman Ahmed, who is the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives of Mauritius. And if we are here today, it's very much thanks to Mrs. Rahman Ahmed. We were approached by the government of Mauritius to participate, to come up with this seminar at the margins of a Dubai Expo. Mrs. Rahman Ahmed will talk a bit about the case of Mauritius. Then we have Mr. Dlamini, who I hope is online, who will be joining us from Eswatini to talk about the case of Eswatini. We have with us Ms. Joaquina Gumeta, who is Director of IPME in Mozambique, the institute in Mozambique that handles MSME development issues. I have next to me Mr. Moto Ngambi, the Chief Executive Officer of Zambia Chamber of Small and Medium Business Associations. I have to my left Ms. Madalizo Kazembe, Vice Chairperson of SADC Business Council, who's also affiliated with the Malawi Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who will talk about the case of Malawi. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Abdul Rahman Ahmed to deliver her presentation. She has many years of experience in the public sector. She holds a Master's of Business Administration from the University of Mauritius, and she has been playing an instrumental role in advising the government of Mauritius on industrial policies and strategies for the manufacturing sector. So without further ado, over to you, Madam Permanent Secretary.
Thank you, Aruna. So Honorable Simil Dadbola, Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, His Excellency Lovemore Mazemo, Ambassador to the Embassy of Zimbabwe in UAE, distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I think it's nearly good afternoon. It is my immense pleasure to be in your midst today to share my views on this morning's topic, which is the impact of COVID-19 on MSMEs in Southern Africa, country-level experiences, and the way forward under the AFCFTA. On behalf of the Mauritian delegation, and in my personal name, I would like to thank the UNECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa and the Southern African Development Community Business Council for their invitation to participate in today's regional seminar, and in particular to Bineshwari Bulaki from UNECA and Mr. Peter Vandel, who is online from the SADC Business Council. I wish to congratulate UNECA and SADC Business Council for taking this bold initiative to organize this event, which provides a platform for member states to discuss and deliberate on such an important topic, a health crisis, which is plaguing the world economy, as well as having a bearing on the lives and livelihood of the people in the AFC-FTA region. This event is no doubt a first step towards realizing the pledge made during SADC Industrialization Week 2021 to have a coordinated region-wide approach to support the participation of MSMEs in regional value chains. On my side, I will try to provide as much insights as possible to help in the discussion. My presentation today will focus mainly on COVID-19 experience in Mauritius, impact and support measures, impact of COVID-19 on the manufacturing sector, including MSMEs, key lessons from the Mauritian experience, way forward for the AFC-FTA. Sorry. So I will introduce my island in a very snapshot. Mauritius is a small volcanic island located off the southeast coast of the African continent in the Indian Ocean. We have a rainbow nation with a multicultural population of 1.3 million inhabitants coexisting in peace and harmony. The Mauritian economy hinges on 5 pillars, namely tourism, ICT, BPO, financial services, manufacturing, and agriculture, sugar. At a time when COVID-19 was striking many countries and threatening to reach our shores, the Mauritian government came up with a series of proactive measures to protect our country, keep our people healthy, and be financially secure. Mauritius imposed its first lockdown on 20th March 2020 after some COVID-19 cases were reported. Owing to the prompt actions taken by government, contamination cases were fully contained by April 2020, and the lockdown ended on 30th May 2020. Mauritius was acclaimed, as you may know, by the international community for this remarkable achievement in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. Notwithstanding the fact, Mauritius even received the praise of the United Nations in the way it tackled the outbreak of the COVID-19 on the national front. The country has also scored a perfect 100 on the stringency index developed by the Oxford University, denoting the exemplary policy responses of the government towards managing the global health crisis, particularly through its early confinement decisions. How did we realize this remarkable achievement? Firstly, during the lockdown, a massive sensitization campaign, supplemented by strict legislations, was launched to create public awareness on the use of personal protective equipment, face masks, and sanitizers, as well as observance of stringent social distancing. The host of support measures that government came up with to ensure that the resilience of our economy pertain to introduction of the wage assistance scheme to alleviate the wage bill of the private sector and to safeguard employment. Setting up of a special relief program to mitigate any liquidity crunch of firms. Provision of dedicated freight schemes to encourage export of locally manufactured goods by air and sea. Then waiving of port charges for exports. Automatic extension of work permits for foreigners employed in our firms. Reduce interest rates for acquisition of machinery and equipment. rescheduling of rental payments of enterprises, and moratorium on repayment of existing loans. I will now move on to the next measure. During the pandemic, there was an urgent need to guarantee the provision of basic necessities and essential services to the population, as well as to maintain a minimum business continuity for the public as well as the private sectors through introduction in an alphabetical order strategy for shopping of basic necessities during the lockdown. For example, those having names, starting names A to F on Mondays and Thursdays, and so on. Distribution of food packs to families listed in the social register of Mauritius. Issuance of work access permits to allow the movement of people involved in the provision of essential services such as healthcare, food supply, port and airport related activities, and then adoption of work from home strategy. As a result of a resurgence of COVID-19 cases, a second lockdown was imposed from 10th March to 30th April 2021, with the adoption of a more flexible approach than the first confinement for allowing business continuity, which was characterized by the following: priority vaccination program for frontliners, other essential services, and employees in the export sector. Fast processing of work access permits to allow for quick resumption of economic activities. Classification of a special zoning of highly contaminated areas to contain the spread of the virus. For example, red zone was imposed for around 2 months. Reopening of borders as from the 1st of October 2021 to vaccinated foreigners. Now, before dwelling on the impact of COVID-19 on the manufacturing sector per se, allow me to give you an overview of the sector. Today, the manufacturing sector, including MSMEs, is one of the key engines of growth of the Mauritian economy, contributing to some 13.3% of the gross value added and accounting for some 17% of the total workforce. The manufacturing sector was mostly reliant on exports of textile and clothing. Over time, the sector has successfully diversified into sectors such as fish and fish preparations, jewelry, foodstuffs, chemicals, medical devices, precision engineering, and leather. The sector enjoys preferential market access to Africa through COMESA, SADC, AFCFTA, as well as Europe and USA through AGWA. Mauritius has recently ratified trade agreements with India and China. I would like to focus on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the Mauritian manufacturing sector. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in a complete lockdown in the country, led to production stoppages in enterprises. At the global level, as our main markets were also in a confinement stage, this impacted adversely on our export orders. In addition, the closing of borders caused significant disruptions in supply chain with regards to the import of raw materials and exports of goods. However, our economic operators were quick to react to the exigencies which crop up during the outbreak of the crisis and adjusted the production lines to manufacture items of sanitary importance, such as I mentioned, face masks, personal protective equipment, and sanitizers. Furthermore, e-commerce platforms were used extensively for online sale of products, and our trade promotion agencies resorted to online marketing tools such as virtual trade shows, B2B meetings, and other online marketing events such as export promotion activities. Our enterprises also step up their digital drive by engaging in the holding of digital fashion shows supplemented by 3D collections. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic was an opportunity for the sector to reinforce its import substitution strategy. Much emphasis was laid on the promotion of local production to ensure stable source of supply of basic commodity products such as flour, canned foodstuffs, edible oil, margarine, and hygienic items. On a general note, the overall effects on manufacturing output and export revenue have not been drastic. For 2020, we expected that exports revenue would fall by around 30%. However, the decrease was contained at only 11.7%. This in itself is a milestone. And here I would like to thank our Honorable Minister, who has been very supportive and very helpful in putting in place these measures. It is expected that for the year 2021, export would register a positive performance of around 14%. This laudable performance is mainly attributed to the introduction of the support measures and other response strategies adopted by government, coupled with the usual display of resilience and dynamism by our operators, as I mentioned previously. Allow me to share with you the key lessons drawn. It is important to have a strong manufacturing base capable of meeting domestic demand for basic commodities, particularly when faced with a situation where international borders are closed. Then, MSMEs are encouraged to engage in the production of fruits, vegetables, tea, poultry, dairy products in a bid to ensure food security. Then, effective distribution channels are essential to ensure the timely delivery of essential commodities to the population in a period of confinement. The availability of reliable digital infrastructure, including high-speed internet connectivity, is a prerequisite for the smooth operationalization of e-commerce platforms and holding of virtual export promotion events. At country level, it is important that ports and airports are operational to ensure uninterrupted market connectivity for sourcing of raw materials and export of goods. Issuance of work access permits to facilitate the mobility of workers to ensure business continuity, particularly in the provision of essential key services, is another important lessons learned. Finally, the availability of a versatile labor force who can easily adapt to new and changing market needs is a sine qua non condition for the new normal. So, what is the way forward? I must acknowledge that the economies of the AFCFTA region have been sharply affected by the pandemic as a result of public health restrictions, disruptions in global and regional supply chains, weak demand of goods, high cost of raw materials and freight, and increased absenteeism at firm level, since workers had to go into quarantine or to be self-isolated. These constraints are more or less similar to those I have mentioned in the case of Mauritius. I therefore suggest that a common strategy paper be charted out for the AFCFTA region, mapping the recommendations made in today's roundtable discussions. So on these notes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam PS, for your excellent presentation highlighting the case of Mauritius. And I think there was a key message there about how countries and domestic MSMEs can better withstand the effects of shocks if they are operating in an environment where there is a strong manufacturing base. I think, for instance, in 2020, UNECA did one of the first online surveys among African businesses to look at what was the immediate impact of COVID. And we know that many MSMEs were affected due to border closures, and also they were cut off from their international suppliers. And one mitigating measure was to try to switch to national suppliers or regional suppliers. And therefore, one key message that has come out of research is really how can we, as we move forward, how can the African region better leverage regional trade and the AFCFTA to build resilience among MSMEs, especially when a shock occurs and MSMEs find themselves cut off from their international suppliers and borders are closed. How quickly can they reorient production to meet local demand and regional demand? I think this is an important aspect. Very quickly now, we would like to go to our to Mr. Dlamini from Eswatini, joining us from Eswatini. Mr. Dlamini is well known within international circles. Mr. Dlamini is currently the director of MSMEs at the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade in the Kingdom of Eswatini. He joined the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini in 2004, and he has a vast years of experience working also as a senior trade policy analyst. And he has often been a resource person for many international and regional organizations, including UNECA and the World Trade Organization, SACU, SADC. He is a leading figure in the Southern African region, working on MSME issues and on trade. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Mluleki Dlamini to this panel, and over to you, sir, for your presentation, telling us about the experience of the Kingdom of Eswatini and what has been the impact on MSMEs. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator Aruna, and greetings to panelists, all protocol observed. Thank you very much for the introduction. Indeed, yes, it's an honor to be part of this engagement. Thank you so much, and also Mauritius for partnering with UNECA to organize this event. Mine will just to quickly look at the sector analysis and also business segmentation in terms of how the business is structured in Eswatini, the MSMEs, then focus on the impact and what government has done, and conclude with what needs to be done going forward regionally and also nationally. In terms of how our MSME is structured, we have businesses that are around 60,000 currently, and the majority of them are in the informal sector. As you can see, that 75% of these businesses are in the informal sector, with 25% currently being formalized. So basically, they also form a quota of the employment in terms of the labor force in the country. So basically, we are faced with the challenge of informality. So later on, you will see how it affects businesses in the event there is COVID. So basically, this is how the sector is structured. And where are they in terms of the business sector? Majority of the businesses are in the retail business with 39%. And also agriculture or farming. So basically, we are saying we're agro-based economy, but seemingly agriculture is not the leading sector in terms of how we should be conducting our business. So it needs we need more effort in terms of ensuring that the agriculture business leads in the business segmentation sector. So more of them, you see that some of them are in tourism, not much of those, construction and manufacturing, fourth than that. Then we also have, in terms of how the businesses have been affected, most of them, because they're in the retail sector, they've been affected by restricted trading hours, which basically saw some businesses trading even to the early afternoon hours, then closing, and also some on a rotational basis in terms of the number of days they would conduct the businesses. Some would not even operate at all because they were found to be the ones that have got a high risk of spreading the pandemic. And also, if you look at your informal economy, those were the ones that were the ones mainly affected in terms of their trading hours and trading days being reduced, and they couldn't continue with their activities for their livelihoods. In terms of businesses, those that continue to operate, there were additional costs because they had to now provide sanitizers for their clients and also for their workers as well, and also ensure that they've got visible social distancing mask for their clients, which basically was now an issue of compliance. If they were not found to be complying with those protocols, they were then fined very high fines. And also the issue of now having additional staff to come and ensure that the surfaces were frequently cleaned with sanitizers and all of those disinfection that had to be conducted. And in some instances, if there was the case, then that establishment would close and would then have to get health inspectors to ensure that it opens again after they've inspected. So that led to also decline in sales because also people were restricted from moving from their homes. We heard from Mauritius that some they were moving in alphabetical order. In our case, you would just move to the nearest town. They wouldn't allow you to move to the next town. So basically, there were checkpoints where they will stop people and say, no, you can use the facility in your own city. So if you did not comply as a businesses, there were heavy fines on non-compliance, which would result in some instances to closure of businesses. So the cross-border restrictions with the high cost of COVID-19 tests, so businesses were now requested to provide negative tests as they were conducting businesses, because these are mainly in the informal business, and they would want to cross the border to continue their trade in the neighboring states, Mozambique and South Africa. So basically this affected our businesses drastically. In terms of what we have done as government, we have established a micro, small and medium enterprises revolving fund for businesses that were affected by the pandemic. It has an interest of -2 prime, which is 5.5. It covers loss of stock of rentals if you had rental areas, and also labor cost. If you were not paying your salaries, you are able to then tap into this fund to get that relief. And also the informal traders revolving fund, traders COVID testing subsidy, it's at 80%, which we pay for the traders as they conduct their trade across borders. We also have under this one the informal traders revolving fund, which also assist the informal traders with capital to continue to conduct their cross-border trade. So also the guarantee scheme, we've now extended it to other non-banking financial institutions, and we've relaunched the export credit guarantee scheme. We've further eased restrictions by removing the curfew, and now normal operating hours have been restored because the focus now is on rolling out vaccination. Furthermore, government has introduced an online registration of companies and trading license applications and renewal, so they no longer need to come and queue to the offices, and that has reduced cost and also made the ease of doing business improve. In conclusion, colleagues, we need to explore digital trade. Colleagues in previous presentations have alluded to the fact that it might be costly for our MSMEs, but we need to explore how we have them on the platform. And also the issue of leverage on regional business linkages is one of those that we need to pursue. And also the issue of the business council in terms of development of strategies to address eventualities such as COVID needs to be done in this respect. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini, for this presentation done on time. And I think you ended on a on a very important note, outlining some key recommendations for the region, not only to explore digital trade, but also to better leverage on regional business linkages. And I think this brings us to this question of how indeed to promote collaboration among MSMEs in the region and how to create platforms where MSMEs can exchange experiences and practices and also identify opportunities for them to better integrate into regional value chains. But I think we will talk about this a bit more later. Without any more much ado, I will invite Ms. Joaquina Gumeta, sitting on my left, as the Director of IPME in Mozambique. Who the IPME stands for basically the National Institute for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises in Mozambique, to give us a short presentation on looking at the case of Mozambique, the impact of COVID, and some of the mitigating measures that government has put in place. And I think on a personal note, I think it will be interesting to also know how did COVID affect informal businesses, because we know that a large part of the business sector in Southern Africa is made up of informal MSMEs. So, and a lot of them would have been impacted. But then the thing with informal MSMEs is that many of them, they are not registered officially. So maybe this may have prevented them from accessing some of the government support measures. So we look forward to hearing a bit on this aspect as well, the impact of COVID on informal MSMEs. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. First, I'm so sorry with my pronunciation. My first and official language is Portuguese, but I will do the best for you get whole content what I present. It's great honor and pleasure to me to represent my country, Mozambique, on behalf of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, represented by Institute of SMEs Promotion. But before I go further, I would like to present Engineer Vitória Paulo. She is the chairwoman of Mozambique Commodity and Exchange. She is here in Dubai for the 2020 Dubai in-official Mozambican delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, my address is following the extraction. You see who we are, IPM, Mozambique SMEs profile, the quantitative impacts of COVID in Mozambique companies, mitigation action, partnership opportunity measures. IPM, oh, sorry. Yeah. We are the Mozambican National Institute for SMEs Promotion under the Ministry of Industry and Trade. We have the responsibility to implement the government strategy for SME development in Mozambique. That was approved in 2007 for 15 years. 2022 is the last year, and now we are doing it to consolidate the various studies, proposals, and measures to include in the new strategy. Now I will, and the impacts of COVID become one of the principal bases to do it this year. We are focused SMEs competitive development and partnership, and the state as facilitate and the district rural areas authority. What about Mozambique SMEs? In this slide, you can see in the universe, we have 90,304 companies, and we have in terms of 74% of micro companies, 1% medium companies, 19% small companies, and 1% large company. We refer companies who are resisted because we still have a lot of business in informal section. But with regards to employment contribution, we can see 76% contribution of large company is for a large company. 19 contribution is for small companies. 4% contribution is for medium companies, and 1% only of micro companies. With regards to DGP, you can see large companies contribute for DGP is 54%, small company 29%, medium companies 10%, and micro company only 7%. And about the quantitative impacts of COVID on SMEs, according to the National Statistic Institute survey 2020, the affected companies correspond to 90.4% of the total companies, and employees affected 3.3 million workers, equivalent to 89% of the total. The percentage of companies affected in the MSE sector is follow: 90.5% of small companies, 89.5% of media companies, respectively. To face COVID-19 pandemic, the company had negative impacts, namely 7.6% contract suspension, 4.5% contract rescission, 2.3% closing companies, and 3.9% suspense activities. In the main sectors that decrease, the main sectors that decrease are education, around 82%. Myself, as an example, I close my business in this area. Transport and storage, 7-8%. Other service, 53.7%, but whole of service are there in this month. We refer again to registered company. We still have a large business in informal sector. Mitigation action. We have a mitigation action from the private sector. The SME themselves introduced some strategic actions, such as the study made by National Association Companies Confederation, CTA, containing some proposal and suggestion for government support. The company also do the rotation of workers and reduce the working hours around 20.7%, and introduce the telework, but that only absorb 40.3%. From government, for better approach to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, there was a need for strategic approach in which the main interviews were one, financial schemes for SMEs that represented the public solution with low interest rate. Among this line, it's important to highlight the following. The National Investment Bank Credit Fund in amount around $24.8 million to support the companies to face COVID-19 pandemic. KPFW Bank credit line in amount around $7.6 million I made to cover part of the cash flow needs to add the fixed expense to SMEs. Employee program fund in amount around $27.5 million, which I need to finance young entrepreneurs and their companies to generate resilience and 50,000 jobs in 5 years. Other lines sustain the program to finance agriculture sector, trade promotion, promote commercial program to finance trade operation and industrial support fund to finance in the industry and sector. We also displayed to SMEs several training programs, workshop and exhibition held online and in person. Additionally, the government provided to SME facilities for the companies in terms of payment, social security commitment, and reduce the price of electricity use. To be a part of Expo 22 Dubai in this business forum, it is an opportunity for global, for any country. As a citizen, it is impossible to have a sustainable business development without contribution of others. Mozambique is an emerging economy rich in natural resources such as oil, gas, water, wood, and people aiming to create a business environment that allow to grow and the expansion of SMEs. I'm waiting for collaboration for all of you in finance, search, certification, packing, trade, fair, and incubation. Incubation in Mozambique is a part of government program designate one district and one small-scale industry, under which the platform for promotion, training, assistance for SMEs, business, intermediation, and technological demonstration were created. The current law in Mozambique of SMEs refer only to requirement of SMEs. In this moment, we are changing the law on the proposed national SME law, which is still being harmonized. It is foreseen that measure to MSE support in focus of business environment, namely differential treatment of SMEs in accessing to goods and the service market through the acquisition of goods and service by the states and other public legal entity. They could begin to have preference where the state and other public legal entities allocate at least 25% of their budget to the acquisition of goods and services to SMEs, the same percentage being applicable for public works contracts. Large companies in public works contract supply of goods and the provision of service to the state obtained through tender reserve at least 30% of the value of the contract to SMEs to be awarded with the provision of the successful tender. Large companies set a quote of the list 15% of their budget for the purchase of goods and services for SMEs. The large company may have to contribute to quantitative certification system by providing 1% of their budget for social and corporate responsibility for the quality certificates. That is some examples, not of how. I think I finished my presentation. That is our platform and the contacts we use to doing with SMEs. And in the name of Mozambique, in the name of IPEM, I'm saying now, thank you so much for your attention. Sorry with my language.
Muito obrigada, Miss Senhora Gumeta, and apologies, we didn't have interpretation, but I think it was excellent, and thank you for having been with us. Thank you very much. I think you've highlighted as well the range of government measures that have been put in place, and I think this has been common all over the world, that governments had to step up the plate and create all these mechanisms, all these funds to support MSMEs. But I think we all know that these are only stopgap measures. And in the African context, many governments are already suffering from higher levels of debt. Their fiscal space is becoming more and more restricted. In the case of your country, Mozambique, we know Mozambique is a large oil and gas dependent economy. So again, this brings us to the question of where do we move forward from this, and to make sure that the next time the crisis strikes, we find ourselves in a better place. And some of the key messages coming out of the research from UNICA and the UN is really in Southern Africa and in Africa for governments to step up efforts to diversify their economies, not being dependent, not putting all our eggs in the same basket. Because at the beginning of the crisis, we know that oil revenues were collapsing, export revenues were collapsing, and at a time when governments were having their fiscal space considerably constrained, at the same time, they had to be there to bail out MSMEs. So this is a critical situation, and we can only hope that the crisis will be brought to an end sooner rather than later. And in the case of Mauritius as well, we know that at the beginning, borders were closed, the lockdown measures were severe, but then tourism was heavily affected. And then as soon as the borders were open again and quarantine removed to try to attract tourists, COVID cases shot up. So I think one key lesson out of this whole crisis is really for all countries, especially in Africa, to really accelerate this industrialization process in the region and accelerate this process of economic diversification. I think diversification is the best antidote to any shock, and that hopefully will be one of the key messages. I would like now to invite Mr. Moto Ngambi, who comes from Zambia, to talk a bit about the case of Zambia. Mr. Moto Ngambi is the Chief Executive Officer of the Zambia Chamber of Small and Medium Business Associations. And we have noted that since August 2021, the new government in place in Zambia has now created a ministry focusing only on MSMEs. And this ministry hopefully will be working in closer collaboration with the Zambia Chamber of Small and Medium Business Associations going forward. Mr. Moto Ngambi is a holder of a master's degree in business administration and a master of science in project management. He's currently completing a doctorate in business administration with a focus on entrepreneurship. And he has been CEO of Zambia Chamber of Small and Business Association since 2017. And in this role, interacts closely with the government, sitting on several boards that support people that do business and want to create value for themselves and their families. So over to you, Mr. Moto Ngambi, to share insights with us from Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate and share our experiences. The last panel, discussed the issue of the credit guarantee scheme not working and all these other issues that if some of us commented, it would be career limiting as it were. Yeah. So, yes, my name is Moto Ngambi. I'm the CEO for the Zambia Chamber of Small and Medium Business Associations. And it's a scenario where we have business associations as a secretariat at the capital. And then we have district business associations in each and every district in the country. Before the politics changed, Zambia had 72 districts and we were present in 65 of them. And the politics changed a bit. We now have about 116, 118 districts, but we can't afford to recreate new structures in these other situations. So we've enjoyed almost a 90% footprint countrywide. Sorry, have I switched it off? Which one is the next one? Sorry. I'm pressing the, the green one, not the big one. Yeah, thanks. Yes, so with regard to the impact of COVID, each and everyone has been touched, affected directly or indirectly. And in the NGO world, there's also this issue of beneficiaries and those that are affected by virtue of relationships and so on. So one of the problems that we've had is that after COVID struck, the first thing that happened is most of our colleagues who were doing business no longer had the face-to-face touch in their businesses, and this made them lose the clientele. They lost, they couldn't buy and sell, and were grossly affected by COVID. The interesting was the government restrictions which came into play, where people couldn't travel, they couldn't associate, couldn't work on their stress levels by taking their drink at their favorite places and so on. And all these issues created problems and spiraled into other problems that came out. Then the business interruptions that came up again caused quite a bit of a stir. There was also job losses, lives were lost, obviously, which was quite unfortunate. It disturbed households and so on. So we had all those kind of effects. Then the collateral damage, of course, was within the businesses. Yeah, employees, employers, some lost their lives and so on. And by nature, most of our SMEs, as you know, they are sole traders, as it were. So every time you sit in an evaluation and ask, how's your composition? No, it's me, my husband, and what? And then when we're about to sell, then we bring in people and then we trade and so on and so on. So we don't have those type of structures. And in an African setup, again, even when you decide to formalize your business, bring in people, create a board and so on, the next thing you see is someone replicates your business and they have more cash. They can even run you out of your original business. So people are not so keen on partnerships and sharing a lot of their, trade secrets, as it were. Then the other thing that COVID ended up doing as impact was just to expose us to the mere fact that the health system was not carrying the informal sector. So if you are grounded, those that work would go to the clinics and so on. Those in the informal sector and the SME and stuff like that who do not pay to a pension scheme or subscribe to a pension scheme would be stuck and people were dying because they couldn't afford a $5 type of medical care. And that was quite unfortunate when those things happened. So the whole thing disturbed the commerce because others now couldn't pay, they couldn't be paid, they couldn't pay for anything else that they had to do. The informal sector was more hit because if you don't wake up and go into the field, then you're stuck. You won't generate any form of income to support your house, your household. So we had that kind of effect, which was quite traumatic. Then there's a need to keep the relevance, to follow the market. And if you don't change, if you don't evolve, if you don't start making calls, being on WhatsApp, putting your products online and so on, then you might miss the boat and won't generate income of any form of kind. So most businesses have ended up becoming a little bit more innovative by going online to sell their products. You'll find a lot of young ladies, students, girls, and so on. They do their tailoring and so on. You'll find they now have websites where they share what they can make for you and sell and so on. So now you don't need an office to generate an income. And this has been necessitated by the mere fact that people stayed in their houses for a long time and started thinking, not outside the box. Some got the box and actually threw it away and things like that. Then we also had an issue with our cross-border colleagues, those that go outside their confines to buy things and bring to sell to the locals and so on, and those that get their stuff and sell across. So we had an issue with regard to the cross-border businesses, because there came a time human beings were not allowed to crisscross except for goods and services as well. So that one made some people now know that, look, if I keep going to Botswana to buy things, I need to now create a scenario where I don't need to go there. I, just buy and think. So you have these online payment systems that have now become more prevalent, and they are being trusted. So people are now moving away from physically going to buy, and now they can make their payments and so on. Although, with the informal sector, they normally shy away from the banks because they think the bank is there to take their money and so on. So you deposit to make a payment. You don't, if you pay 10.5, it's not the 10.5 that reaches there. It will be less by all these administrative costs. So people prefer to travel, but it's the same thing because you still spend money to travel, lodging, and other things. The hospitality industry was also hit hard because that's where now people were restricted. So you can't sell your products. Those who were ordering beers and all these other things, they couldn't sell. So because they couldn't sell, they couldn't create value for their households. So that became a problem. So you found that the hotels, lodges, and all these other places were not having the traffic that they were used to. And when you're doing any form of business, you have other contractual obligations. So you need to get paid to also pay your suppliers and all these other things. So that commerce really halted and created big problems for these people. And then they had workers that had to be looked after, but we didn't have the resources to still pay people even when they're not working for you. So those created issues. So there were a lot of people laid off Some were laid off without consideration of their contractual obligations. If you have workers, you know, they'll get a small loan from the bank, and the bank is so strict. It expects it's 2,000 every month, regardless of a tsunami or anything. So you had those conversations where people were asked to consider how they are now going to mitigate that part, because people were not working, and that is what happened. So because the commerce almost halted, people lost orders, so others couldn't buy, others couldn't sell, and that had a ripple effect in the business cycle. Then the social system, like I said, also was stressed because people were now forced to sit in their homes. And then others were now realizing that they're not used to sitting with their wives for hours on end, which became a problem. They're in the house the whole day. Yes. And then, of course, households were affected, budgets were also affected. We had situations now where paychecks were not coming in. The 13th check was not coming in because of all these things. And that's when you realize that money is also an important factor in everyone's life. Because it's even in the Bible, Ecclesiastes 10:19 says, money is the answer to all things. Not some, not a few, but all. So you need money from time to time. So no salaries created a very big problem. Financial obligations were distorted. Renegotiations were being pursued. Government was really asked to really come in and talk to the financial sector to see how they could waive those type of payments. So the informal sector also had no safety net, like I said, because now you realize that it's a hand-to-mouth thing. You wake up in the morning, you go and get some products, get onto the street, sell them, go and pay whoever you're owing, and do that again the following day. Now, you get sick or you have a problem, you find that you can't go to the clinic because the clinic wants you to subscribe, and it's not every day you have cash in the pocket. That creates a problem. Those who work have a fortunate scenario. Their companies would have paid for a scheme, and then when you are grounded, you just go with your scheme and you're attended to. So that exposed us, and government has since done something. We have this NEMA that is coming up. It's a national health system, even for the lower end of our communities, which is a good thing now. Then some businesses realized that without online participation, you do not sell. So innovation has really come in now, and it will now seem to stay. The unfortunate part is some landlords will not get their tenants back because now they have realized they don't need all this office space, the travel and so on. It's all about networking to do your business. So commerce for the majority halted, as I had said. Now, with regard to experiences at Zambia, quite a number of interventions are there. And with Zambia, I can safely say, I think we have, government has put in so many structures that are looking towards the SME as solutions. But it begs the question also, are these working? Are some of them working? And what needs to be done for others to work? So it's one thing to get the car there, and then if you don't get the drivers trained, guess what? You get a call one day that this chap has gone into a ditch, has done what and what. So we need a few things that need to be put in place. But in terms of problem, structure, is it working? The first two are there. You find that, okay, the problem is there. There's a structure that can address this. But the question is, how much are we doing to make sure that it really works? Okay. So first and foremost, if we look at government itself, you know, the number one ministry is where the money is. If we look at Ministry of Finance, one of the solutions that they put up is what we call the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. This is like, I think someone had mentioned it, it's a technical working group or groups that focus on seeing what we are doing to support the MSMEs. So there are 7 technical working groups. One of them is SME financing and rural finance. And this one looks at what is happening and what solutions are there to support the SMEs. So in that SME technical working group, you find there's Africa Development Bank of Zambia, the stock exchange, the other banks, the registrar, which is PACRA, the company's registrars and so on, and many other institutions. We sit down on a round table to discuss what has happened in the last quarter to support. So Africa Development Bank can say, oh, we are looking at supporting SMEs in ABCD. And other players will tell other players that this is what is happening, and there's that information sharing that is happening. The next one is what we were discussing, the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme. This scheme is supposed to exist to help the financial institutions become less risk-averse to lend to the SMEs, okay? So the Credit Guarantee Scheme was given some money. It was set up in just 3 years ago, and was given some money by the ministry to make sure that it works with the financial institutions. At the moment, it's just signed with 2 financial institutions, and one of them has been a little bit, I don't want to say more active than the other one, but has smaller SMEs. So the discussion was, do we look at the numbers or do we look at the amounts given? Because one bank is a big bank. It said, look, this amount that you have, all we need to do is give 1 or 2 of our clients and it's done. The other one had smaller chunks that was more encouraging, just to make a little bit of noise, more numbers. And they were given. But then the tricky part is if you are going to guarantee, I think we guarantee 50%, I think. If you are going to guarantee, you don't tell the client or the beneficiary, because he'll get the money, buy a Mercedes. After all, the government will pay it back if I fail. My house is not going anywhere. So it's a double-edged sword how you now have to invest in that type of a venture, because the beneficiary should not know that you are guaranteeing for them. But the good part is the facilities given are for a tenure of 1 year, but paying back every 3 months. Then you can choose to roll it over and get another facility until the 1 year finishes. Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Moto, if
Yes.
we could
Quickly. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The next one is we have a 10 billion kwacha stimulus package, which is there for the financial institutions to get. I think it's at a 1-digit figure percentage to on lend to SMEs. Okay, whether that is working or not is something that has to be looked at. Then when the new government came in, the Constituency Development Fund was about 1.6 million. It's now not even doubled. It has skyrocketed to the 20s to support local communities. So the community sits down, and if it wants to fix a school, a road, or whatever, now they have more money to talk about. And then we have the new ministry, which is there now. One of the institutions it has is the CEEC, And I'm glad to say one of the functions it has is to look at, it has a project specifically dictating to support the women and youth, okay? Like we had. Yeah. Then we have the skills. The CEC is also building industrial yards to support the businesses. So if you don't have some of this equipment, there will be an industrial yard. You can get your staff to go and use the big machines because they've bought them, put them in a central place and so on. Okay. Then we also have a public-private sector cooperation with the Ministry of Commerce, and it's going to be in every district where government workers and the private sector interact on a quarterly basis and so on, so that there will be no us and them type of thing, because we'll be meeting and making sure we share information and so on. Under Ministry of Commerce, the Zambia Agri-Trade Project. This is a $40 million project that was contributed by the World Bank to support producer organizations who work with cooperatives. So as a cooperative, if you have something to do, this is where you get your money from. So it's a good initiative. Then we also have NTBC, which is a government agency which encourages innovation. You have something to do, it has something to do with technology, you go there, you'll be trained, funded, and so on. So that solution is already in place now. Then we also have the Bureau of Standards. You want to do something, you want to, you're growing your groundnuts, you want to upgrade to peanut butter, they'll direct you what to do until you get your certification, your labels, and so on. So
Mojo, if you could please wrap it up, please. Thank you for us.
Yes,
thank you.
Then we also have what we call the movable asset. Every time you borrow, you talk about housing and so on, houses as collateral title deeds. We have the movable assets where you can take your chickens, your goats, and your animals and so on as collateral. So it shouldn't be for the high class only. Other than that, we have a new ministry, which was the Ministry of Higher Education, focusing on technology and things like that. Under Ministry of Agriculture, if you're farming and you want to upscale, you have somewhere to go and do that. Then we also have the new ministry, which is the Green Ministry. And to just quickly wrap it up, we have a lot of initiatives that are there, but I can leave the screen there since I've been asked to make sure I wrap up. But one of the things that I wanted to just say is with regard to some of the solutions, we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It is welcome because you're getting competition into your land, but at the same time, we need to make sure that we know how to ring fence our own production. Because if t-shirts come from Mauritius and I compare them with our t-shirts, no one will ever buy our t-shirts. So we need to make sure that we help them upscale so that even competition is welcome. I think, let me not take up more of the time, but I'll leave the notes there for someone to just take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mojo. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think also one of potential impact of COVID is that by affecting MSMEs, and many of them have gone out of business, it brings us back to this issue of competition policy that our colleague at UNCTAD was talking about this morning. In many of Southern African economies and in developing economies, you already have a business structure that are sometimes dominated by large monopolies in some sectors. And the MSMEs, they don't have a space to operate. There's not enough linkages between MSMEs and these large companies. And unfortunately, the COVID crisis has probably worsened this situation where you find these MSMEs being wiped out again and reinforcing these monopolistic aspects. So which is why it is important to think about these competition policy issues and how competition policy going forward will have to take into account these, what the impact of COVID has been on MSMEs and how to prevent abuse of monopolies in the future from these large monopolies that are still operating. So just a thought about that. We are running a bit short of time. Let me invite Ms. Madalitso Kazembe to offer us some insights from Malawi. And then I'm very pleased to say that Mr. Francis Mangeni from the AFCFTA Secretariat has joined us. Lots of gloom and doom we are hearing though about the impact of COVID, but we will also like to hear from Mr. Francis Mangeni about the opportunities going forward for the region. As you know, the African Continental Free Trade Area has gone, trade has started under the AFCFTA. And as we move forward as a region, what could be some of the opportunities for MSMEs to tap into from the AFCFTA? But for now, let's hear please from Ms. Kazembe, who is the Vice Chairperson of the SADC Business Council and I believe Chairperson of the Malawi Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to offer us some insights from Malawi. Over to you, Madalitso. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, I'm here, but I'm wearing my hat as Malawi Confederation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Director for Business Environment. I'll be presenting to you the impact of COVID-19 on MSMEs in Malawi. My colleagues have already mentioned what the challenges that they have faced due to COVID in their countries, and the challenges are similar. So it makes my job easier for me to present to you. So mostly I'll be focusing more on the statistics so that you appreciate the challenges that most of these businesses have faced during this time. Already these MSMEs face a lot of challenges with or without COVID. They were facing so many challenges. And so the coming in of COVID just triggered more of those challenges and brought them to the forefront, and it was very brutal for most of these MSMEs. So between 2020 to 2022, we experienced waves of COVID, lower cases and higher cases. It's been like that. Now we had another wave now. It's more subsidizing now, going close to less than 100 cases a day. But the challenges have been there, and government has been introducing preventative measures now and again to limit movement of people. And that also exacerbated the challenges that MSMEs were facing. So as Malawi Confederation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, we conducted a number of surveys. Since the onset of COVID to date, we have conducted 3 surveys to assess the challenges that businesses have been facing, but also to make sure that we advocate for the eradication of those challenges for businesses in the country. And we thought we needed to be doing constant surveys to make sure that we do research-based advocacy to the government, because some of the challenges kept on changing due to sometimes the businesses adapting to the challenges that they have been facing. So you'll see that when we were doing our surveys, most of the businesses operating in Malawi are micro and small and medium enterprises. 51% are small, medium enterprises. You have micro at 16%, the ones that we surveyed, and then 32% were large businesses. So in terms of the challenges that have been faced by MSMEs during this time, the key challenges are the ones that I've already highlighted in red. You see that there was reduced opportunities to meet new customers, isolation, confinement. It made the opportunities less for MSMEs, but also decline in worker productivity. If you have COVID, you can't go to work. And sometimes you'd find that half of the workforce is in confinement. They've all given each other the COVID, no one can go to work. So it limited worker productivity. And some of the businesses closed, unfortunately, especially for the micro and small medium enterprises. They really faced this so much. For the large companies, they were more resilient because they have the structures. But for MSMEs, most of them were wiped out, especially those that do regional trade or they import from China, South Africa. Due to closure of borders, most of them just closed. In terms of where most of the businesses source their supplies or their produce from, as I said, most of them were actually importing from other countries. Malawi is an import-dominated country. And so you find that those that source their products within the country, it's only 31%. The rest are importing whether it's raw materials or final products from outside the country. So they were facing challenges. I'll first highlight the challenges of businesses when they're obtaining supplies or produce within the country. And so most of them had, they faced scarcity of supplies because suppliers were also facing reduced productivity, hence they could not readily have stock. And then there were also transport delays due to the restrictions of movement. You can't move after 10 o'clock or you can't move after 8 o'clock sometimes. So it affected the process of getting the raw materials in time. And then there was also so much bureaucracy in terms of issuing permits, and that caused a lot of delays also in the production processes. Prices of local supplies went up tremendously. We are also facing the same up to now. Prices have gone up, inflation is high now. Poor cash flow, it affected liquidity of a lot of the businesses, and working capital also declined due to lack of sales. And I think this also was particularly concerning because as lots of businesses closed, it means even employment was affected. And therefore the liquidity that business or people as a whole had became low. So transaction was subdued, still subdued up to now. So as I said, most of the businesses like to import final products, others raw materials from outside the country. So there were a lot of challenges. The challenges are still there, lots of bottlenecks, especially in the logistics. And so there was increased and exorbitant freight charges. Now freight charges have increased, and low availability of raw materials due to low production, shortage of Forex. Now it's a very big problem in Malawi to access Forex. Even for me to come here, there was a lot of challenges for me to get Forex. But then at least now we have you can use your Visa card to transact. So that makes it easier. But otherwise it would have been a very big challenge for me. Now it's even more challenging now for businesses who have to use, at least they have to have a substantial amount of money for them to transact outside the country. So this has been a very big problem for Malawi. And because of that problem, because we import a lot in Malawi, so it has led to more inflation, and it's a big challenge. There's been travel restrictions for cargo and delays due to COVID-19, border delays of raw materials, bureaucracy in issuance of permits, and also delays in delivery due to too many checks and at the borders. So I just want to highlight to you so that you appreciate where we import most of our products and what closure of borders or delays have, what kind of impact it has on our country. We mostly trade so much with South Africa, also India, China. So closure of borders and even lockdowns in these countries affected us severely in that we don't have our own support systems in the country. We don't produce so much. So the moment these countries closed, it affected us so much. In terms of, I think I've already mentioned some of the challenges with importing, but also we're facing challenges in exporting our products. Most of our products are raw materials. raw products, I should say, mostly from the agriculture sector. I talk about tobacco, sugar, cotton, tea. Those are some of the products that we export. The challenges were similar with they were similar with the challenges faced when importing. So I will not belabor about the point there. But just to say that we had challenges in terms of demand for products. Most of the countries globally were struggling and they were inward looking. So even to export, it was not that easy. So with the challenges that these micro, small, medium enterprises were facing, and as I mentioned, some of the businesses had to close down, I just want you to appreciate in terms of the layoffs that happened in the various sectors. You see that the biggest layoff happened in the accommodation and food sector. This is where you have the restaurants, you have the hotels, the tourism sector, as a matter of fact. So most of these require physical contact. So with the travel restrictions, it means tourists were not coming as much in the country, but also people were generally not willing to travel as much, so they couldn't also access the hotels. People didn't want to go and eat at a restaurant, they were afraid of COVID. So it affected this, and it's still affecting them up to now. Almost 35,000 people lost their jobs just in the accommodation and the food sector alone. And up to now, most of them are jobless. So it has had a big impact on employment in the country. And so there was also an impact on the manufacturing sector because we have to get raw materials, most of the raw materials from outside the country. An impact on professional and support services. Transport and storage also had a big impact. But obviously banking and finance, no impact, a very minimal impact. In fact, they had supernormal profits during that time and the people were very annoyed with them. In terms of severity of the impact of the pandemic on SMEs, you'll find that almost more than 70% were significantly impacted by the pandemic. In terms of the effectiveness of government measures to mitigate the impact of COVID-19, I will not belabor the point here also because some of the measures that government put in place have also been outlined by my colleagues. They are not so different, but just to say that as our moderator in the morning, Ms. Pelunde, mentioned that some of these measures that government puts in place, they need to be assessed in terms of whether they are going to work or whether they're not going to work, because most of them really don't. In fact, our government put aside 40 billion and they said this 40 billion is specifically for SMEs to access, because we do realize that most of them are facing challenges. But when we did our survey, we actually were asking them in terms of whether they have managed to access these SMEs. But I can tell you here that not one of the SMEs that we interviewed had even accessed any of that 40 billion. And 40 billion was equivalent to about $40 million, but we couldn't find anyone who had managed to access that. So you can see that there are a lot of bottlenecks that these MSMEs are facing, and we need to have tailor-made solutions that would actually assist them. I think I'll just stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madalitso, on this important point on whether MSMEs can really access all the government funds and government measures that are in place. And I think there's also the issue of transparency in how sometimes these the support measures are given to MSMEs, and whether the funds are well utilized and whether they are really accessed by MSMEs. But we have seen that the challenges have been, there are common challenges across all the region, across all the Southern African countries. But then the question is, how do we move forward from here? And is there really a need to strengthen, to have a regional coordinated approach to how we support MSMEs in the region? How can we get governments to engage more with the private sector? and also for governments to come together in the region and collaborate. Now, I would like now to invite Mr. Francis Mangeni, who has been waiting patiently, who is joining us from Ghana. Francis Mangeni does not need an introduction. We all know Mr. Francis Mangeni, who used to be at the Commissar Secretariat, spearheading efforts on trade and regional integration. He is now the head of trade and promotions at the recently created AFCFTA Secretariat sitting in Ghana. So it is with much pleasure that we have with us today Mr. Francis Mangeni. Francis, over to you, and we would like to hear from you your thoughts on how the Southern African region should move forward, and to talk to us also about some of the opportunities that Southern African MSMEs should increasingly tap into under the AFCFTA. Francis, are you here, please?
Yes, can you hear me? Good morning, Aruna.
Yes, we can hear you, Francis, but we would also like to see you.
Very good.
Here you
so
are.
I would like to recognize you, recognize the ECA office, recognize the panelists, recognize all the participants, and commend you on this very huge, very successful event that you have organized. As we discuss the COVID pandemic and the way forward, perhaps the biggest lessons we've learned are that we need to industrialize. We need, in particular, to boost our pharmaceutical sector. We've also learned that we need the African Continental Free Trade Area because we need large markets to support critical levels of industrialization. Without large markets, it's difficult to industrialize. We've learned that we need a sound technological base which can facilitate inventions and innovation. In this case, we need to be able to have vaccines, to have therapeutics, that's medicines, to have diagnostics, and other medical products that can help us to deal with it. So these are huge lessons that we've learned. Now, in particular, then, we've learned that we need science, technology, and innovation. We need regional value chains. We need our companies, especially small companies, to link into large markets, to link into large companies, right? And then also to have access to public procurement, because public procurement, especially in the area of infrastructure, is quite a huge one. Now, talking about Mauritius then, and I'm building on the country experiences, the brilliant country experiences that we've been listening to. Mauritius is a veteran of bouncing back. We're talking about a country that rose from a GDP per capita of just under 500 in the 1970s to 11,000 before the onset of the COVID pandemic. That's in December 2019, early 2020. It has, of course, now fallen down to about 8,600. That's GDP per capita. So that's phenomenal progress. In fact, Mauritius has been on a solid path towards becoming an immortal democracy. Now, why is this important? Because in the recent past, over the last 12 months or so, we've had 5 coups on the continent, which doesn't bode well for us in terms of political stability, which is utterly essential for economic activity. So we have every confidence, we can have every confidence in Mauritius, given this track record of success, transforming from a sugar-based economy in the 70s to a service-based economy now, or you can say a manufacturing economy now, which can be poised for greater heights. Now, where does the AFCFTA come in all this? The first point to make from the political angle, and investors take this very seriously, is that the political will, the political ownership is very strong at the highest level. It has been since 2012 when we embarked on this journey, and it so remains. at that high pitch. And this is why we've been able to negotiate this agreement, sign it, ratify it in under 5 years, in fact, and for it to enter into force. We started trading, so the market is there. So the political will is extremely high. Second is that this is a rules-based economic order, the African Continental Free Trade Area. This brings predictability. Predictability is extremely important for long-term planning, especially for investment. Thirdly, is that implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area is going to result in policy reforms across the board, in a wide spectrum of areas. Because if you look at the AFCFTA, it covers trade in goods, trade in services, dispute settlement, investment, competition, intellectual property, digital trade, and of course, women and youth in trade to ensure inclusiveness. That covers also trade facilitation, right? So implementing all these areas, or the rules in all these areas, is going to result in a better, improved business environment across the continent. This is a very strong message that needs to go out to the investment community, as well as all stakeholders across the board, both on the continent and across the world. Now, the portrait then of the African Continental Free Trade Area is that it's going to be inclusive. It has to be inclusive. If the ordinary people do not benefit, if the marginalized people do not benefit, if women, if youth do not benefit, it's no good at all. It will not succeed to eradicate poverty and achieve the public policy objectives we all seek if it's not inclusive. So it must be inclusive. It must be transformative. And that's why we talk about the large markets catalyzing investment and industrialization. We need to create jobs. We need to achieve structural transformation, socioeconomic transformation. It has to be digital because we live in the 4th industrial revolution. It has to be comprehensive in order to cover all the pertinent areas that require attention in order to have an economy that supports job creation as well as socioeconomic transformation. And of course, it needs to be green because climate change is an existential issue. All right, so that's the portrait. Now, in terms of the economic nexus, the elements of the economy, we've talked about large markets. It's very well known that the African market is as large as India, as China, in terms of population. We're talking about 1.4 billion people. In terms of purchasing power parity, we're talking about an economy of $6.7 trillion. The GDP, combined GDP of Africa is usually put at 2.6 or 3.4 trillion, but that really underestimates the correct significance of the African market, which, as I just said, is put at $6.7 trillion in GDP purchasing power parity. Now, industrialization. What opportunities are there? We are actually meeting just after the Economic Commission for Africa has released a very important report on the potential for investment opportunities in the infrastructure sector. Now, just listen to these figures. By the year 2035, demand for freight services will have increased by 28%. We shall need 2 million trucks. We shall need 250 aircrafts. We shall need 100,000 railway wagons. And we shall need 100 vessels, that ships, right? And then demand for railway transport services will increase from the current 0.3% to 7%, which is a 20% fold increase. Can you imagine these potential opportunities into which SMEs can tap? Now, that's not all. In the automobile sector, as you know, the automobile, a vehicle has about 30,000 parts, or if you want to combine them, at least 5,000 parts. So there's a role for practically every SME of every cut and hue. We currently produce 1 million new vehicles on the continent. There is potential to raise this to 5 million. So that is 4 million new vehicles, which will require more than 100 actually big plants or hubs, and lots of suppliers of parts for these vehicles. So that's industrialization. Then of course, industrialization and infrastructure. Then of course, technology. Given that we live in the fourth industrial revolution, and given that we have a young population, more than 60% of the African population is here, the opportunities for innovation are quite high. You simply need to look at startups on the continent, some of which are actually fundraising huge amounts of money, trillions of dollars, very successfully, to see the potential in the area of technology. Then, of course, financing, which is extremely important. Without financing, we won't be able to do much. We need affordable credit. The cost of money is too high on the continent. In some cases, up to 30% interest rates, which don't make actually business meaningful or profitable at all. And then, of course, elements of society, which we need to also take into account. Empower women, empower youth, take care of our environment, and make sure that we have habitats which support decent living standards. Right, so that's the economy nexus. Now, having said that, I would like to suggest that the AFCFTA has taken off in earnest. We've put in place supporting tools to enable SMEs and all economic operators to successfully operate on this African continental free trade area. We've put in place a system for addressing non-tariff barriers, which are a menace really to trading. It's an online system which can be accessed by anybody. You can log on even now as we speak, and the URL is tradebarriers.org. We have such a similar system in COMESA, EAC, and SADC, which has proved to be very successful, addressing more than 90% of reported NTBs. We've got managed market intelligence tools. We have got the Africa Trade Observatory. The URL is ato.africa. And our colleagues at Afrexim Bank are also designing a gateway to Africa, which is also going to be a market intelligence tool. Now, speaking of Mauritius, if you looked at Mauritius Trade Easy, if you just say, pick this up or Google this up, you will see a magnificent trade portal that has got market intelligence tools, that has got fairs all over the world, in which one can participate, as well as a database of regulations by tariff line that need to be complied with when exporting out of or importing into Mauritius. So it's a good practice which can be replicated in other countries as well. But of course, I must quickly add that other countries too have got very good trade portals as well, which have got market intelligence tools. We've started the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. As you know, Africa has 42 different currencies. So trading on the continent and making payments, effecting payments, can be very complicated. We actually lose $5 billion, in charges when we try to do the exchange rate side, when we try to make payments across the continent by changing from one currency to another, by routing our payments through centers across the world, in New York and London and so on and so forth. So this Pan-African Payment and Settlement System will address this by making it possible for us to make payments in our own local currencies and to receive payments also in our own local currencies in a very short time, 24 hours, that should be the case. Now, again, this is not a pipe dream. It has been quite successful. In COMESA, we have got the Regional Payment and Settlement System. In SADC, we have got CIRES, which I'm sure we are all aware of. And we have got similar payment systems across the continent, which have been operating. Now, before PAPS, or the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, was commercially launched just last month, it had been piloted in West Africa, which involved different currencies, different countries speaking different languages and of different sizes, where it was successful, meaning that it is workable, right? So we can look forward to using this Pan-African Payment Settlement System to help us maneuver through the different currencies that we have on the continent. We also have sectoral online initiatives, such as the African Medical Supplies platform, which helps us to trade medical products to address the COVID pandemic. And the URL for that is amsp.africa, in case you wanted to access it. And again, lots of trade has happened on that platform, more than $200 million, by the latest count. Now, Aruna, I hope I have made some remarks that can provoke a discussion. I'll be happy to respond to questions in there, but the message then is that as we speak about recovering from the COVID pandemic, we have learned our lessons. We should make this the last pandemic, as the report produced by the independent panel on the COVID pandemic, headed by Her Excellency Sally Johnson and Mary Robson, have recommended that we need to step up our preparedness so that should there be any outbreak in future, it doesn't develop into a full-scale pandemic and ravage the world like this one has. So we can move forward boldly, confident, knowing that we've learned how to deal with these challenges going forward into the future. Thank you so much, and back to you.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Francis, and I hope you will be able to join us in the afternoon. You are on a panel as well when we will be focusing on Mauritius and how Mauritius can build back better by enhancing resilience of its manufacturing sector. We are running behind schedule, but I think, Francis, we will have your session at around 4:30 UAE time. As you've rightly said, I think as we try to build back better from COVID in the Southern African region, there's a need to enhance the resilience and competitiveness of Southern African MSMEs. And one way to do that is to really make industrialization a priority for the region. And at the ECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, just to let you know that it is our core thematic mandate to support the industrialization process in the region. So how to enhance resilience of MSMEs is really part of it is about how to get our MSMEs in Southern Africa AFCFTA ready. And to be AFCFTA ready, we need to really work together, governments and private sector, to accelerate the industrialization process in the region. But just any type, not just any type of industrialization, but smart industrialization that takes into account the rising threats from climate change. So we need greener industrial models, but also how to leverage on digitalization, leverage on technology and innovation to make our businesses more competitive in the region. Now we have 10 minutes, probably max, to take questions and answers before we break for lunch, and we reconvene again at 3. So over to you, delegates, for questions. I see Tulo Makwati, coordinator of the SADC Business Council. Over to you, Tulo.
Is this on? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Aruna. I'll try to be short this time. And I've got 2 questions directed to the last speaker, Francis. Francis, I must say that we recognize the good work that you are doing at the AFCFTA Secretariat. So my question, the first one, we understand, I mean, it has been said by many speakers, the challenges that are faced by SMMEs. And one of the challenges faced by SMMEs revolves around non-tariff barriers. And you did mention in your presentation the work the Secretariat is doing to address non-tariff barriers. So from my experience as the Startup Business Council, we've been working together with GIZ. We've got a program that is focusing on identifying non-tariff barriers in the region. And I can tell you right now, with the intention to find solutions to some of the problems that we have found, that in most member states, the mechanisms behind addressing non-tariff barriers are non-existent. So behind the scenes, our member states are supposed to have national monitoring committees. They're supposed to have national focal persons to address NTBs. But in some of the member states, all these structures are not in existence. My chairman here, Madalitso, can confirm this. We had a meeting last week with the Malawi Chamber of Commerce and the private sector there. It came out clearly in that meeting that the structure does not exist. If it existed, they've went for 2 years without having meetings. So now when SMMEs face challenges, they don't have the structures to report to, because there's no one to address the challenges. So I want us to focus on that and see how our different stakeholders can pull together to address those challenges. The mechanism is there, the NTB mechanism is there. People can register, yes, but behind the scenes, the system is a bit broken. It needs to be fixed. The other question, I think you also spoke about the PAPS, the Pan-African Payment System. Let me congratulate you on this significant achievement. Maybe just to get some more clarity as well, you mentioned in your presentation that there's a COMESA payment system, there's a SADC payment system, which I guess they all have the same intended purpose. So now, how do these two systems work? How do the Pan-African payment system and the regional payment system coexist? How do they help each other to achieve similar objectives? I commend, like I said before, it's important to have this African payment system to reduce transaction cost. It allows SMMEs to also make cross-border payments in real time. It's a really good development. But just to get clarity in terms of how they the Pan-African payment system and the regional payment systems coexist with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Tulo. Francis, would you like to come in, please?
Right. So thank you so much, Mr. Tulo. Now, there is this famous expression that we all like to use, which I would also like to use, and that is the glass half empty or half full regarding NTBs? If you go to the COMESA EAC SADC tripartite online system for addressing NTBs, if you go to that website, which is tradebarriers.org. Now the other one is tradebarriers.africa. This one is tradebarriers.org. There is a matrix to the right of the screen, which gives figures on reported non-tariff barriers since 2010, so spanning a 10-year period. It shows those that have been resolved and those that are still outstanding, area by area, in about 8 categories, 8 different categories, rules of origin, standards, NTBs that arise in those different areas. You will see that most of them have been eliminated or addressed. More than 90% of reported NTBs have been removed. Actually, if you go to the rec level, for instance, in COMESA, where the online system is supplemented by consultations at the level of the meetings, like the ministerial meetings or the meetings of the senior officials, permanent secretaries, and experts, the success rate actually rises to 99%. I remember when I left COMESA, we just had about 4 outstanding NTBs, having resolved more than 206 that had been reported over that period of time. So the point I'm making is that the system actually works, and this is a matter of fact if you looked at the website. Now, I also have to add that there are countries which supplement the online system with the national NTB mechanisms, committees, as well as focal points. And in a number of countries, these are up and running. They are actually functioning. It's very good that you have pointed out that in Malawi, these systems of having the national committee and the focal point is not working. So now that you have brought this to light, we need to address it and ask, why hasn't it been set up? Or if it has been set up, as you're saying, why hasn't it met for the last 2 years? Is it because of COVID? Can they meet online? Can they meet by Zoom, for instance? So in other words, the second point I'm making is that where there are lapses, they should be corrected, and there will be lapses. Then lastly, I would like to point out that there are stubborn NTBs, especially NTBs arising from, shall I say, lobbying by influential business people who go to their governments and ask those governments to put in place measures that protect the national market against imports from neighboring countries. You are aware that this happens. Mr. Tulo, you're from the private sector. You know this happens, where a business person, to protect their industry, goes to the government, and then the government puts in place a measure that prevents imports into the country that compete against that industry. Now, this can be very stubborn to remove. And in COMESA, for instance, there are those that have taken more than 10 years. For instance, what we call milk wars or palm oil wars, as between Zambia and Kenya, for instance. But these are very stubborn, but they can be removed. Then there are other stubborn NTBs as well, which arise from trade facilitation failures. If you go to the Kasumbalesa border between Zambia and Congo DR, you will see the nightmare there of miles and miles of queues of trucks that need to be processed because the governments haven't put in place the measures to facilitate cross-border movement by trucks and by people. So those also need to be addressed, and they continue to be addressed. As you are saying, I think the GIZ project is supposed to be dealing with this as well, though it's quite difficult. So that's what I can say, Mr. Tulo. Don't give up. Please bring up information. You as the private sector are the people on the ground. You know where the shoe pinches. So through advocacy, bring up these issues and let them be solved. At the government level, at the commercial level, also online. Please continue to log on to this website and file a complaint, and something will happen. Now, on PAPS, I will be very quick on this. The congratulations should really go to our leaders. That is His Excellency, the Secretary General, Mr. Wamkele Mene, and his very good friend, President Benedict Orama, who is the president of the Afrexim Bank. These two colleagues have really owned this initiative and worked flat out to make sure it takes off. Of course, with their teams, but they have provided excellent leadership. So it's to them that their commendations should go. Now, I should add also that there is a full website which deals with the PAPS, and there you will find frequently asked questions. Actually, if you just Google frequently asked questions on the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, it will pop up. And then you'll see all sorts of issues that are explained, right? Right, now to answer your question directly, the PAPS does not replace existing systems at the rec level or anywhere else. It rather provides the motherboard, right, on which all these systems can operate more efficiently. It interfaces them or interconnects them. This is a very important point because, you know, there can be pushback or resistance from existing operators who say PAPS is going to chase them out of business. No, no, no. It's supposed to make them even do better by allowing them to reach SMEs, reach, you know, a wider sections of society that need these services much better. And also to make it more efficient in terms of time, also reducing the costs, the transaction costs involved. Of course, saving governments, you know, hard currencies, their reserves as well. Right, and making our businesses profitable. So this is what I can say, that it is a motherboard on which all the others will. 4 switches are already on board, and 27 Pan-African banks are already on board to help kickstart this process. So we can be quite positive that it will work. Of course, we are learning from the challenges that the commercial regional payment and settlement system had, as well as the SADC one. Basically, that banks really didn't own it that much. If you walked into a bank, you wouldn't find the documentation for using REPS, for instance, the Regional Payment and Settlement System of Commerce, though it was not common knowledge. So awareness creation, capacity building, working closely with the central banks, with the African Association of Bankers is extremely important to make sure that we popularize the system and also we bring it down to the ground so that stakeholders can use it more regularly. Thank you so much, Mr. Tulo. Aruna, back to you.
Thank you, Francis. Are there any more questions from the floor, please? Well, I think we have exceeded our time, and before we close the session and we break for lunch, I would like to warmly thank all our panelists for being here today. Ms. Gumeta, Madam Permanent Secretary from Mauritius, Moto, Madalitso. And I think it's a hard task to wrap up this session, but I think what we have gathered from today's presentations are that first, there are many common challenges to MSMEs in the Southern African region. We take note that, as we try to build back better, industrialization should really be a critical priority for the region, and this has already been expressed by many regional institutions like SADC, COMESA, and our member states. And third, I think as we try to build back better, there's a need to strengthen capacities of MSMEs to better take advantage of regional and global trade agreements, including the AFCFTA. We need to start putting in place measures to become AFCFTA ready. But this cannot happen unless we also pay increased attention to public-private sector collaboration in the region. So we look forward in the years ahead at UNECA to work strongly with the SADC Business Council and strongly with our member states, especially our ministries of trade and industry, our ministries of MSMEs, to see how we can move forward on the process. We know that MSMEs and businesses would be at the heart of the industrialization process. And we cannot benefit from the AFCFTA if we do not get our African businesses ready to take advantage of it. So this afternoon, we will continue this conversation and zero in on Mauritius, taking Mauritius as a case study. And so please join us for lunch, and we resume at 3 o'clock. And we will start the afternoon session with a welcome address by His Excellency, Mr. Sumil Datbola. So over to you, Master of Ceremony. I don't know whether Mr. Doman is here. Okay, thank you. If not, yes, Mr. Doman is coming. If not, we break for lunch, and lunch will be served right next door. Thank you.
The Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, is one of the 5 regional commissions that the UN Secretariat has. ECA itself has 5 sub-regional offices, which are called SAROs, and they're there to serve the 5 sub-regions of the continent. These are North, West, Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa. The sub-regional office for Southern Africa, which is our office, is based in Lusaka, Zambia. We cover 11 countries, namely Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Our main objective as an office, of course, is to support increasing industrialization within that region. And this is because of the fact that a lot of the economies in this region are heavily dependent on minerals and agriculture as their primary sectors. And because of that, there's still a lot of poverty in this region, but also a lot of inequalities and lack of resilience.
The Southern Africa region have a number of industrialization processes to support industrialization in the region.
The Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, is one of the 5 regional commissions that the UN Secretariat has across the world. ECA itself has 5 sub-regional offices, which are called SROs, and they're there to serve the 5 sub-regions of the continent. And these are North, West, Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa. The Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, which is our office, is based in Lusaka, Zambia. We cover 11 countries, namely Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Our main objective as an office, of course, is to support inclusive industrialization within the sub-region, and this is because of the fact that a lot of the economies in the sub-region are heavily dependent on minerals or agriculture as their primary sectors. And because of that, there's still a lot of poverty in the sub-region, but also a lot of inequalities and lack of resilience of those economies.
The countries of the Southern Africa region have a number of industrialization policies and strategies that they use to support industrialization in the region. Now, those policies and strategies are plentiful, and they're not necessarily harmonized within the nation states themselves, but also across borders. Now, in order to support regional integration, feeding into the COMESA industrialization strategy and the SADC industrialization strategies, we really do need countries to be better harmonizing their policies and strategies. And that's the work that we support member states to undertake at ECA SRO Southern Africa. The AFCFTA, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, is a very enabling tool to support industrialization, which is effectively the end goal that we hope to support member countries to achieve. We also know that member states are working towards SDG 9, which is a target that by 2030, member states should have enabling infrastructure, good innovation, and be working towards inclusive and sustainable industrialization. That's a process that ECA SRO Southern Africa is helping member states to achieve.
In the area of harmonization of policies, the Southern African Sub-Regional Office works in partnership with member states, regional economic communities, and development partners to identify action plans for implementation of national industrialization policies. Through this work, the Office supports cross-border cooperation for advancing industrialization in Southern Africa, including the setup of common agro-industrial parks.
The regional office works closely with COMESA and SADC Secretariat in supporting industrialization within the sub-region, specifically guided by the respective regional programs as adopted by the member states. These two frameworks provide the parameters within which member states facilitate and promote industrial development. A specific program under this overall support is the agro-industrial park between Zambia and Zimbabwe, which seeks to create a common industrial zone anchored on the agricultural potential of the two countries. The overall support that ECA SRO SA is providing is towards creating an environment where micro, small and medium scale enterprises can take advantages of the opportunities that emerge from this agro-industrial park.
For industrialization to be sustained over time, sub-regional Southern African member states have to harness their global and regional trade agreements to create and sustain markets for their goods and services. The African Continental Free Trade Area is intended to accelerate intra-regional trade and provide a boost to commodity-based industrialization, manufacturing, and regional value chains development in Southern African economies.
In the context of the work of the ECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, inclusive industrialization can be accelerated through trade and regional integration to foster sustainable growth and promote the reduction of poverty and inequality in Southern Africa. AFCFTA takes this to a whole new level with its promise of increased intra-African trade, industrialization, diversification, competitiveness, and job creation. In the sub-region, the agreement is expected to boost commodity-based industrialization, manufacturing, and regional value chains. A regional strategy would foster coordinated and integrated implementation, taking into account countries' respective comparative advantages, and ECA stands ready to support this initiative.
Private sector development lies at the heart of advancing inclusive industrialization and trade in the sub-region. And micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises form the foundation of Africa's private sector.
The Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa has produced 2 analytical studies whose objectives are to help MSMEs identify market opportunities from the blue, green, and digital economies as they aim to build back better and for the years to come. We have also partnered with the training arm of ECA, which is the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning, IDEP, based in Dakar, Senegal. We partnered with them to develop an e-learning course targeted at African MSMEs. And the e-learning course was on the role of technology and innovation in helping African MSMEs address the impacts of COVID-19. It was a successful course, which was also followed by a webinar where experts were invited to discuss further on this issue. And in collaboration with the SADC Business Council, we are currently developing a digital-based portal and community of practice for MSMEs again, and in order to help them network and exchange ideas, experiences, and best practices on how they can develop and apply technology and innovation in order to enhance their competitiveness as, again, they aim to build back better post-COVID.
Okay, private sector development is a key area of focus of our office, the ECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa. So our work on the private sector in the region has really been a focus on empowering the sector, the private sector, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, to give them the authority, the power, the necessary skills, and the resources to drive the industrialization agenda of the region.
As part of the UNDA 12th Tranche project, we also looked at the impact of COVID in the region as a whole. And indeed, as expected, economic growth and trade performance were hardly hit by the pandemic because exports were actually affected because of closure of borders, closure of international flights, and trade was actually halted. But what was important were the lessons that we learned from those research that looked at the region. There are a number of lessons. One of them was that interdependence of the countries is extremely important because we rely on each other for several factors. But also the second thing was that there is need for regional self-sufficiency because we discovered that at that time the region had not been able to provide some of the facilities or some of the equipment needed to fight the pandemic within the region. We had to rely on other parts of the country, of the continent, but also other parts of the world. And in order to do all these things in a way that actually helps, there is need for good governance. As you are aware, when the pandemic hit, a number of governments instituted the recovery programs, some in terms of finances, some in terms of support, but this was only able to be effective if there was good governance. If you look at this, good governance becomes the overarching element of the recovery. And going forward, we are going to work with member states to take these lessons forward and see how can member states together as a region make sure that they are stronger at interdependence, that the region is self-sufficient, that the health infrastructure is actually enhanced, that the education infrastructure is actually enhanced, so that as we recover from the pandemic, we recover better and we recover faster.
Our sub-region is one of, actually is the one that suffers the deepest income inequality in the entire African continent. Accordingly, what we did as SCA, again, we commissioned a study on economic growth, inequality and poverty issues and policy. And then one of the key recommendations coming out of the study was the issue of good governance. Without good governance in all its aspects, be political, economic, corporate, even traditional, without the good governance, we should forget about the issue of closing income inequality and pursuing the shared prosperity that we aspire to.
Our mandate is really, and what we mean by inclusive industrialization, it means that we would like the countries in the sub-region to break away from those primary sectors, go into value addition, develop a lot of industries to support the poverty reduction efforts that we would like to see, but also create the much needed decent jobs that the sub-region needs, but also the continent needs. And in so doing, ensuring that we're actually improving the living standards of the people of the sub-region. For a resource-based sub-region like ours, it's highly unequal. Inclusive industrialization is certainly an imperative for the sub-region. The Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, is one of the 5 regional commissions that the UN Secretariat has across the world. ECA itself has 5 sub-regional offices, which are called SROs, and they're there to serve the 5 sub-regions of the continent, and these are North, West, Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa. The sub-regional office for Southern Africa, which is our office, is based in Lusaka, Zambia. We cover 11 countries, namely Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Our main objective as an office, of course, is to support inclusive industrialization within the sub-region, and this is because of the fact that a lot of the economies in the sub-region are heavily dependent on minerals or agriculture as their primary sectors. And because of that, there's still a lot of poverty in the sub-region, but also a lot of inequalities and lack of resilience of those economies.
The countries of the Southern Africa region have a number of industrialization policies and strategies that they use to support industrialization in the region. Now, those policies and strategies are plentiful, and they're not necessarily harmonized within the nation states themselves, but also across borders. Now, in order to support regional integration, feeding into the COMESA industrialization strategy and the SADC industrialization strategies, we really do need countries to be better harmonizing their policies and strategies. And that's the work that we support member states to undertake at ECA SRO Southern Africa. The AFCFTA, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, is a very enabling tool to support industrialization, which is effectively the end goal that we hope to support member countries to achieve. We also know that member states are working towards SDG 9, which is a target that by 2030, member states should have enabling infrastructure, good innovation, and be working towards inclusive and sustainable industrialization. That's a process that ECA SRO Southern Africa is helping member states to achieve.
In the area of harmonization of policies, the Southern African Sub-Regional Office works in partnership with member states, regional economic communities, and development partners to identify action plans for implementation of national industrialization policies. Through this work, the Office supports cross-border cooperation for advancing industrialization in Southern Africa, including the setup of common agro-industrial parks.
The regional office works closely with COMESA and SADC Secretariat in supporting industrialization within the sub-region, specifically guided by the respective regional programs as adopted by the member states. These two frameworks provide the parameters within which member states facilitate and promote industrial development. A specific program under this overall support is the agro-industrial park between Zambia and Zimbabwe, which seeks to create a common industrial zone anchored on the agricultural potential of the two countries. The overall support that ECA SRO SA is providing is towards creating an environment where micro, small and medium scale enterprises can take advantages of the opportunities that emerge from this agro-industrial park.
For industrialization to be sustained over time, sub-regional Southern African member states have to harness their global and regional trade agreements to create and sustain markets for their goods and services. The African Continental Free Trade Area is intended to accelerate intra-regional trade and provide a boost to commodity-based industrialization, manufacturing, and regional value chains development in Southern African economies.
In the context of the work of the ECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, inclusive industrialization can be accelerated through trade and regional integration to foster sustainable growth and promote the reduction of poverty and inequality in Southern Africa. AFCFTA takes this to a whole new level with its promise of increased intra-African trade, industrialization, diversification, competitiveness, and job creation. In the sub-region, the agreement is expected to boost commodity-based industrialization, manufacturing, and regional value chains. A regional strategy would foster coordinated and integrated implementation, taking into account countries' respective comparative advantages, and ECA stands ready to support this initiative.
Private sector development lies at the heart of advancing inclusive industrialization and trade in the sub-region. And micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises form the foundation of Africa's private sector.
The Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa has produced two analytical studies whose objectives are to help MSMEs identify market opportunities from the blue, green, and digital economies as they aim to build back better and for the years to come. We have also partnered with the training arm of ECA, which is the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning, IDEP, based in Dakar, Senegal. We partnered with them to develop an e-learning course targeted at African MSMEs. And the e-learning course was on the role of technology and innovation in helping African MSMEs address the impacts of COVID-19. It was a successful course, which was also followed by a webinar where experts were invited to discuss further on this issue. And in collaboration with the SADC Business Council, we are currently developing a digital-based portal and community of practice for MSMEs again, and in order to help them network and exchange ideas, experiences, and best practices on how they can develop and apply technology and innovation in order to enhance their competitiveness as, again, they aim to build back better post-COVID.
Okay, private sector development is a key area of focus of our office, the ECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa. So our work on the private sector in the region has really been focused on empowering the sector, the private sector, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, to give them the authority, the power, the necessary skills, and the resources to drive the industrialization agenda of the region.
As part of the UNDA 12th Tranche project, we also looked at the impact of COVID in the region as a whole. And indeed, as expected, economic growth and trade performance were hardly hit by the pandemic because exports were actually affected because of closure of borders, closure of international flights, and trade was actually halted. But what was important were the lessons that we learned from those research that looked at the region. There are a number of lessons. One of them was that interdependence of the countries is extremely important because we rely on each other for several factors. But also the second thing was that there is need for regional self-sufficiency because we discovered that at that time the region had not been able to provide some of the facilities or some of the equipment needed to fight the pandemic within the region. We had to rely on other parts of the country, of the continent, but also other parts of the world. And in order to do all these things in a way that actually helps, there is need for good governance. As you are aware, when the pandemic hit, a number of governments instituted the recovery programs, some in terms of finances, some in terms of support, but this was only able to be effective if there was good governance. If you look at this, good governance becomes the overarching element of the recovery. And going forward, we are going to work with member states to take these lessons forward and see how can member states together as a region make sure that they are stronger at interdependence, that the region is self-sufficient, that the health infrastructure is actually enhanced, that the education infrastructure is actually enhanced, so that as we recover from the pandemic, we recover better and we recover faster.
Our sub-region is one of, actually it's the one that suffers the deepest income inequality in the entire African continent. Accordingly, what we did as SCA, again, we commissioned a study on economic growth, inequality and poverty issues and policy. And then one of the key recommendations coming out of the study was the issue of good governance. Without good governance in all its aspects, be it political, economic, corporate, even traditional, without the good governance, we should forget about the issue of closing income inequality and pursuing the shared prosperity that we aspire to.
Our mandate is really, and what we mean by inclusive industrialization, it means that we would like the countries in the sub-region to break away from those primary sectors, go into value addition, develop a lot of industries to support the poverty reduction efforts that we would like to see, but also create the much needed decent jobs that the sub-region needs, but also the continent needs. And in so doing, ensuring that we're actually improving the living standards of the people of the sub-region. For a resource-based sub-region like ours, it's highly unequal. Inclusive industrialization is certainly an imperative for the sub-region. The Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, is one of the 5 regional commissions that the UN Secretariat has across the world. ECA itself has 5 sub-regional offices, which are called SROs, and they're there to serve the 5 sub-regions of the continent. And these are North, West, Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa. The sub-regional office for Southern Africa, which is our office, is based in Lusaka, Zambia. We cover 11 countries, namely Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Our main objective as an office, of course, is to support inclusive industrialization within the sub-region, and this is because of the fact that a lot of the economies in the sub-region are heavily dependent on minerals or agriculture as their primary sectors. And because of that, there's still a lot of poverty in the sub-region, but also a lot of inequalities and lack of resilience of those economies.
The countries of the Southern Africa region have a number of industrialization policies and strategies that they use to support industrialization in the region. Now, those policies and strategies are plentiful, and they're not necessarily harmonized within the nation states themselves, but also across borders. Now, in order to support regional integration, feeding into the COMESA industrialization strategy and the SADC industrialization strategies, we really do need countries to be better harmonizing their policies and strategies. And that's the work that we support member states to undertake at ECA SRO Southern Africa. The AFCFTA, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, is a very enabling tool to support industrialization, which is effectively the end goal that we hope to support member countries to achieve. We also know that member states are working towards SDG 9, which is a target that by 2030, member states should have enabling infrastructure, good innovation, and be working towards inclusive and sustainable industrialization. That's a process that ECA SRO Southern Africa is helping member states to achieve.
In the area of harmonization of policies, the Southern African Sub-Regional Office works in partnership with member states, regional economic communities, and development partners to identify action plans for implementation of national industrialization policies. Through this work, the office supports cross-border cooperation for advancing industrialization in Southern Africa, including the setup of common agro-industrial parks.
The regional office works closely with COMESA and SADC Secretariat in supporting industrialization within the sub-region, specifically guided by the respective regional programs as adopted by the member states. These 2 frameworks provide the parameters within which member states facilitate and promote industrial development. A specific program under this overall support is the agro-industrial park between Zambia and Zimbabwe, which seeks to create a common industrial zone anchored on the agricultural potential of the 2 countries. The overall support that ECA SRO SA is providing is towards creating
Check, check, hello, hello. One, check, hey.
Sì, Kaswagi. Okay.
Voilà. Mais seulement là, depuis cette semaine, je suis au Seychelles pour 3 mois. Ok. En fait, c'était juste on va essayer 15 quand même. Juste parce qu'on est déjà une heure de retard. On a beaucoup de gens qui sont en ligne. Ah oui, ça c'est sûr.
Good afternoon. Honorable Sonilal Bola, Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, His Excellency Lovemo Mazemo, Mrs. Bibi Fatwa Abdul Rahman Ahmed, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, Mr. Pierre Falavier, Senior Development Coordinator, Advisor, UN Resident Coordinator, Office Mauritius and Seychelles, Mrs. Bineswari, Economic Advisor, Economic Affairs Officer, Mr. André Paul, Director of Industry, distinguished delegates and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. Welcome to this high-level conference on enhancing the resilience of manufacturing sector in Mauritius in the post-COVID-19 era, organized by the Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives of Mauritius in collaboration with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, SRO-SA, and the Southern African Development Community, SADC, Business Council, in the margin of the Dubai Expo 2020. We are thankful, extremely thankful to our partners and the government of the UAE for the realization of this high-level conference, which will be an opportunity to present the example of Mauritius. To quick start this afternoon session, we will have a short official ceremony. And then to start, I would like to invite Mrs. Abdul Rahman Ahmed, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, Industrial Development Division of the Ministry, to deliver her welcome address. Over to you, Mrs.
Thank you, Dr. Duman. Honorable Sumildad Bola, Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, Mrs. Bineswari Bulaki, Economic Affairs Officer, UNECA, Mrs. Madalitsu Kazembe, Vice Chairperson, SADC Business Council, Mr. Pierre Falavier, UN Resident Coordinator, Representative of Mauritius and Seychelles, representatives of Economic Development Board and the private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A warm good afternoon to you all. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the high-level conference on enhancing the resilience of manufacturing sector in Mauritius, post-COVID-19 era. I would like to congratulate the team from UNECA, particularly Aruna, our colleague from SADC Business Council, and our distinguished guests, representatives from the government of UAE, for their laudable initiative to ensure that this long-awaiting event is a success. On behalf of the Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, I seize this opportunity to thank you for the tremendous efforts and enthusiasm put in to make this conference a reality, as well as to facilitate the participation of the high-level delegation from Mauritius. Mauritius has acquired significant experience in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. As you have seen in the morning session, the country was rightly praised by the international community for the way it tackled the COVID-19 crisis. The Mauritian manufacturing sector displayed its usual sense of resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic through the adoption of a right policy mix comprising appropriate sanitary and support measures. Today's conference will focus on how the Mauritian manufacturing sector is enhancing this resilience in the post-COVID-19 era. The sector endeavors to build back better from the pandemic through the unleashing of opportunities for all enterprises, including MSMEs, both at regional, including AFC, FTA, and global levels in new and emerging sectors. The conference will shed light on how best to position Mauritius as a reliable sourcing destination and endorse the island as a manufacturing hub. It will also provide an excellent platform to discuss investment opportunities in the Mauritian manufacturing sector and how to make the country a competitive investment destination in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this high-level conference will start with a keynote address delivered by the Honorable Sumil Dadbula. It will then be followed by a series of presentations from high-caliber speakers who will share their insights and experiences, charting out the way for the Mauritian manufacturing sector to attain new heights of growth in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. This session will culminate with a panel discussion where all participants will have the opportunity to deliberate on the new strategic orientations for the Mauritian manufacturing sector to achieve sustainable growth in the wake of emerging challenges. The outcome of the high-level conference will be of paramount importance for the future of the manufacturing sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank the Honorable Sumil Dadbula, Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, for his unwavering support and guidance in concretizing this event when we started to conceive it together with Aruna and partners. My special thanks go to our distinguished partners, namely UNICA, SADC Business Council, the Government of UAE, and the General Consulate of the Republic of Mauritius, based in Dubai, in making necessary arrangements to facilitate our stay in Dubai. Thank you, Mr. Sidwal, and our ambassador, His Excellency, our ambassador. My thanks also go to the team from the hotel for ensuring that the event unfolds smoothly. Last but not least, I wish to extend my recognition to the whole team of the ministry who are online with us. A special cuckoo to Meda, Zarina, Daniel, Emma, and Sibu, and the others for their dedication and efforts in paving the way for this event to become a success. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Permanent Secretary, for highlighting the contribution of the various actors in the successful organization of this event. No doubt you yourself have equally played an important role in the success of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, a landmark achievement in the Mauritian industrial sector was the publication of one of the most important strategy documents, namely the Industrial Policy and Strategic Plan 2020-2025. However, the most notable achievement was the successful steering of the manufacturing sector from the setback of the COVID-19 pandemic to a more positive performance. This performance has been made possible thanks to the dedication and passion of the Honorable Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperative to the cause of industrial development. I have now the pleasure to call upon the Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, Honorable Sumil Dadbula, to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you, Mr. Duman. Mrs. Abdul Rahman Ahmed, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives. Mrs. Eunice Kamwendo, Director, UNECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa. Mr. Peter Vondel, Chief Executive Officer, SADC Business Council. Mr. Yusuf Ismail, Secretary General, Mauritius Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mrs. Devina Boiga, General Manager, Mauritius Standards Bureau. Mr. Bruno Dubarry, CEO, Association of Mauritian Manufacturers. Mrs. Boulaki, Economic Affairs Officer, UNECA. Excellencies, distinguished panelists and delegates, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. Allow me to express my honor and privilege to be in your midst today on the occasion of this high-level conference on enhancing the resilience of manufacturing sector in Mauritius in the post-COVID-19 era. As you already know, this conference is organized by the United Nations Economic Commission of Africa, UNECA, and the Southern African Development Community, SADC Business Council, in collaboration with the Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives of Mauritius. The conference is taking place in the margin of Dubai Expo 2020, which epitomizes a majestic global event celebrating innovation, technology, art, and culture. At the outset, allow me to convey my heartfelt appreciation to the UNECA for having partnered with my ministry in the successful realization of this momentous activity. This gathering today is targeted specifically for the benefit of the manufacturing sector in Mauritius. I wish also to seize the opportunity to extend my thanks personally to Mrs. Bulaki, Economic Affairs Officer of UNECA, who has played an instrumental role in the fruitful organization of this event. My thanks also go to the team of foreign speakers, panelists, and representatives of the private sector from Mauritius, who will share with all of you valuable insights for the enhanced development of the Mauritian manufacturing sector. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the representatives of the Apex private sector associations from Mauritius who have joined us here today. This not only denotes the exemplary public-private partnership that prevails in Mauritius, but it also depicts your unwavering commitment towards the industrial development agenda. Indeed, I am immensely pleased to be addressing you this afternoon in the prestigious City of Gold, or the land of opportunity as some would rightly qualify. In this context, allow me to express my deepest appreciation to the host country, Dubai, for its warm hospitality and for having provided us with the required support as we embark on this important milestone in our industrialization journey. Ladies and gentlemen, the holding of this conference is highly opportune as it is specifically being organized in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, which, as we all know, has disrupted lives, livelihoods, and business models. Today, we have set out to address an ambitious topic. How do we cope with the unprecedented crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic on the manufacturing sector? And how to enable our economic operators emerge stronger from its associated setbacks? However, before delving into the gist of this subject, I feel that it would be appropriate for me to provide you with a clear background of the Mauritian manufacturing sector. I would like then share with you the journey of the sector while it navigated the headwinds of the COVID-19 pandemic. I will also share my thoughts on the imperatives that we should focus on for the enhanced resilience of the manufacturing industry in the wake of unforeseen challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the manufacturing sector of Mauritius hails from a journey of 50 years of industrialization. As a pillar solidly anchored in the economic architecture of Mauritius, this sector contributes around 13.3% to gross value addition and provides gainful employment to 90,400 persons, representing around 16.4% of total workforce. The manufacturing sector has come a long way from being a low-cost producer of basic products and is presently anchored towards innovation, creativity, and value creation through specialized and high-tech activities, such as high-end garments, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, automotive components, precision parts, technical textiles, sophisticated jewelry, and optical products. Ladies and gentlemen, the textile and apparel subsector is a mainstay of our export sector. This particular segment of the manufacturing industry has led Mauritius to integrate the pantheon of leading global players. It has evolved from the production of basic garments into a vertically integrated supplier of high quality, fashionable and branded garments such as t-shirts, shirts, trousers, and pullovers at competitive prices. Mauritius has consolidated its position as a reliable and preferred sourcing destination, supplying renowned brands such as Tommy Hilfiger, Lacoste, Calvin Klein, Guess, Levi's, Woolworth, and Marks and Spencer in Europe, UK, USA, and South Africa. I can mention here that we are proud to be known as a textile hub of excellence within the African region. This has been made possible mainly by the mainstreaming of excellence in all spheres of activities by our operators as they have availed themselves of vertical integration, cutting-edge technology, innovative practices, and environmentally friendly practices coupled with astute business acumen. Other subsectors have equally adopted the main remarkable pathway, such as food processing, fish and fish preparations, jewelry, chemicals, and precision engineering. More recently, the production of highly sophisticated items, such as medical devices and pharmaceutical products, have gained significant momentum in our current industrial architecture, as I mentioned previously. Mauritius has been able to attract investors in high-end activities, owing mainly due to its attractive value proposition, characterized by socio-political and economic stability, propitious business environment, as well as availability of versatile and skilled manpower. Our host of preferential trade agreements, such as the Interim Economic Partnership Agreement, AGOA, SADC, COMESA, the newly constituted AFCFTA, as well as bilateral agreements with countries such as China, Turkey, Pakistan, and India, represent vast area of market opportunities, which are currently being exploited by our enterprises. On the business facilitation front, we are also proud to be ranked first in Africa since a number of years in a number of renowned international classifications, such as the World Bank Ease of Doing Business Index, the Mo Ibrahim Index, and the Global Competitive Index. Ladies and gentlemen, we must admit, however, that the evolution of our manufacturing sector has taken shape in the face of daunting and unexpected challenges. Over the last 2 years, the unfolding of recent events, particularly the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, has been a shockwave for many of our economic operators, owing to its manifold ramifications. As a small island depending on import of raw materials and being distant from our main trading partners, supply chain disruptions associated with a great lockdown in the world in 2020 took its toll on our manufacturing enterprises, which found themselves in a complex spiral of production stoppages, loss of export order, and cash flow problems. However, this sector was able to bounce back rapidly due to the agility displayed by the economic operators. As a matter of fact, enterprises in the sector started the production of face masks, personal protective equipment, face shields, and sanitizers in order to meet the urgent sanitary exigencies when the virus reached the Mauritian shores in 2020. I have to point out here that such swift innovative practices could only be realized on account of the long-standing experience gained by our industrialists over the last 50 years. I have to mention that while it was predicted that in 2020 exports revenue of the manufacturing sector would fall by around 30%, the decrease was ultimately contained at only 11.7%. As for 2021, we remain highly optimistic that exports would pick up substantially to reach pre-COVID levels of 2019, which we consider as a normal year. Allow me to attribute this positive performance to the exceptional business clout displayed by enterprises supported by the host of timely measures and schemes adopted by the government to shield the manufacturing sector against the drastic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. I can cite here a few here, such as the wage assistance scheme, freight rebate schemes by Air, NC, special relief fund, and waiving of port charges, which have proved to be instrumental in ensuring business continuity and survival. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are living in a changed, complex, and uncertain world. A world which has brought to the forefront our fragility and vulnerability. One of the key lessons that we have learned is that we need to continuously adapt to be able to survive. In fact, as we endeavor to recover from the COVID-19 global health crisis and deal with new variants emerging almost every week, I strongly believe that this high-level conference can help to chart the way forward as we strive to build a more resilient and vibrant manufacturing sector. We are looking forward to a consolidated manufacturing sector, which is all the more responsive and adaptive to changing economic realities. First of all, I am of the opinion that one of the key lessons that we can learn from COVID-19 pandemic is a need for our factories to shift to a maximum automation and adopt lean production systems. COVID-19 has accelerated the pace of technological transformation, including the adoption of technologies associated with Industry 4.0, such as soft robotics, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, and Internet of Things. In fact, we should strive to continuously support the adoption of these new technologies in conjunction with upskilling of the labor force. I strongly consider that this represents the most important pathway to overcome operational constraints, disruptions in production capacity, and increase our preparedness amidst any unforeseen event. Ladies and gentlemen, the onslaught of the COVID-19 crisis has also taught us the importance of being able to adapt quickly to a vast evolving situation. And this can also happen through prompt innovative practices. I have always believed that innovation is a key element in order to enable the manufacturing sector achieve meaningful competitive edge. In this perspective, I opine that our operators should always be one step ahead in their innovation quotient. This will enable them to adjust their production patterns to successfully introduce products geared towards meeting demand of consumers based on changing circumstances. It is gratifying to note that the government is leaving no stones unturned to ensure that Mauritius is endowed with a pool of talented researchers who can easily convert their ideas into products having sellable features, which can result into greater value addition for the sector. The new normal paradigm in which we are currently evolving requires us to rethink the way we produce and consume in order to achieve a sustainable and resilient future. Time is more than ever propitious for our enterprises to undergo a significant metabolic industrial transformation, a transformation which rests on the pillars of circularity and net zero carbon emission commitments. Certainly, the shift from the traditional and linear production model to a circular one would create greater value. This would ensure that products, components, and raw materials are recovered at the end of their useful life, thereby leading to greater competitiveness. I firmly consider that business models which are centered around regenerative manufacturing, remanufacturing, and carbon neutral production practices represent the future pedestal that our industrialists should step on for enhanced prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, I consider that another strategy that we should focus on is greater regional integration. The proximity of Mauritius to the African continent, which is moving up the curve of economic expansion, is yet another strategic advantage for the manufacturing sector. As a matter of fact, the recently established African Continental Free Trade Agreement connects 1.3 billion people across 55 countries with a combined gross domestic product value at USD 3.4 trillion. This represents a major opportunity for African countries to diversify their exports, accelerate growth, and attract foreign direct investment. Mauritius already has in place a dedicated strategy to benefit fully from this ambitious trade agreement. As minister responsible for the industrial development, I have at heart the development of a common agenda for a renewed impetus on accelerating the pace of regional cooperation. In this context, I am personally chairing a committee to look into the practical application of AFCFTA, amongst others, so that the manufacturing sector can fully take advantage of the vast market opportunities conferred by this agreement. I am therefore very appreciative that today's conference constitutes an appropriate platform for us to discuss concrete actions for leveraging fully on this particular agreement in a spirit of regional collaboration for the overall accentuated growth of the manufacturing sector through intra-regional trade and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, my ministry has recently come up with a new industrial policy and strategic plan for 2020-2025. This policy paper sheds light on the strategic imperatives that the country should focus for a globally competitive and sustainable industrial sector. For my part, I ambition to boost export by 50% in the next 3 years. I am confident that today, by working together, we can together come forward with concrete proposals so that the Mauritian manufacturing sector can emerge stronger and harness new opportunities for its sustained accelerated growth and transformation in line with our vision. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Sunil Bola, for giving us the inspiration for the work ahead and for putting much emphasis on regional integration and the seriousness of Mauritius to seize the opportunity offered by the AFCFTA. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the official ceremony. We will now continue with our plenary session. The session will be moderated by Mr. Pierre Falavier, Senior Development Coordination Advisor at the UN Coordinator Office, Mauritius and Seychelles. As you all know, we presented him in the morning as a very active diplomat for the UN. Over now to Mr. Pierre Falavier to moderate this session. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Honorable Minister and Mrs. Permanent Secretary. We are going to have now 4 presentations of 15 minutes each, following on the Honorable Minister's thorough presentation on redynamizing on enhancing the resilience of the manufacturing sectors. We will start our first presentation on redynamizing the manufacturing sector in a post-COVID-19 landscape by Mr. Rishi Domun, then positioning Mauritius as a strategic partner for textile and apparel, then boosting the intra-regional trade through standards testing and certification, and having a presentation on private sector perspectives on the future of manufacturing in Mauritius. For now, we will have presentation of 15 minutes each, and we will leave the Q&A for later where we'll have the panel discussions. So I would like first to introduce Dr. Rishi Domun, who is the Principal Industrial Analyst at the Ministry of Industrial Development, MSCs and Cooperative for Mauritius. He has worked for over 35 years at the Ministry of Industry in Mauritius, contributing to numerous publications prepared by the ministry, including the recent Industrialization Policy and Strategic Plan for 2020-2025. He has extensive experience in industrial policy formulation, and more specifically in the use of the EQUIP toolbox, which was developed with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the German government to enhance the quality of industrial policies. He has a special interest in bringing excellence in businesses. Mr. Domun, please, your presentation on redynamizing the manufacturing sector.
Thank you, Mr. Pallavi. Again, good afternoon, Honorable Trinidad Bola, Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs, Cooperatives, Madam Mrs. Abdullah Rahman Ahmed, Permanent Secretary, Mr. Andre Paul, Director of Industry, Mauritius, and Mrs. Bineswari Boulaki, the Economic Affairs Officer, UNICA, Mr. Falavier, Moderator, and our distinguished colleagues. It is I'm greatly honored to share my thoughts with you today on this highly important issue, namely that of enhancing the resilience of the manufacturing sector in Mauritius in the post-COVID era. We are grateful to UNICA for its support to organize such an impactful event. Today's topic is very important, not only, as the PS said in the morning, because it relates to lives and livelihood all around the world, but because it is an opportunity for Mauritius to share. I think this is the theme, the main theme of Dubai Expo, sharing of experience. This is where we come here, to share with our friends in the region its unique experience of how Mauritius is building up a post-COVID resilience, the manufacturing sector. My presentation will focus on a small introduction of Mauritius. I'll talk a bit about the manufacturing sector, though since the morning you have heard a lot about the manufacturing sector. We'll examine the elements of the resilience. This is important. Elements of resilience displayed by our sector, manufacturing sector, and then we'll try to find how we are trying to redynamize the manufacturing sector. From the discussions held in the morning, we have seen that most of the those who have intervened online and those in the conference room, you all have the ingredients to succeed. But how to use these ingredients, this is what we need to know. This is why we are here to share, because all of you, you have identified your challenges, but how to go about this. I hope this presentation, after this, you will get some light about how to deal with all these challenges. Coming back to to Mauritius, I think a lot of introduction has been made since the morning. Just for some of the new people following the seminar, just to tell that Mauritius is, as you know, an island at the east of the South African continent, multicultural population, and as said in the morning, we have 5 main sectors of the economy: agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, ICT, and financial services. And then what is more prominent is that the country has been able to become one of the top 20 countries in the world and first in sub-Saharan Africa for the ease of doing business. This is quite important because a lot of work has been put in this achievement. And then also, as highlighted in the morning by our colleague from, I think, from the IFCTA, the country has a political, social, and economic stability, which is very important for any economy to strive forward. And then we have also in background a strong institutional framework. And then we have tried to build up an attractive investment destination. Coming to the manufacturing sector, I think again here also a lot of information has been given in the Honorable Minister's speech, and then the PS also. We won't go into the share of the important share of GDP and the important share of the manufacturing sector in the economy. What I want to highlight here is that we have our manufacturing sector has two components: the export-oriented sector and the domestic-oriented sector. This export-oriented sector includes enterprises which are geared towards export of goods and services, and the domestic and oriented enterprises are enterprises which cater mainly for the local market. I'll just give you some example of export enterprises, some of the export goods which we produce. We have, first of all, textile, which has a share of 50%. And then you have fish and fish preparation. Jewelry, and then medical device and pharmaceuticals. And in terms of domestic enterprises, we have food, beverages, light engineering, chemicals. These are the main sectors. You will ask, maybe you'll think that why we have two different types of sectors in Mauritius. This is what the Honorable Minister has mentioned. Also, we have 50 years of history, and as time went along after the independence, we adopted first a domestic-oriented strategy, import substitution, and then it was supplemented by export strategy. This is why we have two-pronged strategies which originate with dates back since the 1960s. And we say this import substitution strategy in the 60s, complemented by the export-oriented, brought about significant transformation in the manufacturing sector. This was the result of both of these strategies. And this transformation was spearheaded mainly by textile and clothing enterprises, joined later on by enterprises in the food, jewelry, and medical devices. And some years back, there was a feeling that the sector has to be re-engineered because of all the challenges, new challenges which was emerging all around the world. There was a feeling that the Mauritian manufacturing sector should reinvent itself, and that is why we had in mind to formulate a new policy, industrial strategy for Mauritius. And in fact, this inspiration to have a new industrial strategy originated in Dar es Salaam from a regional workshop by UNCTAD. We wanted to have a similar report like Tanzania on industrialization. And this was this inspiration was helped by, at one time, UNIDO, and at one time, MCCI also supported this idea. And finally, UNCTAD agreed to provide us a technical and financial assistance to complete the report. And the need for the industrial strategy became more pressing with the outbreak of COVID, which is threatening the world economy, imposing new business models and calling for the overhauling of our resilience. And now let us see what are the elements of resilience which has been displayed by Mauritius. First of all, we'll examine the extent of the resilience. We'll try to quantify the resilience. I think from the speech in the morning and then from the Honorable Minister also, they have mentioned that the export sector, which was the main generator of foreign exchange earnings in 2020, registered a satisfactory performance despite being directly impacted by the severe market contractions in Europe and the US, which are our main partners. Then they mentioned also that in 2020, because of the resilience of the sector, the decrease in export revenue, which was contained at 11.7% only, as compared to the predicted 30%. And then in 2021, the sector has experienced an increase of 14% in its export, despite the difficulties and uncertainties linked with COVID-19. And in addition, it is forecasted that the sector will rebound with positive notes for positive growth rates for 2021. Let us now see this. This is for the qualitative side of the resilience. Now the elements of the resilience we have seen there. Strong government commitment. I think this is one of the important aspects of which has contributed to the resilience of the sector. Even before the pandemic reaches our shore, the government, having at heart the security and welfare of the population, was already concocting a strategy to face the onslaught of the COVID-19. The setting up of a high-level committee on COVID-19, chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister, demonstrated strong political commitment in managing.
He's likely to, he often call it business, so he need to pay. Money is coming to me. Pay, I'll just drive there and
one of the aspects, there were two aspects of this government commitment. You have the health aspect and the economic aspect. On the health aspect, there was an intensive sensitization campaign to combat COVID-19 pandemic. The government was able to conduct a widespread and effective sanitary campaign, highlighting the importance of wearing face masks, using hand sanitizers, and observing the necessary distancing to secure the population from the deadly effects of the pandemic. And then during the second lockdown in 2021, a massive vaccination campaign was conducted to keep the population safe and active. This is important. The second type of intervention has been support measures. This successful sanitary campaign was supplemented by the introduction of several support measures. I think that it has been mentioned in the morning by the Permanent Secretary, to address the vulnerability of manufacturing enterprises during the difficult period and allow many economic activities to continue, even during the lockdown, with the issue of permits, which was known as the work access permit, allowing people to work even during the difficult times. The second aspect which brought about the resilience is that the innovation of enterprises. The pandemic has also encouraged manufacturers to identify their weaknesses, change their business strategies, innovate and improve their production processes. Some industries even improved and adjusted their production processes to manufacture new products at that time, such as personal protective equipment, hand sanitizers, face masks, and shield to cater for immediate needs of the country. This innovativeness has helped also the country. And then the one important aspect also is that the import substitution strategy. We talk about this in the strategy we had earlier. It is considered that the pandemic has acted as a wake-up call to redynamize the import substitution strategy by by reducing our dependency on import and encouraging local manufactured essential commodities known as made in Mauritius brands. Then another important aspect also has been important element has been the effective communication and stewardship. During the pandemic, the government maintained daily communication with the population through daily press conference broadcasted on the radio, television, social media, and educated website and mobile application to keep them abreast of evolution of contamination, apprise them of the needs for observing strict sanitary measures, inform them of special arrangement made for distribution of essential commodities. At the level of the ministry, our Honorable Minister, he closely monitored the situation. He had regular meetings to address any problems faced by enterprises. And through these meetings, assistance was provided to enterprises to expedite matters relating to work access and business continuity. And then during the lockdown, this close intervention enabled some 50% of enterprises in the Expo to maintain their activities, fulfill their export orders, and earn foreign exchange, which is very important for the country. And then the last aspect of the last element is the market connectivity. I think you know Mauritius is an island, and connection with all other countries is very important. So one of the important elements that nurtured this resilience of our industrial sector is that communication. We mentioned in the morning about closing of borders. Communication with the outside world was maintained. The regular operation of our port and airport ensured connectivity with our trading partners, and this kept the economy afloat. And now we come to the crux of the subject.
Mr. Domon, please, if I could ask you, maybe could you summarize in 3 minutes?
Yeah,
3 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
So far, we have listed the elements which have contributed to the resilience of the manufacturing sector during the COVID-19. We have now, let us now see some of the elements which have, how we are redynamizing the manufacturing sector. It was mentioned also earlier that we have published, as the ministry with UNCTAD has published the industrial policy and strategic plan, and this policy for continuous innovation, upgrading technology, enhanced productivity, and in-skill employment. The industrial strategy is focused on this plan, on these 5 areas. They call it 5 strategic plans. I hope later on I will be able to give you some details on this. It's about strengthening the value chain. The main one is addressing the foundations, industry foundations, and then addressing value chains, modernization and diversification. Domestic market, we have talked about it, about industrial import strategy. Regional global market export, increasing export regionally and globally, and then adoption of advanced technologies. These are the 5 main thrusts of the industrial strategic plan. And we won't go into the details of it later on, we'll go there. The implementation laid emphasis on coherent institutional approach, which is important at this aspect, at this point, is that the IPSP laid much emphasis on the coherent institutional approach that will have to be adopted to ensure successful implementation of the report there. And then in this line, the government has set up a high-level committee, an industrial policy executive oversight committee, chaired by the permanent secretary to follow the implementation of the IPSP. And we are proud to say that the efficient monitoring mechanism setup is bearing its fruits, and it is gratifying to know that around 50% of the recommendations are currently being implemented. And then with the implementation of the IPSP, the development of a globally competitive and sustainable industrial sector capable to withstand exogenous shocks and contribute further to the economic development of Mauritius. Here also I wish to underline that the successful completion of the IPSP has been made possible with the perfect collaboration between foreign consultant and the ministry. And the exercise also, there was a perfect cohesion between the ministry, the public sector and the private sector. Just to conclude, the experience of defining a new strategy has been very unique for Mauritius because we have to learn it first. It has been made possible with the collaboration of all stakeholders in the country and the unflinching support, of course, of our minister. And would be pleased later on to give some more details if required on the IPSP. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Domon. We'll have the chance to go into more detail during the panel discussion. I would like now to introduce our second speaker, Mr. Girish Bhuktawant-Singh, who is the Director for Industry at the Mauritius Economic Development Board, the EDB, and leads its manufacturing directorate. His expertise is in strategic management and international marketing, and he served in key positions with both local and international organizations. At EDB, he's responsible to sustain the economic development of the industry and is fully engaged in promoting trade, business, and investment. Under his supervision are major portfolios, including textile and apparels, seafood, agro-processing, and light engineering, among others. Since joining the EDB, he's been actively promoting Mauritius and the concept of made through Africa to boost intra-trade and conquer more markets. Girish holds a degree in mechanical engineering and an MBA from Edinburgh Business Schools. Is also a social activist and encourages corporate social responsibility and social inclusiveness for a more just society, and is going to tell us about how to position Mauritius as a strategic partner for textile and apparel. Girish, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I hope everybody is with me. I'll try to share some energy. So, Honorable Mr. Bola, Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperative, Mrs. Ahmed, dynamic Mrs. Aruna Bulake, my colleagues in the panelists, the number of online attendees, and obviously members of the floor. And I hope I'll be able to share with you arguments that you'll find interesting with regards to where Mauritius stands today. When it comes to Mauritius, Mauritius is positioning itself as a strategic partner for textile and apparel. And this is because of a number of successes that we have in our main industry, which is the industry of growth, which has been behind the realization of the second, what we call, industrial revolution in Mauritius. In fact, the manufacturing sector has gone a long way. And what's important to know from perspective of Mauritius, Mauritius is a small island. Mauritius got no natural resources. When it comes to the number of industries that we are having, where we have been laying emphasis, where we have been laying our strength is with regards to transformation. That's what we have been doing. We are getting raw materials from all over the world, transform, and obviously export in order that we get the necessary FDI. This is very relevant for us in a country which is small. We don't have a big local population also. So with 1.3 million, but what's important, small, yes, but ambitious, okay? And in that ambition of ours, like being described by Honorable Minister in the morning and other speakers, is the vision that we are having where we want to go. We work shoulder to shoulder with the private sector. We have a clear vision and the destination, yes, develop a globally competitive and sustainable industrial sector. While walking along this path, Little Mauritius have been able to establish more than 535 manufacturing companies, employ nearly more than 100,000 people, and even have a export of goods, which is about 1.5 billion USD. All this is very relevant in this particular case study that we are sharing with regards of upliftment, with regards of realization of industrialization, which is a key in the agenda of Africa, especially from a perspective of a country here that we don't have natural resources. Imagine we don't have a single ship, we don't manufacture, we don't grow cotton, but yet we have been able to move to that level. And obviously we know how much Africa is rich when it comes to natural resources, cotton, etc. Yes, it has been a long story, a long journey, a beautiful story when it comes to Mauritius. We started in the textile apparel in the 1970s, few companies who come from Hong Kong that was engaged in the manufacturing of gloves. Today, the same company have grown. They are now vertically integrated. They brought a number of innovation, and in those innovation they are about to develop a zero carbon footprint t-shirt that we want to showcase. In all this journey, we passed a number of tests that we successfully went through. Why? Because we have all ears with what the market is looking for. All the adherence to norms, all the necessary innovation brought by having certain dosage of automations, all this has been brought because we wanted to manufacture what our clients basically from EU was looking, from Europe was looking. Later, with the advent of AGOA, with the advent of number of openings that give us access to duty-free market, we have taken full advantage of it. And on top of it, when South Africa opened up, we start focusing also on the regions. But today, where matters stand when it comes with the advent of ACFTA, and during that era of COVID that gave us to think about the importance of regionalization, Mauritius is focusing again on an agenda that we believe, developing regional value chain for the regions. The different 50 years plus of experience that we have acquired in the manufacturing of garments is made to be used in view to again serve the regions. When we realized during COVID time, the imports from Asia is still strong. The imports from other countries in terms of basic garments is still strong. And when we said about the manufacturing of garments, why? Not only because it brought revenue or create employment for us, it's a basic welfare item that we feel that from the perspective of the region, we should be able, to develop our own products and be able to supply all these regions, especially in a region that is rich in cotton, that we have the natural resources. Because for too long, the cotton is from here, but the brands are from Europe. Yes, today the textile apparel industry, we have been able to move forward to be able to satisfy exigencies of important clients. But a matter of case study, despite this country, we are not growing cottons, but we have yarn, we are manufacturing yarn and fabric. We are doing the necessary weaving. We are the necessary industry for the production and transformation of this cotton. We have been able to develop a number of products, t-shirt, shorts, denim, pullovers, ladies wear, kids wear, and all this through proper ecosystem that have been able to be built thanks to a very good collaboration that we have between the private and the public. The government is supporting fully, and I take this opportunity to thank Honorable Minister, and the private sector also work with us shoulder to shoulder. And in that perspective, that collaboration, that partnership is quite unique. It's quite unique in this partnership because we knew since the beginning, we're small, we are far from the markets, and we have to develop our industry, for we believe industrialization is a way to uplift and to raise the standard of living in the country. Today, this agenda, which is strong, I repeat again, the question of industrialization is also a matter of concern for us. Because if we allow only imports of product from other regions, we might have, instead of industrialization in Africa, premature deindustrialization. So this is an interest for all of us to be together in our quest to industrialize, and through industrialization, address a number of other social and economic issues, which is very relevant to all of us. Yes, what happened? Yes, so Mauritius being a small island development state, it's very important, the question of that partnership to save planet Earth. We cannot save planet Earth only, we are vulnerable, but together this is a matter of concern for us, for all of us. Together we save planet Earth. And this is why, if there has been the growth of fast fashion has nearly doubled the number of garments from 2000 to 2014, and the garment and the number of production countries also have been increasing. But together with fast fashion, we brought a number of other issues, which is very matter of concern with regards to the protection of the environment. And that's why, from that level, in Mauritius, we have been encouraging companies to adhere to norms, to adhere to environmental norms, to walk along the path of sustainability. At this moment itself, we have helped a number of companies in Mauritius to develop sustainable garments. We are supporting companies, the productions of sustainable yarn, and we are encouraging to wherever we go to have partners, to come to Mauritius, in fact, to develop our textile industry. We believe we can have sustainable yarn, sustainable fabric, sustainable denim. All this is very relevant. But to show you the mindset of what prevails in Mauritius, I'll tell you another thing which is quite unique in Mauritius. Not only the private-public partnership, Mauritius has made it in its legislation that all profitable companies are obliged to contribute 2% of their profit to corporate social responsibility. And that corporate social responsibility, which is being managed by the National Social Inclusion Foundation, work on a number of projects in view, to fight poverty, to address environmental issues, in fact, address all subjects related to inclusiveness, because we don't want a development where we have one particular people who live a certain standard of living and the other one could not go through it. In fact, like policymakers used to tell it, we are nations of middle class. That's what we have seen been emerging over the last 50 years since independence, a growing middle class. And to have this success of how we have been proceeding in Mauritius over the years, in a consistent way, in a continuous way, in a credible way, we have been developing a particular ecosystem. And that ecosystem, like was mentioned by one speaker from ACFTA, builds on certain pillars, which is very relevant. Pillars of democracy, pillars of rule and law, pillars of political stability, pillars with regards to the legal system that we are having in Mauritius. And we have been opening up in terms of a number of agreements that we have been having with a number of countries. And all this to build, so not only a certain reliability of what the offer of Mauritius would be, but to build that level of confidence, which is very relevant in attracting partners, investors, stakeholders, even from our private sectors, to come and put money in it. Today, in a globalized world, people can go anywhere, but in having a proper system, and a system, an ecosystem that guarantee you, what we look for, and already Mauritius is a beautiful place. So in putting all these ingredients together, and this make Mauritius very relevant when it comes to do business. That's why in the number of indexes that was mentioned, Mauritius, in all humility, I said it, Mauritius have been able to stand first, but there have been a lot of efforts behind. Even from the level of policies, amendments of laws and regulations, and even to put what we are preaching in practice. And all this requires a number of efforts. And that's why, not surprising, I believe this is also a pride for all African countries, Mauritius have been able to move to be 13 in the world when it comes to ease of doing business. So you can imagine the efforts and how we got the public and the private people to walk along this path in order to succeed in it. not only to be able to attain that position, but to maintain at that position, to keep going higher, not to go down. And this is very important. It means whatever you are preaching, you need to practice it and do it in a credible way so that you win not only the trust, the confidence of external stakeholders, external auditors who are watching the progress that you are doing. Yes, the government also have come with a number of incentives for our manufacturing sector. We know that we are a country that we don't have raw materials, but we have been able to succeed by penetrating a number of markets where we have preferential access, yes, but government came with a number of incentives, investment tax credit over 15% over 3 years, no import duties, no refund on the cost of certification, double deduction, etc. For a number of incentives that you see, it's mentioned here. And all this is very relevant when we attract our own people or people from abroad to come and invest. And at the moment, knowing the way we are looking forward, what we are looking in terms of investment, why is this sort of incentive when it comes to go for certifications, to go for high tech and all 8-year income tax holiday? Because we want to move up in the way we were manufacturing. Yesterday, we were manufacturing more on the perspective that we were having a low-cost labor. Now we want to move forward. I heard Ibrahim talking about technology. We want to absorb more technology. When the Honorable Mr. Bola speak about with confidence how much we see our country will be increasing export in the next 3-5 years, because we are slowly adopting technology and we want to compete also with the usage of technology other to what we have achieved. And that's why in the definition of the market, what we reach, the niche market that we look, we study well that niche market. And when we get to this niche market, we do all efforts to dominate that niche market. And these incentives that we are speaking goes along to a number of incentives in order, not only to get people to come and do business in Mauritius. No, it's about a special art of living that we have in Mauritius. We are warm when it comes to the Mauritian people. Not sunny place, but warm people. And coming to Mauritius also implies you should be able to live, to work, and be happy. We mix both this adage of business and pleasure. We want that from the investors that comes to Mauritius. Not only a place of doing business. No, we have feelings, we have emotions. We want you to be happy to the place where you are, and we want you also to stay further. Don't forget, initially I told you, the first Hong Kongi who came and have the first factory in Mauritius, he's still there. His children, his grandchildren are now running the factory. They are now fully fledged Mauritians, and they are in Mauritius. And the same things apply. Yes, we went through the difficulties of COVID. There was disruption. We have and skyrocketing in the price of raw materials that we are getting from China and from India. And that's the reasons where we're looking for the intelligence to get these raw materials. Why not getting it from Africa? We have been going round and round to get it. And in that perspective, to develop sustainable regional value chain. And I thank Ms. Aruna for one of the studies that will be supported by the agency, we are talking from the perspective of growing cotton in a sustainable way. Why not from our neighboring country? Why not in Madagascar? Why not in Zambia? And have the necessary transformation in Mauritius, so that at the end of the day, that final product that we are looking to export is a sustainable products manufactured in Mauritius with that mindset that we call in French 100% responsable, 100% responsible, in view also to the benefits of the planet. This is the way we look at it. This is the way we want to develop our textile and apparel sector. And obviously, we can't have the whole regional value chain sustainable within years. And it's about the way we are going to implement slowly but surely in view to reach that levels of what we are looking for. And that's why the different measures that government has been putting forward in terms of enhancing the regional competitiveness, putting a number of schemes available with regards to what the product offer is all about, whether in capacity building, but I'll just mention 2 measures in view to be closer to Africa, in view to get our products to be known. We have even been supporting, warehouses in Mozambique, Tanzania, where we are asking our operators to put their product there, and we are refunding a huge amount, a huge percentage out of it for those who make use of warehouses in these countries, because we wanted the product to be close. It's more successful in Tanzania at the moment, and we wish we could do more. Second, we know, yes, when it comes to using digital platform, a number of private companies have come out with digital platform, Abana, and the digital platform is not only for Mauritius, trying to connect, African suppliers of textile and apparel, and even Economic Development Board. We are coming out with a virtual platform that we are working, which implies giving an expo to all our products throughout the year and getting it connected with clients wherever they are. So all these methods are being used in view to bring the products closer to the clients in order the client to discover what we are doing, reducing the lead time, and obviously get to succeed.
Girish, if I could give you 1 minute, please.
Yes, sure.
And then we will continue during the panel discussion. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So I won't go further. I'll be available to discuss in the panel discussion and shed light on what we are doing. But that last slide I wanted to share with you before me coming back to my seat is a small regional supply chain that we have been able to build successfully. That regional supply chain is about, a company that came from Mauritius, see that, from China, and they are in the spinning of yarn. But the yarn that they are spinning are actually being grown in Madagascar. The spinning is being done in Mauritius. A lot of emphasis is being going on the product development. We are even coming on dyed yarn, dyed cone yarn, which is quite unique. And we are exporting 90% on Africa, 10% only being sold on the local market. We would have wished to have more of that when we know the cotton agenda, when we know the agenda of sustainability, when we know the agenda of inclusiveness. This is the model that Mauritius is pushing. And in that model, we don't call it made in Mauritius. In that model, we call it made through Africa. And together, we conquer the world market. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our third presenter will be Ms. Devina Boiga, who is the General Manager of the Mauritius Standard Bureau, which is the national body that is mandated to develop standards and operates a certification marking scheme for product and a national management system certification scheme. Mrs. Boiga has 14 years of experience in marketing and consultancy, but also a rich career in the service of public good. She served as a village councillor and district councillor for 7 years, and as a member of the National Assembly in Mauritius for 5 years before joining the Standard Bureau. She holds a diploma in business administration, a bachelor in economics and an MBA in marketing, an advanced diploma in software engineering. She's also a registered trainer in IT and in management and economics. Please. The topic will be boosting intra-regional trade through standards, testing and certification. So we have 18 minutes to be at par with other presenters.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pierre. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the Mauritius Standards Bureau operates under the aegis of the Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperative, under the guidance of the Honorable Minister Sumil Dutt Bola, Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperative. And now we have the Director of Industry, Mr. Andre Paul, who is with us, and Mrs. Boulake. Thank you so much for this platform. Well, in order to facilitate trade, and protect consumer, the Bureau also collaborates strongly with other ministries, such as the Ministry of Commerce and Consumer Protection, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration, and International Trade. Prior to 1993, the standards and conformity assessment services were provided by a department of the Ministry of Industry, before being structured as a corporate body under the MSP Act 1993. This change in status has enhanced the role of the Bureau in the Mauritian quality infrastructure. Today, Mauritius Standards Bureau provides at least 70% of the required activities of the national quality infrastructure which are needed to facilitate trade. While other activities related to the NQI are provided by departments such as the Legal Metrology Services, Mauritius, the competent authority, and so on, it should be pointed out that the private conformity assessment bodies also contribute to the national quality infrastructure. As per this slide, you will see that we have 5 technical units that provide core services to the nation. The Mauritius Standards Bureau and its core services are supported to the industry through 5 technical units, that is the Standard Development Unit, the Engineering Unit, the Chemical Unit, the Quality Assurance Unit, and the Metrology Unit. The Bureau also hosts the National Enquiry Point as per the requirement of the WTO-TBT agreement. The manufacturing sector is slightly challenged by the size of the local market. It is highly dependent on export in order to be sustainable and ensure economic of scale. In this COVID pandemic era, the situation has worsened for the manufacturing sector due to the urging costs of raw materials and significant increase in freight costs. Thus, enterprises gearing to export have to be both efficient and effective to gain competitive advantage. Mauritius Standards Bureau has two-pronged approach to ensure the competitiveness of the manufacturing sector. Well, the first strategy is a top-down strategy. At the strategy and policy level, the Bureau has a strong participation in negotiation and formulation of preferential trade agreements, such as the SADC FTA, the AFCTA FTA, Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Partnership Agreement with India, FTA with China, Economic Partnership Agreement with the EU, and so on. Mauritius Standards Bureau has an influence on the standards and conformity assessment components in these negotiations and ensure that the interests of manufacturers are safeguarded or promoted. This is in line with the strategy of the government to leverage on the trade agreement to open up new market opportunities and be competitive in these markets. Well, the second strategy is the bottom-up strategy. At the operational level, the Mauritius Standards Bureau has consolidated its role in the national quality infrastructure landscape. The Bureau provides at least 70% of the requirement of the national quality infrastructure, which are vital to facilitate trade. Our other partners in the NQI being the Legal Metrology Services, Mauritius, that is the national accreditation body, as well as the private laboratory. The development of standards traditionally considered as an activity of national interest, which is funded mostly by the central government, has now become an activity of the regional and international interests. This paradigm shift is because of the development and adoption of standards done in isolation by the jurisdiction lead to isolation of the country to hamper trade in the region and beyond. Standards are essential components of the national quality infrastructure of a country and a tool for the manufacturing sector. Today, it is not sufficient to develop or adopt only standards. We need to harmonize standards in order to integrate the regional and international trade platform. In short, standards shape the contours for trading of manufactured products. Standards have the potential to enhance cooperation at regional and international level. And in today's context, standardization is a driving factor in the creation of the African single market. Well, the shaping of standards for competitiveness of the manufacturing sector, the Bureau favors the development and adoption of international standards as well as harmonization of regional standards. And the Mauritius Standards Bureau fully participates in the development of standards at the level of ISO IEC, also, and SADC to ensure the competitiveness of the products at the design level. And the Bureau also is a standard, is a standard maker rather than a standard taker by influencing the content of these standards and promoting the interests of our manufacturers. While shaping the standards for the competitiveness of the manufacturing sector, we added to Annex 3 of the WTO TBT agreement with regards to the formulations of standards. The Bureau also comprises of international good standard practice, that is the GSP. Export of manufactured goods at regional trade cannot be effective if the merchant standards or conformity assessment procedures are not acceptable in the region and vice versa. Thus, our overarching objective is one standard, one conformity assessment accepted everywhere. This approach will surely help in the creation of the African single market, which is supported by the regional standards bureaus such as the SADC-TAN, also, and COMISA policy on standards, metrology, conformity assessment, and accreditation. The advantage of the one standard, one conformity assessment accepted everywhere is that the existence of one regional accepted standards and one regional accepted conformity assessment helps to foster the development of a regional market for goods and services. In so doing, it makes product and services acceptable at regional level and ultimately at global level at a more competitive price. At the government designated TBT National Inquiry Point, Merchant Standards Bureau and coordinates its operation with the International Trade Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, which is the TBT National Notification Authority and ministries within the NQI. At the TBT and NEP, the Merchant Standards Bureau supports the implementation of the TBT agreement and plays a significant role to provide information on standards, technical regulation, and conformity assessment procedures to trading partners in the region and beyond. This mechanism is not only reduces the reduction of goods at borders, but also increases the speed at which the goods are cleared. One of the fundamental requirements of the free trade is to increase access to high quality and optimal price goods, while at the same time ensuring that the product and services comply with the requirement of a specification, technical standards or regulation, while the manufacturer must ensure that his product satisfies the requirements of the buyers. The latter would need to trust this relationship to ensure quality of products and services. Testing and certification brings confidence and trust between the manufacturers and the buyers to keep trade flowing. They improve quality and greatly help in reducing the standards and dangerous product from entering the market. Harmonized standards from the African region will urge stakeholders to meet the regional market requirements and assist the different players to ease the flow of goods. A recognized accredited laboratory or certification body is obviously a passport to international recognition. It displays the competency of an organization to meet the market requirement. Accreditation is the basis to have mutual and free trade agreement between parties concerned and at the same time strengthen diplomatic ties. Harmonization standards and conformity assessment procedures reduce technical barrier to trade such as retesting, inconsistency customer verification. Such costs are considerably reduced, and if there's a level playing field, and consequently the cost of doing trade will reach to an optimum level. It is an undeniable fact that the regional and international recognition are best achieved through accreditation, and these are the key requirements to gain a competitive edge of the manufacturers. Accredited conformity assessment enhances safety, the value of the product, and protection of the consumer's rights. To build further trust, the Mauritius Standards Bureau has embarked itself in the accreditation of both its testing and certification services. To date, the laboratories of the Mauritius Standards Bureau are accredited for more than 60 testing parameters. This figure is expected to increase over the years and may be determined by the market trend. To maintain the accreditation status, the laboratories are participating extensively in the proficiency test and in the laboratory comparison exercise in the region and at the international level. Accreditation opens up new African market opportunities and thus favoring intra-regional trade. Well, our certification program in the field of quality management system, food safety management system, are accredited to build resilience and ensure business continuity of our manufacturers during the COVID-19 pandemic era. Mauritius Standards Bureau has developed and provided virtual and hybrid virtual mode assessment to its clients. We supported our manufacturers to retain their certification and maintain their competitiveness in the turbulence time. The Mauritius Standards Bureau, together with other private operators in the national quality infrastructure and government policies, are geared to improve trade cross borders for the ease of doing business with Mauritius. In this vein, the Mauritius Custom has implemented a coordinated border management system, whereas agencies, including the Mauritius Standards Bureau as a CA service provider, among other stakeholders, operate under a single roof to carry out conformity assessment for regulated goods. Documentary checks for regulated products and visual inspections are carried out at the port area itself and communicated with strict minimum delays to concerned parties. In some instances, documentary checks are also carried out prior to the consignment reaching Mauritius. This practice should be a reciprocal to enhance regional trade. Electronic transmission of reports is being considered, and this is fully in line with the Made in Africa project. Among testing parameters that are already accredited and facilitating trade are steel bars, steel wires exported to the region, such as the Réunion Island, plastic pipes and fitting exported to Madagascar, and Réunion Island, footwear exported to Madagascar, and aluminium profile exported to African countries. It is to be noted that a major difficulty in boosting trade is the number of standards for a single product. In some circumstances, Mauritius had already adopted international standards and find it difficult to adopt regional one. This becomes even more difficult when also and SADC issues different standards for the same product. It is of utmost importance to avoid this so as to facilitate trade. If member states are producing to international standards rather than national and regional standards, access should be granted. Complying to an international standard instead of national or regional standard should not be a barrier to trade. Mauritius is adopting this practice, and we urge our trading partners to consider same. Else there will be a total focus on regional and comprising the potential of the growth by capturing the global market due to the need of duplicate testing and conformity assessment procedures. The Mauritius Standards Bureau is an apex body regarding metrology services within the nation metrological structure and is responsible to provide traceability of measurement through calibration services to all stakeholders of the economy, including the legal metrology services. The legal metrology services of the Mauritius Standards Bureau has a fundamental role in the NQI. It maintains the national standards of measurement, and it ensures the measurement traceability chain to be required accuracy. It provides traceability of measurement to the international system of units. Calibration services are currently offered to the manufacturing sector in 5 main areas of measurement, that namely mass, pressure, force, length, temperature, and relative humidity and electrical measurements. The metrology services has been accredited for 40 calibration and measurement capabilities. A credible metrology service underpins the conformity assessment system, which also includes testing and certification deliverables. Similarly, a credible conformity assessment system based on international accreditation consolidates the national quality infrastructure, in turn provide assurance of products. Consequently, these products are equipped to cross borders and promote intra-regional trade. Mauritius, represented by the Mauritius Standards Bureau, is a full member of the Intra-African Metrology Service, that is the AFRIMED, which is the regional metrology organization in Africa. We are also a member of the South African Development Community Cooperation in Measurement Traceability, that is a SADC-MET, which is a sub-regional regional metrology organization in Africa. Mauritius Standards Bureau, through its metrology unit, is an active participant in the SADC-MET and AFRIC-MET activities, such technical committees, workshop, and intra-laboratory comparison. On the international level, Mauritius through Mauritius Standards Bureau Metrology Unit is an associate member of the Conférence Générale de Poids et de Mesure of the Bureau of Standard International de Poids et de Mesure de France, the highest authority of ensuring measurement uniformity in the world. Mauritius Standards Bureau has signed the mutual recognition agreement of the Comité International de Poids et de Mesure with a view to establishing international mutual recognition of our national measurement standards and calibration reports issued. You should certainly have no doubt on the credibility of our metrology services, and this contribute in the recognition of our conformity assessment procedures for the viability of our products in the intra-regional trade. These slides demonstrate the international recognition of the conformity assessment services.
If I can give you please 30 more seconds, and we can keep the rest for the discussion later, please.
Well, I'll try. 1 minute, please. Well, our metrology services, testing and certification services are accredited by Mauritius. Mauritius ensure the international recognition of our conformity assessment services as a signatory member to the ILAC MOA and the IF MLA since October 2018. Well, in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, the Mauritius Standards Bureau is shaping its contour to its product and services. We are onboarding the sustainability wagons through the sustainability program of the local and regional markets. Well, these are our eco-label standards for paint, which is based on the EU eco-label regulation. And the Mauritius Standards Bureau eco-label may be awarded to products and services which have a low environment impact than other products in the same group, right? And now we have free trade. I'm trying to rush a bit. We have free trade agreements. Mauritius is currently engaged in trade negotiation at different level of the concluded several trade agreements, as you can see, with different stakeholders. We have the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Partnership Agreement with India, with China, and Indonesia, and even COMSA and SADC. And Mauritius Standards Bureau has signed different MOUs and agreement as an instrument for trade facilities. My final remarks, right? Ladies and gentlemen, harmonized standards, accredited conformity assessment services, national inquiry point enhance effectiveness, efficiency, and competitiveness of our manufacturing sector and promote intra-regional trade. However, the trade policy of different countries are the prerequisite for intra-regional trade of goods. Thus, countries in the region shall leverage on trade agreement to open up new market opportunities. In this context, I hope that the food, the fruits, and the juice we appreciate here in Dubai, here in the hotel, the local products we are going to buy for our close one as gift in the market, can get access to our country without any unreasonable barriers. Why not? Similarly, products manufactured in our countries should be able to be traded in regional markets and beyond. This is the only different free trade areas will be seen to be free, with the resulting opportunities for manufacturers, regional economic growth, and improvement in standards of living for the citizen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our fourth and last presenter under this session will be the presentation on the private sector perspective on the future of manufacturing in Mauritius. And it will be by Mr. Yusuf Ismail, who is the Secretary General of the Mauritius Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He provides strategic leadership to the Chamber, it enhances its regional and international networks and engages in advocacy and contributes to the economic development of Mauritius through strategies. Mr. Ismail is a board member of the Mauritius Standard Bureau, of the SME Mauritius, of the Covid-19 Development Fund, the Poultry Development Fund, and the Industrial Finance Corporation of Mauritius. He's also the director of the SADC Business Council and COMESA Business Council, and serves as the CEO of Global Standards. Yusuf holds a bachelor, a master, and a PhD in economics, all from the University of Reading in the UK, where he was also a postdoctoral fellow. Yusuf, please.
Merci, Pierre.
So you have 18 minutes. Like
18 minutes. Merci. Minister Sumil Bella, Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperative, Excellency, Mrs. Mazemo, Embassy of Zimbabwe, Mrs. Ahmed, Mrs. Bulaki, my friends and colleagues, and those joining us online, good afternoon. I was asked this morning, Yusuf, talk about the future. And I thought, what will the future look like? So I decided to wear a pink sock, just to say that the future is rosy, but also bright. I'm not the last speaker, because if you're in an Arab country, you start from left to right. So I'm actually the first speaker of the day, because we start the other way around. My discussion will be very short. I will discuss about the perspective of the future of the manufacturing industry from a private sector perspective. Let me just remind you that this year, the MCCI, the Mauritius Chamber of Commerce, celebrated its 172nd birthday. So we were even born before the London Chamber of Commerce. So we're not that young. So I'm going to, first of all, give you a quick overview of the sector, of Mauritius manufacturing sector, some numbers which have been repeated. But significantly, we export almost 2.4 billion. Right? This is the size of the Mauritian manufacturing sector, employing about 90,000 people. That is just for the manufacturing. Most importantly, I would also focus on the SME sector, which include manufacturing, but also services sector, which employs a significant amount of Mauritian, to the tune of almost 50% of Mauritian people are employed in the SME sector. And they are engine for growth, engine for sustainable development, and engine for empowerment of women, and also for the people who are working in industry. And also employs almost 280,000 people. And these are some of the sectors that we focus on, mainly in the sector of clothing, which have been discussed earlier, agro-processing, in terms of sugarcane industry, which we are an expert at some point, seafood, jewelry, pharmaceutical, and light engineering, some highlights of the strength of this sector itself. It's been repeated in the COVID. I think we're grateful to government from a private sector perspective. We've talked about the public-private partnership, which has worked well, and it is working. I think with the support of government, During the COVID-19, we've been given a lot of support in terms of government assistance to wages, in terms of interest-free loan, and a lot of mechanism has worked. Having not had these support, a lot more SMEs would have been in difficulty going forward. I think we are thankful to government. This is why it's important to have the public-private sector dialogue and partnership where we're able to ensure that the sector become strong. Before we go any forward, whether it's with COVID or without COVID, I think the industry needs to look at itself and decide what is the future looks like. I put on this slide 4 areas that we as an industry and as private sector to redefine what the future is like. The changes are significant in terms of consumer demands, which is in the dark green, in terms of the different changes in consumer demands, in terms of conformity, in terms of perception of what the consumer wants. I think that is important for all of us when it comes to SME development and also as an industry. Second, about the nature of the products. I think most SMEs fail to understand that the nature of products are changing. I think it's important to look at why it's changing and to understand the changes in these nature of the product. The third and most important is the whole economics of value chain. We as SME in the past used to focus on our goods and ourselves and our market. That has changed. We work in an ecosystem where the supply chain is significant, and it's important that we look at the different opportunities in the supply chain and work along this chain. And finally, the economics of production. We used to do things the way we wanted to do. Our grandparents used to do it. The son takes the same adoption of the same patterns of production, but that is changing. There's more digitalization, there's more absorption of technology. All these are important as understanding the future of manufacturing. The private sector initiatives are key. And what are the drivers of these future manufacturing? The first one is look at the global value chain or the regional value chain. We tend to forget. We think as private sector, as industry, we are good at what we're doing, but we are not looking at what's happening in the world in the value chain. And if you don't look it in that sense, you will be left behind. Secondly, in terms of data analytics, we think we know what we're doing well, but the data are showing something completely different. I think it's important to look at these data. There's more cyber physical production using technology. There's more circular economy and remanufacturing. A small island nation have a problem with waste, but waste is an asset that I think has to be used. Additive manufacturing is the future. The robotics in terms of 3D design, in terms of services, linking production and services is also key area to look into. And also the manufacturing in the region. COVID-19 has shown that you cannot be dependent on raw material from India or China, but you have it in the region. And the speed to market is key. That is important. I'll give you a simple example. Companies who were buying garments from China in big volume, when COVID happens, companies, importers like Zara do not need big orders. So they came to Mauritius. Woolworth in South Africa came to Mauritius and say, yes, we know you can do your production in small quantities, but speed to market was key. So I think these are some of the areas that has facilitated and has helped SMEs to ensure that we can deliver the goods. And this is why export has been able to maintain its numbers. And most importantly, in terms of digital infrastructure. And finally, the cross-domain skill is important. We as a private sector firmly believe that if we do not have the skills required for the future of manufacturing, it's not going to happen. And as a region, and us as UNICA and the UN and all the parties here, I'm requesting that we look at the skill required in the region, because people move nowadays, and it's important that we get it right. And that takes time. You know, a diamond polishers take 5 years to train. A jeweler takes about 7 years to train. Somebody who does watchmaking takes 6 to 7 years to train. I think it's important that we look at this angle in terms of cross-domain skills. Next, as a private sector, we always advocate government to do things differently. I'm not going to focus on the left-hand side of that, but I'm going to focus on the right-hand side. The future manufacturing focuses on addressing the gap in terms of performance and capabilities and help to understand the evolution of manufacturing countries. That is key. We are no longer looking at competitiveness. Yes, you are competitive. You may not be competitive, but if you address the gap, you will succeed. And also, we don't you can look at export quantity and quality, productivity and production factors. These are the old school. But if you can identify gaps, I think it's important for us to be able to succeed. And this is sometimes the failure of most SMEs in the African continent, because they tend to look at the old way of doing things. Secondly, inform business and government leaders through knowledge connection about preparedness for drivers or manufacturing. It's only when things go wrong, then we react. But I think being proactive is important as a private sector, anticipate and look beyond. And finally, looking at the acknowledged and increased conversion of skills. If you were to start as somebody in the industry with certain skill, you need to upskill. There are new material coming on the market, which sometimes we don't understand. We're always using old material to produce what we tend to produce. And also production methods are changing and focuses on higher value added products. Previously, we're always thinking that it's important to increase percentage of manufacturing in the gross domestic product. That is no longer the key. If you focus on new material, conversions of skill, production methods, that is going to make the industry more resilient and stronger and will succeed. I think just to a quick highlight of what has been mentioned in the industrial policy and strategic plan by the government, I will focus on the last two aspects. These improve access to finance. And I think what Mauritius has done is something fundamentally correct. They have come up with the Industrial Financial Corporation of Mauritius to support SMEs to have access to good finance. Not only finance, but support to the industry, support in terms of factoring, support in terms of leasing equipment, because sometimes it is not about cash, but it's about having the support in terms of leasing and factoring to ensure working capital. Companies can have cash, but it's tied in asset. But if you have a problem with working capital, I think it's key to look at how we look at finances in this sector itself. And also, most importantly, improving market and regional export capabilities. We can do it, but it's about us as a team, as a group, as Chamber of Commerce, talking to each other, looking at the skills, looking at the opportunities. And this is why at the Chamber, we have initiated a project with UNDP looking at the business intelligence platform. So today I want to know, what is the price of macadamia in Kenya, the cashew nuts in Mozambique? Because when we think of cashew nut, we think of India. No, cashew nuts are grown mostly in Mozambique. And we don't know who are the producers, at what value is being sold. The biggest buyer of vanilla or Coca-Cola, they go to Madagascar. They don't go to Madagascar, they go to France. But vanilla is made in Madagascar. And that is an area where we have the strength, but we don't know that we need a platform where we have a business intelligence platform where people can connect. We know what is availability of certain goods. We just had a cyclone in Mauritius, and first reaction is go and import onions and tomatoes from India. But we know in La Réunion, which is next door to us, you can get it, but we don't know what is available stock, and there are stocks available. So these are things that needs to address in terms of access to different markets. We have discussed about industry foundation, strengthen it. We talk about upgrading of value chain. We talk about the domestic and supply, regional and global export market, but also in terms of advanced technology. I will focus maybe 2 minutes here. J'ai combien de temps avec toi? Pas beaucoup? 6 minutes. Ah, c'est bon alors, 6 minutes. Of all these slides, the discussion I had today, I want you to remember only that slide from Mauritius. I'll tell you why it's important for us and for all of you here present. 5.6 billion people is our market size for Mauritius. This is the access we have in terms of goods, services, but most importantly, in terms of quota-free and duty-free of many products. So can you imagine a small island of 2,000 square kilometers, but with a big sea area of almost 2 million square kilometers, have access to so many markets, but we don't use it. And this is where I want to put emphasis on why it's important to be able to leverage on this ecosystem. We are from SADC, we have a lot of entrants in terms of product, but we only export to South Africa goods and services. We are not happy. And it cannot be like this. COMESA is the same thing as well. Mauritian contribution to COMESA and SADC of insignificant, 0.2, 0.8%, not good. We also recently joined the AFCTA, which came into force. We have an agreement with USA in terms of AGOA. We are in agreement with the UK Economic Partnership Agreement, with the EU, with Turkey, who have access to our market. We have the Comprehensive Economic Partnership with India, Pakistan, and also FTA with China. Three of them, three major countries, Africa, or one continent and two countries, India and China. This is the size of our market. And it's important for us to realize that SMEs should, and investors should look at this world map and realize the potential that we have, because that is the future of the Mauritian manufacturing sector. By having investors working closely with local and accessing these markets is going to make a difference. And this is why, Minister, we're working very closely, and you're chairing one of these meetings to ensure that we get into this market. But the difficulty is you need to know these markets, the specificities of these markets in terms of product quality standards, which have been spoken earlier. All these are important. So it's a game changer for us. We have a lot of opportunities. The agreement is important not because you can export and import goods, but it's about services, it's about economic cooperation, and also about arbitration, which I will discuss because Mauritius is also an important center for international arbitration, because we have English law, French law, and also we do arbitration in Mandarin. So any of you who's got a contract in China, come in to Mauritius and put Mauritius as a center for arbitration for any dispute, because we can go and fight for you in Mandarin. Leveraging is also important. It brings, the FTAs will bring more level playing field. It's an opportunity for innovation and differentiation, because you will come and work with different markets. It's an opportunity for joint ventures. I'll give you a simple example. If you can take minerals from Madagascar or from Tanzania, you do the first processing, you come to Mauritius for assembly, you export that to China, to the big companies, the Tiffany's of China, to Louis Vuitton, for example. All these are high-end value. But the ecosystem means it's not the Chinese who will go to Tanzania and exploit the resources, but everyone wins in the chain. And it's important to leverage on these joint ventures to ensure that countries work together to be able to access these different markets. There are market access potential for foreign investors, economy of scale, because if you have only one small market, domestic market is not enough. But if I have a market of 5.6 billion, then it makes sense. And also, it's important for SMEs, particularly SMEs, the FTAs are important because of the access, they can grow. Because SMEs sometimes think, I'm confined to a small country and my market will not grow. But it's not true. SMEs can access know-how, knowledge, and partner joint venture with investors, which bring know-how, but also bring market access. You can increase your economic scale, you can add more in terms of value chain, and also you can have access to finance. Rapidly, I will spend maybe 30 seconds on these trade agreements. I will share that with you. Opportunities for Mauritius in terms of the FTA, there's trading goods. We have market access to almost 7,000 products. to China duty-free and quota-free. That is huge. And there's phasing of tariff line between 5 to 8 years, and there are all those who are already wind down. There's also trades in services, and the potential are here in terms of good, whether it's rum, fish, noodles, pasta, you name it, we do it. Can you imagine a small country like Mauritius export tea to China, where China is a big producer of tea, and yet Mauritians export high-end value tea to China? It's an oxymoron, but it is how you penetrate a market which is difficult to penetrate. With India, what is important, again, we have some 615 products for export with different tariff line, which has been reduced. There's also trade-in services of movement of people. Tomorrow, if you want to set up a company in Mauritius, you can bring Indian workers in IT. They do your software development, and you can export to the African continent or to China. Your architect from India can come and work. They don't have to come to Mauritius to set up the business. They can work remotely, and the product is defined as a Mauritian product. You can export. And also in terms of economic cooperation between different countries. Do you realize that in Mauritius, we have almost 1,800 Indian companies in Mauritius doing business in Africa? It's huge, but we don't have many African headquarters in Mauritius. We wish to have. There's a few growing Chinese market in Mauritius, Chinese investors, but Indians have realized that using Mauritius as a platform is important for them. So going forward, as a future, we have the blue economy. I think all of you know, we have a big size of the ocean, pharmaceutical industry, cultural economy, because we are a mixed country, blockchain, green and renewable energy, nutraceutical, the sports economy, and digitalization are all potential for the SMEs going forward as a future opportunities. I call that the new sunrise industry. And finally, I will focus on the free port. These are, if you want to invest in Mauritius, these are some of the opportunities in terms of Mauritian free port. You have the zero corporate tax, foreign ownership, and these are some of the facilities that we have. And this is the last slides. It's about the Emiratis. These are the opportunities that you will have if you were to sign a trade agreement with us in terms of the different product lines, which are very competitive. Chairman, I hope I didn't take too much of your time.
Just some time.
And I thank all of you for being able to stay with me. Like I said to you, the future is bright, but it's in our own hand, and we can make it happen. I'm sure we'll make it happen, inshallah.
Thank you very much for all of our 4 presenters. We could have spent much longer on this, and we will now. We will in a different format. We'll now have a panel discussions with our 4 presenters, and along with Mr. Bruno Dubarry from the Association of Mauritian Manufacturers. And I will pass the microphone to Madame Litso to be the next chair. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be the high-level panel discussion, and the moderator will be Mrs. Kazumbe. She is the Vice Chairperson of the SADC Business Council, and Mr. Bruno Dubarry from AMM also has just joined us. Over to you, Mrs. Karen.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be moderating on the subject enhancing the resilience of manufacturing sector in Mauritius post-COVID-19 era. Throughout the morning and afternoon session, it has become quite clear that we need to strengthen the resilience of the manufacturing sector in developing countries and even in the transiting economies to mitigate the impact of COVID. And while the manufacturing sector in Mauritius is a major contributing pillar of the economy, but it has also been negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. So far, it has been able to bounce back in the midst of the pandemic. It is therefore important that I think we should ensure that the sector continues to be resilient for it to be more equipped to cope with any emerging shocks. And we need to assess how the manufacturing sector can adapt to the emerging challenges so that it continues to be instrumental in the Mauritius economy. The afternoon session during this panel discussion has the right mix of representatives and experts from the public and private sector, and also from African Continental Free Trade Area to discuss the way forward in enhancing the resilience of the manufacturing sector in Mauritius post-COVID. Most of the experts you have already been introduced to, and except maybe for Mr. Bruno Dubarry. So starting from my far right, sorry, we have Dr. Rishi Domun, Principal Industrial Analyst, Ministry of Industry, Development, SMEs and Cooperatives in Mauritius. And second from my far left, we have Dr. Yusuf Ismail, Secretary General of the Mauritius Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And then third right, we have Mr. Girish Bukdao Singh, Director for Industry, Economic Development Board of Mauritius. And just next to me, to my right, we have Mrs. Divina Boyga, General Manager of the Mauritius Standard Bureau. And to my left, we have Mr. Bruno Dubarry, CEO of the Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Mauritian Manufacturers in Mauritius. Just to give you a bit more about Mr. Dubarry, because we haven't properly heard about more about him. He holds the position of the Chief Executive and for the Association of Mauritian Manufacturers. And for the past, he was born actually in Mauritius and has lived 30 years between Ivory Coast, France and Canada. He holds a master's degree in public and political communication from the University of Bordeaux, Science in France. And now he's in Mauritius from 2016, I suppose. Okay. So without further ado, I think we should jump into the discussion. The presentations have highlighted a lot of the issues that we need to flesh out in this panel discussion. So I'll just start with Dr. Rishi Domono from the Ministry of Industrial Development. Your ministry has recently come up with an industrial policy and strategic plan running from 2020 to 2025 for Mauritius. Can you share with us your views on how this strategic plan will contribute to increasing the resilience of the manufacturing sector in the future? And also, according to you, which priority subsectors and activities should the government of Mauritius focus on to ensure that the manufacturing sector continues to remain a major pillar in the economy? Over to you, Dr. Rishi.
Thank you, Chair. I mentioned in my presentation just before the other speeches there that the IPSP, the Industrial Policy Strategic Plan, we had 5 strategic thrusts. Maybe we will have to project it on the screen there. 5 very important strategic thrusts. Industrial foundation, we mentioned, value chain, local production, and then a global export, and then in advanced technologies. it's good to highlight that these strategic thrusts have not been crafted out of the blue, but they are the results of two important, we may say, stage of works. First, there have been an intensive consultation and interaction between the consultant who prepared the report and the private sector operators like MCCI, EMM, and others, export operators. And then the other aspect, which is very important also because it's a lesson to be learned, is that there has been a deep perusal of the EQUIP tool for industrial policy formulation, which has been developed to assist countries in formulating evidence-based strategies for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Nowadays, industrial policy it's no more just coming and drafting whatever is there. The EQUIP tool teaches or helps the country to identify exactly the objective and the goal to be reached. They make the exact the connection with these or the objective and the goals also. This is where the EQUIP tool is very helpful. We have used this tool in our policy formulation. That's why we have been able to come up with 5 strategic thrusts. I'll come quickly to these five strategic thrusts. The first one, maybe you have seen foundations. What are industry foundations? I think Mr. Ismail just mentioned skills. All stakeholders, they have agreed that the linchpin, the growth and of our economy is the availability of skills. Maybe you are not aware that Mauritius, we have a shortage of labor and skilled labor. That's why we have to address this very importantly. And then soft infrastructure, Mrs. Boyga mentioned standards, and then there are also IT infrastructure, which is important to address foundations, the weakness of any industrial base. The third foundation, the aspect of foundation is hard infrastructure. It's about the availability of land and building for the development of the manufacturing sector. These are the 3 components of the industrial foundations. And then if you about the value chains, it's another important aspect also. The value chain, we have to determine what is the product mix we have to use. Because, for example, when, as Mr. Girish has been saying, we have been going on for textile with textile. Now, for many years, now we have to diversify. We have to diversify the products mix. And also the processes, we have to modernize the processes, bring in more machines, automation, and all these. These are the ways how we can upgrade the processes to support the value chains. The other aspect also, or you will see on the screen there, it's a domestic market. We have spoken about it. It's encouraging local production. Maybe Mr. Bruno will talk about it a little more. Encouraging local production. For example, in the COVID period, the IPSP has recommended that we encourage food processing and FMCG products, and even suggest the introduction of a domestic certification products for quality and all these. This to increase the local production. And then the other aspect, I think Girish mentioned also, very important, is promoting regional and global export. Regional export, we are already in some regional blocks like SADC, COMESA, and AFCTA. That's why we have to partner with many countries to encourage trade in the region. And then global exports also increase exports to other markets like EU, US, and even Australasia, where some new emerging markets are there. The last, but then the least, not the least important, I think it has been mentioned since most of the speakers in the morning has been talking about innovation and technology. I think this is the most important. I think this is the thrust, the strategic thrust that will trigger our manufacturing sector. It's the adoption of advanced technologies and technologies related to Industry 4.0, the latest one, so that this will bring a new dimension, a new boom to the manufacturing sector. So these are the 5 strategic thrusts of our IPSP, and we think that addressing all these strategic thrusts at the same time, it's not addressing one and then leaving out the other. You have to address, like the hand there, you have to address each of them. And then I highlighted in my presentation also that coordination and regular follow-up among the organization. This is the recipe for success. And there should be collaboration between public and private sector. I think this table indicates the collaboration between public and private sector. These are the main highlights, the highlights of our IPSP, and we think that adopting these strategic thrusts, I think they cover many areas which have been mentioned by some of the speakers here, and it will bring our manufacturing sector to new heights and will develop further its resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Duman. I'll now go to we also have in our midst Mr. Francis Mangeni. He also be on the panel. He's the head of trade and promotions at the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. So he will be last to present, to make his, he will be last to present. But right now I'd like to hand over to Mr. Girish Bugdawosing, Director for Industry and at the Economic Development Board. Mr. Girish, the Economic Development Board is the main agency responsible for export and investment promotion. From your experience, would you provide to us your thoughts on the types of novel export and investment promotion activities that the board should focus on to ensure greater resilience of the manufacturing sector?
Yes, thank you for the question. The Economic Development Board is also having as a mandate promoting of trade and investment, but I must also mention that this most important probably agency of Mauritius is engaged in strategic planning, is engaged in managing a number of schemes, is engaged also in the communication and branding of Mauritius. Yes, when it comes to in this period of COVID or post-COVID, the way we have been engaged in our promotions has been based on the necessary desk research, market research that we have been doing. We address it in such a way so that when we put the necessary KPIs, the KPIs do not look obsolete, but realistic and pragmatic. So from the perspective of the industry, we after 50 years of success, we have been looking to attract more and more complex manufacturing, moving to another level with regards to the different manufacturing that we are having. We know that we don't have raw materials. We have been able to attract companies that are engaged in the refinery of gold, 99.9%, bringing gold from Africa, refining Mauritius for exports in Dubai. This is what we have been doing. We have been able to attract companies that are engaged in the manufacturing of lenses, patented lenses, sunglasses that we are already exporting, and even the textile apparel trying to move up to attract companies that will be fitting in our textile strategy, especially the development of yarn, fabric, or even in seamless manufacturing, or even the manufacturing of sustainable garments. They are all important industry. And for that, for the type of investors that we have been looking in this period of COVID, we have also been focusing our efforts more towards for the manufacturing sector, where there's a lot of competition, are trying to attract investors, partners, rather from South Africa, from India, from all those who are looking to take advantage of this regional value chain that we are pushing. From the perspective of exports, if we have been able to bounce back last year, showing resilience to a certain degree, it's because we have focused our strategy in the region, South Africa specifically, and also try to consolidate our exports in the traditional countries that we have been working through. The export from Europe, particularly England and France and US, could not match what we used to do, but we have maintained, we have stayed close with our clients, and we have used all the type of tools necessary especially that we could not go physically to meet these clients. So taking advantage of virtual fair, taking advantage of online seminar, webinars, online meetings that we keep organizing, despite the time difference that we may be having with US. The point is to show that seriousness, that credibility, and to keep, satisfying the clients. And like we used to say, satisfying does not suffice, even going beyond to delight this client, so that they stay partners with us. We have also studied what the market is looking in India and China. My friend mentioned about we exporting tea to China, and in fact, even our textile and apparel industry looking to export garment there, specialized garment with different type of, quality fabric brought from Italy that we transform to make shirts, we call it non-iron shirt that we are exporting, looking to export to China, where they are developing a number of brands now. So it's a different market. And we are looking to position ourselves in different areas in India. One should be knowing that we manufacture spirits in Mauritius, rum, out of extract of sugarcane. Caribbean have been doing it before. We started afterwards. But our rum grew in popularity in the sense that it even received different distinctions till yesterday in blind tasting competition. But yesterday, we even won the best rum award for the New Grove rum, which is manufactured in Mauritius. So this sort of rum we are addressing to get markets, in the hotels, in countries where we have preferential access, like now, newly negotiated access to India. We are looking to reach out the restaurant, the hotel there. And we are looking, obviously, to reach out on the regions where we want to deploy, to have a proper distribution channel that we want to serve from here. So that's the way we have been addressing a bit the challenges, what we are having. And for us, whether small, medium, or big companies, most important things is to be able to have a product that have the quality to delight clients, that clients will like, with the proper expertise used from Mauritius, from the African regions, and to show to the world that we can manufacture to of that standard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Girish Dowonsing. Dr. Rishi Domon mentioned the 5 strategic thrusts that the strategic plan is looking at, from industrial foundations and value chains, that is especially focusing on modernizing the processes, and also focusing on the domestic market, which is through encouraging local production, advanced technologies, and also specifically promoting regional and global exports. And Mr. Girish, you've also tied this perfectly well, because you've mentioned that you're doing a lot of market research, market intelligence in order to attract more complex manufacturing. You've talked about gold refining, textiles, and this ties in very well with the issue of standards and quality. And so for Mrs. Sanja Boyga, General Manager for Mauritius Standards Bureau, your mandate as a bureau is to develop national standards and provide conformity assessment services. So according to you, how can the bureau play a leading role in ensuring that the competitiveness of the manufacturing sector through metrology, standards, testing, and quality assurance services are adhered to?
Yeah, thank you so much. In fact, the COVID-19 pandemic and the unprecedented times following the outbreak has caused severe resource limitations, urging cost of raw materials and container freight rate has increased drastically between July 2019 and January 2022. This year, in fact, last year, 2021, saw a special steep increase in the global freight. I think it's all around the world, wide freight rates. This situation is impacting severely on the manufacturing enterprise around the world, especially in Africa, okay? Enterprises gearing to export of goods cannot afford to be only effective, but should be efficient and resilient to gain competitive edge, right? And the Mauritius Standards Bureau has adopted a two-pronged approach to ensuring the competitiveness of the manufacturing sector. And this approach is aimed to gear the manufacturing sector to be more competitive in good times as well as resilient in bad times, right? At the strategic and policy level, the Bureau provides its expertise in terms of negotiation and formulations of preferential trade agreements and formulation of such as with the SADC FTA, the AFC FTA, and trade agreements on cooperation partnership agreement with India, as stated earlier, with China, and economic partnership agreement with the EU, right? In this process, Mauritius Standards Bureau has a big influence on the standards and conformity assessment component in the negotiation and ensure that the interests of the manufacturers are safeguarded. That is more important. And in this line, with the strategy of the government to leverage on trade agreement and to open up new market opportunities and be more competitive in these markets. At the time of operation, at the operational level, the Mauritius Standards Bureau has consolidated its position on the national quality infrastructure landscape to actively participate in the manufacturing sector, promote export, and facilitate trade agreements. To fully support the manufacturing sector, the Mauritius Standards Bureau have sought accreditation for more than 16 the testing parameters, while the metrology, as I stated earlier, has accredited for 40 calibrations and measurement capabilities, right? And the number of accreditation, as I said earlier, is expected to increase based on the market demand and orientation on our manufacturing sector. Moreover, the Bureau favors the development and adoption of international standards as well as the harmonization of the regional standards in order, well, to ensure the competitiveness of our products that is manufactured at the design level. The Bureau fully participates in the development of standards, for example, at the level of ISO, of OSO, and at SADC. And the Bureau has made a paradigm shift, in fact, in the approach of the formulation and adoption of standards. And consequently, the Bureau is more involved at the initial stage of the international and regional development process. And how? Hence, positioning the Bureau as a standard maker rather than the standard taker. The manufacturing sector as one of the key stakeholders participating in our technical committees can influence the content of the standards and hence promoting a level playing field, which is very important for us after the post-COVID era, right? Well, thus our standard development process ensure that there is no isolation of our manufacturers, right? And promote the integration of our manufacturers in the different trading blocks. Well, I said earlier, moreover, by adhering at the Annex 3 of the WTO-TBT agreement with regard to the Code of Good Practice for the preparation, adoption, and application of standard, the interests of the business community is enhanced. Right? And at the level of the, in fact, the standards help manufacturers to reduce their cost, anticipate technical requirements, and increase productivity and innovative efficiency. Another component, in fact, of our operational strategy is, as I said earlier, is our conformity assessment bodies. And the business community are fully aware of the regional and international recognition of best achieved through accreditation. And these are the key requirement to gain competitive edge. Accredited conformity assessment enhances safety, the value of the product, and the protection of the consumer's rights, okay? And to build the trust on the trading platform, the Mauritius Standards Bureau has fully embarked itself in the accreditation of both its testing and certification services. And as I stated earlier, Mauritius ensure the international recognition of a conformity assessment services, and it is a regulatory member of the ILAC MOA and the AIFMLA since 2018. And it is worth to point out that at the financial constraint often leads to testing infrastructure gaps, and consequently it is difficult for a manufacturer to comply with all these parameters of standards in such circumstances that I said post-COVID and all. The essential requirement could be identified by trading partners, that's for sure, right? And this approach is adopted by the EU and that can be duplicated in the African region, why not also? And the regional member state should thus resort to instruments such as the mutual recognition agreement, bilateral agreement, and MOUs to spell out the implementation and of essential requirement to promote trade. And nevertheless, there should be a due diligence in order not to compromise health and safety of the citizens. And I will very brief, our certification program in the field of, I say, QMS, ISMS, and we have HACCP, are all accredited at the Bureau. And in order to be resilient and to ensure business continuity of our manufacturers as well as our providers of during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Bureau, the Mauritius Standards Bureau, has developed and provided virtual and hybrid mode assessment for its clients. Well, this has helped organizations to maintain their certification, especially the manufacturing sector, and the competitiveness in the turbulence time. And certification of management systems such as the QMS help manufacturers obviously to identify the risks and opportunities, prevent problems from recurring, boost marketing and sales effort, and improve employees' performance, and improve their control over the business itself. So we have greatly, in fact, in the business context, it is worth to highlight that the credible also metrology service underpins the conformity assessment system, which also includes testing, certification deliverables. Consequently, a credible conformity assessment systems based on international accreditation consolidates the national quality infrastructure, I mean, in the country, and in terms assurance of products, right? And just one line to just end up. Well, the Mauritius Standards Bureau is ensuring at its end and to the other end recognition of our services, means the services that we provide to the general public, that is the formulation of standards, metrology, conformity assessment system, and consequently product manufactured in the country and subject to the accreditation conformity assessment procedures are equipped to cross borders and competitive on the market. This is in line with the approach of one standard, one conformity assessment accepted everywhere, means across the world and especially across Africa when we are talking about made in Africa, right? And it should be accepted as regionally as well as the global level at a more competitive price. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Boyga. One thing I've noted from the discussion from you, one keyword, it's one of your mottos, one standard, one conformity assessment accepted everywhere. Viva. It's very interesting to see what you're doing in this front, especially in terms of facilitating also trade agreements and trying to searching for accreditation standards that would ensure competitiveness of the products in Mauritius. And I see that the government of Mauritius is doing so much in this front, from the Bureau of Standards to the Ministry of Industry. even the Economic Development Board in terms of improving the manufacturing sector, but also in terms of promoting exports of Mauritius products. And this ties in very well in terms of trying to see now what the businesses now have to say about this, because government is putting in place the right policies, the right regulations, so that they have a conducive environment for doing business. Now, as I should go to Dr. Yusuf Ismail in terms of from the Malawi Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is an apex body that represents businesses or the interests of the private sector in Mauritius. So according to you, what would be the main measures and proposals that the government should focus on to ensure that there is transformational changes in the manufacturing landscape?
If you can hear me. I think there's some common mistakes and some common misperception from the business community. The first one is the word resilience linked to COVID. Whether you're in COVID or not, you have to be resilient. I think very often we use COVID as an excuse that we have to be resilient because of COVID. It is not true. All businesses must be resilient over time and knowing what they want to do. The second question that you point I'm going to raise is exactly what you have mentioned. Is sometime when government do too much for the industry, we tend to become dependent on government policies. Government is here to facilitate policies, and it's up to the business community to carry on doing what they're doing best, is about taking risk. Very often, if we have a government that assists too much, businesses become complacent. They want the EDB to accompany them for mission. They want to have freight rebate scheme. They want to have everything. At the end of the day, you become so dependent on government. This is why that question is important, because if you become dependent on government, you lose your power to be a risk taker. And that is a fundamental of what we do. I'll give you a couple of examples. The Indian businesses, they don't rely on the Indian government to go to sell the product. The guy will take his plane, he will just land in Malawi, and he will walk the high street of Malawi, and he will start knocking at the doors and say, this is a product I have. This is what I want to do. That is entrepreneurship. That is what we should be doing. Yes, government can come at the time of difficulty to assist, which they have done rightly so in terms of assistance, but that dependence should be reduced to the point that if you want to succeed, you have to have this mindset of taking risk. The third point is, the third fallacy and the third error that we made is technology will solve everything. No, it will not solve everything. It is only part of what you can do to enhance your competitiveness. But if you don't have the urge, if you don't have the entrepreneurship mindset, if you don't take the risk, technology will serve you at nothing. And that is an important point I would like to also mention. But most importantly, going forward, we know that the simplicity of manufacturing now is in its complexity. We always think manufacturing is simple. Yes, it is simple, but it's getting more and more complex. If you look at the supply chain, become more complex, more difficult. If you look at the different platform that you're working on, becomes complex. I think this is an important aspect when you look at manufacturing. It is getting complex, but the simplicity is about its complexity that we've discussed. I think these are some of the 5 fallacies and the 5 mistakes that we tend to make as businesses, as private sector, that over-reliance on government. We've lost the urge to be a risk taker. We don't adapt to changes. We think the world is here around us. And most importantly, SMEs have another problem. They're family businesses. And when you're a family business, you tend to grow around your family. You don't grow with your market. You don't want to open your capital. You don't want to allow anyone to take control. Even 1% control of a business becomes a headache for you. So what you tend to do as a family business, and it happens in most countries, you grow, your son goes to university, at the age of 23, he comes back, he becomes the director, he has the experience. That is issues that is faced by the business community in terms of going forward. I think
Fundamentally, what I've said earlier is about understanding what is going on, the right fundamental, understanding the consumer demand, about personalization, about customization, even on a smaller scale is key. And consumers are creators. That we tend to forget. Working closely with the consumer, they are the one who creates your market. You don't create the market. You don't wake up in one night and think, I've discovered something, eureka, it's there. No, it's the consumers that create the market. Understanding the consumers is key. And very often, cross-border business fails because we do not understand the consumer. We think we understand, but we don't. And it is where it's important for us to have that cultural link to understand the market, understand the people, understand the nature of the business. Because staying in your little country, thinking you are the creator of goods, no, you're not the creator of goods. The consumer are the creator of goods. And the nature of the product is changing from dumb to smart products. People don't buy goods because of its use, utility. They buy it because it looks good and feels good. That is smart. It doesn't do anything. Your mobile phone is not used for making calls. You do anything, Facebook, do anything apart from making calls. So these are things that happens in terms of the nature of the products. And from moving from products to platform, we tend to forget that products is here, but the platform is important for us to vehicle whatever we are trying to do. And from product to services. Very often the biggest mistake of entrepreneur is to think of the product, but don't think of the service. I'm not talking about customer service. I'm talking the services linked to that. Getting your product to the market by getting the right services. And also eroding value proposition in terms of intermediaries. Very often we as entrepreneur, we do very good thing, but intermediaries comes and erode our gains. And then we become discouraged because the person you are selling to are richer than you. And then you realize, am I being a fool? And then you get discouraged and you abandon your project and you're taking all the risks. And the direct consumer engagement is key. I met the Excellency from Tanzania. He showed me something significant. He showed me a product made from Tanzania with cashew nut, with a QR code, and I scanned the QR code. I saw 5 beautiful ladies from Tanzania are the person who are growing the cashew nut. It strikes me. Because you know where it's coming from which farm, when was it produced? And that is how you engage with consumer. Because by eating, consumers give you certain satisfaction, but if you know where it comes from, that traceability hits you even more. I think these are things that is done, and QR code now is available everywhere. You tell me if I'm talking too much, but I will stop if I need to. And also the speed to commercialization. Sometimes we take too long. Somebody comes in much faster than you are. And also the eroding barriers to learning. I think we have learning becomes quick, and we tend to forget that we need to learn all the time. Before, you need to go and buy newspaper, buy digest to know what's happening. Now, at a click on the internet, you can access learning, entry, and understanding what's going on. This is why I'm going to request the UN team who is here to really focus on this business intelligence platform, to be able to know where does the cashew nuts come from, where does the vanilla comes from, who are the producers, what is the price being sold, what is the real-time access to these products, because we don't. Today, you ask me what is the amount of sugar tons available in Mauritian store. I don't know. How am I supposed to tell you I'm going to sell sugar to another country? So these are little things that we need to have to be able to reply to your question. Is some of the ecosystem which I've discussed, the fundamental need to be strong. Resilient, COVID or not COVID, you have to be resilient. But going back to the fundamental is key to the dynamics of the manufacturing sector going forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yusuf Ismail. He has pushed it back to the private sector, some tips for the private sector, in fact, for businesses, that they need to be more proactive and not just be complacent, waiting for government to do everything for them. And also A note on SMEs that they should be more open-minded, they shouldn't be more inward-looking and family-oriented. But also a key point that he has touched upon, which I think is very important, is for businesses to really understand the consumer demand, and that way they would be more competitive. And also understanding the market, what the market needs, the speed of commercialization is also critical. So now I'm going to go to Mr. Bruno Dubari to comment. Maybe you can also comment on what Mr. Yusuf has just talked about in terms of whether you think there's more that you think government should do in order to ensure transformational changes in the local manufacturing landscape, and also what businesses in return ought to do in that space.
Thank you. I think everyone is quite tired, so I'll be very brief. Much has been said. If I was to summarize what has been said since the beginning of the seminar, I think it's unprecedented financial support in a crisis period, diversification of economies and new markets, security of supply for population on basics, connectivity, digitalization, but perhaps to focus on sustainable development, circular economy, and regional integration. I think there's a way to go about NTBs, and it's to pull up market standards and practices, plus sourcing more within the region itself. Because I believe the resilience of the sector, the manufacturing sector, is also attaining its limits right now. In the case of Mauritius, where the essential of our manufacturing activities rely on raw materials from abroad and outside of the region itself, there would be a major institutional project, which is the reconnection of primary sectors with, such as agriculture, breeding, agroforestry, with the manufacturing sector. Being at crossroads on several challenges, Mauritius, like many other countries, has to improve food and nutrition security without jeopardizing its natural environment, and even do better by regenerate soils and optimize natural resources and land usage. At the same time, being a small territory, there is a room for strengthened business practices in terms of inclusiveness, big and small operators, intersectoral activities, regionally oriented enterprises. It is both a matter of enhancing the standards of living in urban and rural areas with social inclusion through employment and entrepreneurship for all profiles, also including women and youngsters, as it is a matter of sophisticating products and increase their brand equity through sustainability for export markets. Within the Association of Mauritian Manufacturers, we have a national collective brand, which is called Made in Maurice. It's a mix of English and Creole in Mauritian. It's regrouping today some 3,000 local brands, and it's celebrating in 2022 its 10th year. And that brand needs that type of renewal. And a combination of objectives, which obviously needs to be defined and quantified, would provide, I believe, nevertheless, an ambitious direction for the near future in line with the IPSP 2020-2025, as it was stated earlier. Safeties for our local development, economic and social development, and opportunities for the regional cooperation and trade market integration. As we know that the AFCFTA is really focusing on increased value addition in the products within the region. In other terms, it is about how do we focus communities of public and private stakeholders in the re-engineering of our food system. The needs for this type of re-engineering are at multiple levels. A public-private coalition led by private and NGOs directly involved in the field projects. Common vision and platform to implement and refine the tools at midterm. Defining the vision require some exercises, visualization, organization design, with public and private stakeholders and regional partners to align the agendas and capabilities. It will require to select pilot projects in selected value chains to operate the shifts towards sustainable supply practices in the local manufacturing and retail, support from FDIs on these specific challenges, because even though they are essential, public grants cannot sustain such long-term and drastic new orientations. And to finish, capacity building for planters, breeders, manufacturers to shift towards sustainable production and consumption, and build adapted cahiers des charges for these actors to be able to source locally. And obviously some targeted technical studies to help on the institutional reform side, because we're talking about interprofessional organizations to manage these agri-food chains, national standards, and public and procurement private markets reforms. So this is just I think an observation on the way forward, which is not only to integrate all that has been said, which is more technology, new skills, new markets, doing more with less somehow, but it's also about reconnecting sectors on a territory where currently they're not really at the maximum of their potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dubarry. He's made a lot of proposals that I think are very important, especially in terms of what could benefit the private sector, especially talking about the focus that needs to be on sustainable development, circular economy, and regional integration. And also there's need for sourcing more raw materials from within the region, and Mauritius being a small territory, there is room for strengthened business practices, and there's need for Mauritius to tap into the opportunities that are there for regional cooperation and market integration, which ties in very well to my the next discussant, Mr. Francis Mangeni, who is the head for trade and promotions at the AFCFTA Secretariat. And so at the level of the Secretariat, can you give us an indication, Mr. Mangeni, in terms of the opportunities that the AFCFTA could provide to Mauritius in its endeavor to become a manufacturing hub in the region? And what could be the role of the AFCFTA Secretariat in the process? Over to you, Mr. Mangeni. I hope you are still online.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Ms. Madalitza? You can hear me? Can you hear me? All right, I'll just proceed. I assume that you're hearing me. So first of all, I would like to recognize you, the moderator. You bring fond memories to me because all right, can you hear me now? I have unmuted. Hello? All right, so I got confirmation that you can hear me. Thank you so much. All right, let me proceed now. Right, I was just beginning to say that Ms. Madalitza, our dear moderator, you bring fond memories to me because I consider myself an associate Malawian, having lived in Malawi for some time, around 2001, where I was advisor to the minister there in the ministry at Gemini House. And they remind me how they used to call me. They used to call me Mangeni, which means something very interesting in Malawi, actually. And I recognize colleagues on the panel, Rishi, Yusuf, Girish, Devina, and Bruno. I greatly enjoyed your presentations. They were very informative, very educative, and I think they leave everybody confident that the future of Mauritius is indeed bright, as we were told. Now, the first point I'd like to make is by referring to the intervention I made this morning. I think many of the points that I mentioned this morning apply during this session as well. I pointed out the trailblazing trajectory that Mauritius has pursued over the last 50 years, and they suggested that a sound technological base based on science, technology, and innovation, regional value chains, linkages of SMEs into markets, into large companies, and into public procurement are extremely important. I also mentioned the political aspects of the FTA, how the political will is very high, how it's rules-based and promotes predictability, and how reforms are going to improve the business environment for investment and for business. I also pointed out the portrait of the AFCFTA as inclusive, transformative, digital, comprehensive, and above all, green. I also pointed out the economy in excess, how the AFCFTA provides a large market to sustain critical levels of investment, how industrialization is an imperative, how there are immense opportunities for infrastructure, transport, both air transport, road transport, and maritime transport. The importance of technology, of course, and financing. Money must be affordable. I also pointed out the society elements, including the environment. Now, I would like to answer specifically the question which our moderator has asked me. What can the Secretariat do now to assist this process? First of all, the Secretariat oversees negotiations, which are extremely important. They shape the policy framework that emerges. Mauritius has taken a lot of interest in the rules of origin. As we speak now, we have the rules of origin for 88% of the product lines, or if you want to be exact, 87.7. Now, of the remaining, 11%, about 11% of them are in the textiles and clothing sector. So this is an extremely important area for Mauritius, of course. Secondly, implementation. The Secretariat oversees implementation of the FTA agreement by all state parties. So if there is a party which is breaching its obligations under the AFCFTA to the prejudice of any state party, such as Mauritius, then this becomes an extremely important area where the Secretariat can help. Related to that is the dispute settlement system, which has been put in place for enforcement of obligation and providing remedies. Fourthly, there are digital tools, and I mentioned some this morning, which can greatly assist market access and trade facilitation, including market intelligence, or as my brother there was calling it, business intelligence. Then there are also facilities such as the adjustment facility, where if a country is beginning to experience revenue shortfalls or other adjustments even in the private sector, they can tap into this pot of funds, which has been actually the Afrexim Bank, the African Export-Import Bank, has generously provided seed money to start it off, and it's there to assist state parties so that they can make the best of the African Continental Facility. The Secretary General has also taken up this challenge of putting in place a financing facility, especially for startups, for SMEs, and for women in business, which will provide patient capital to those categories of operators so that they can best utilize the AFCFTA. The AFCFTA Secretariat also undertakes international diplomatic agency all over the world. The Secretariat tries to drum up support in the international community for the AFCFTA to raise issues that need addressing, which could impact on the AFCFTA, but also to bring investment into the continent so that there are regional value chains, so that there's production taking place on the continent. And of course, SMEs can tap into those value chains. But also there is strength in numbers. So when we speak with one voice, that helps to promote our interests on the international scene. The AFCFTA also organizes lots and lots of public-private sector dialogue events, which bring the private sector and governments together. The private sector representative bodies include the African Business Council, and of course, Afro champions, but also regional bodies like the East African Business Council, the COMESA Business Council, and the SADC Business Forum as well, to sit together and discuss. Now, lastly, let me point out that the Secretariat is recruiting 265 officials over the next 4 years, a quarter of that number every year. So there are employment opportunities, but I think the better way to look at it is that we can beef up the Secretariat, we can strengthen it. There's a principle in regional integration called the principle of sublimity, where each country contributes its best talent, and then we pull the best from every country so that together we have the best, and we are stronger, we are smarter, and we can achieve what we want to achieve in the best way possible. So I would like to suggest that the AFCFTA Secretariat is your partner, is your friend. Please work with the Secretariat closely. Invite them to Mauritius. Mauritius is a very wonderful place. I recall that there's a time I went to Mauritius. I had them danced for 13 years. Then they told us one evening that they were going to the Buddha. So I thought it was a religious event. It turned out to be a disco. And we danced up to 5 o'clock in the morning before going to the meeting at 7 o'clock. So Mauritius is a wonderful place. So invite us there. And of course, come to the Secretariat as well and participate actively, as you have always been doing in the meetings. We've got 44 tariff schedules for goods and 46 schedules for trading services. We are making good progress, and trading has started in earnest. Please utilize them. Back to you, Ms. Madalitso, and to the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mangeni. Mr. Mangeni has made a lot of points in terms of how we can tap into the opportunities that are there at the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, and which Mauritius can utilize in order to become a manufacturing hub in the region, in terms of the digital tools that can be accessed, the market intelligence that is there, and also the financial support that they can render for startups, entrepreneurs, and business at large. So it's been a long day, and I'm sure people are tired, so maybe we can close the panel for now. Thank you so much, all the panelists that were here. It's been a very great and very interactive discussion that we have had on enhancing resilience of manufacturing sector in Mauritius post-COVID-19 era. I thank you so much.
Thank you, moderator, for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you're all tired. We have reached the end of this seminar. We have had many presentations and active discussions. We hope you have benefited from this participation. Indeed, there will be a follow-up to this seminar, as we mentioned in the concept note. We thank you all for your participation, those present here and virtually. Special thanks again to all participants, all panelists, all moderators, the Honorable Minister who has been with us all day, the Permanent Secretary, UNECA team and Mrs. Bulaki, the hotel team, the EDB team who is helping us with the Expo, the organization, and His Excellency Shamkara Sudan for Ambassador of the Republic of Mauritius to UAE for facilitating our stay here. And then those involved in the sound also. I think the slogan of the Dubai Expo, one of the slogan is join the making of a new world. I think today's seminar, we have triggered this. We are on this journey to a new world. This seminar has triggered this journey. And we hope when you go back, things will change back home. I think the organizers really need a good round of applause for the successful event. To UNECA, SADC Business Council, and the Ministry of Industry. Thank you very much. We invite you for a cup of tea, which we have missed before. And then, as announced, the cocktail will be at 7. Thank you very much. Yeah.